Do you really think you did nothing wrong in this situation? If you hadn't fallen onto Shin Yenin, his fans wouldn't be so crazy, right? Were you trying to fall onto Shin Yenin on purpose? The flashbulbs were going off wildly, and the questions from paparazzi and social media influencers were sharp and cruel. Jiang Weining squinted, watching the distorted faces of these people in the sunlight. Suddenly, a boy with dyed yellow hair pushed to the front, his camera almost poking Jiang Weining's face. I heard you really like to create drama with male stars for publicity. Is that what this is about? Jiang Weining raised her hand to block his camera and calmly pulled out a piece of paper from her folder, holding it up to the lens. What is this? The closest paparazzo read aloud without thinking, Beijing Chaoyang District People's Court Case Notification. The scene fell eerily silent for a few seconds. The A4 paper clearly listed over 20 social media account IDs. A few sharp-eyed paparazzi suddenly realized their IDs were among them. This must be a joke, right? The yellow-haired paparazzo's voice began to tremble. Jiang Weining put the notification back in her folder, a cold smile on her lips. According to Article 25 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, spreading rumors can lead to detention for 5 to 10 days and a fine of up to 500 yuan. If the rumor is shared more than 500 times, it may constitute defamation, which can result in up to 3 years in prison, detention, or restrictions on political rights. You all can expect subpoenas in the mail. Her words hit the crowd like a bucket of cold water. The aggressive reporters took a collective step back, and some even secretly deleted drafts from their phones. Miss Jiang, there must be a misunderstanding. The yellow-haired paparazzo tried to recover. On July 3rd, you posted, counting Jiang Weining's 10 times creating drama with male stars on the Entertainment Scoop account, with 1.03 million views. Jiang Weining stated the data precisely. Do you want me to recite Article 246 of the criminal law? The yellow-haired paparazzo's face turned pale instantly. He knew he had gained fame from that post, with shares nearing 10,000. Jiang Weining strode through the parting crowd and suddenly stopped on the steps. By the way, she said without turning back, the answers to your earlier questions are all in the court trial recordings. If you're interested, you can check the China Court Open Network. The reporters outside the courthouse stood frozen, watching Jiang Weining leave, and no one dared to stop her. Some hurriedly searched through their past reports, while others began calling lawyers. The paparazzo's phone was still live streaming, so when Jiang Weining took out the court filing notice, viewers in the stream saw it. Instantly, the chat exploded. Wow. Is she serious? Wow, the entertainment scoopers I follow are all here. LOL. Does Jiang know the law? She's just pretending. In just 10 minutes, the trending topic Jiang Weining sues haters shot to the top, pushing Wang Yuxian's sentence to 2 years and 6 months to second place. Support her rights. Online bullying must have consequences. Those spreading rumors should prepare for prison. LOL, Jiang is just trying to gain attention again. Are we sure it's rumors? Didn't Jiang cause some of these issues herself? Has she found a new backer to be this bold? There were supporters and many sarcastic comments from keyboard warriors. Most supporters were fans of Jiang's family business, while the critics were mostly fans of Shin Yan and Jiang's former haters. Given the difference in fan numbers, the supporters were quickly drowned out by negative comments. As the bad reviews threatened to overwhelm the discussion, Jiang Weining posted a second Weibo after her withdrawal statement. At Jiang Weining v. Everything will be decided by the law. Image. The high-definition court notice clearly showed the IDs of over 20 defendants, along with a case number. Most importantly, the notice had the court's bright red seal at the bottom. Just as the haters were sharpening their knives for a new round of attacks, at Director Lin Hy-vee retweeted, I support using the law to protect rights. // at Jiang Weining v. Everything. Haters rushed to Lin Hy's account. Is Director Lin being forced?
I'm unfollowing.
I can't believe you can't tell right from wrong. But soon, more people from the industry joined the conversation. At actor Zhang Shuevi, the internet is not a lawless place. // at Jiang Weining v. Everything. At Su Xiaoyin v. Brave Sister // at Jiang Weining v. everything. At Hanzhou Zhouvi. It's about time to deal with these rumors // at Jiangwan V. Everything. At Su Junvi. Support. / at Jiangwan V. Everything. At Lin Si Yunvi. Sister Ning Ning, you are the best. / at Jiangwan V. Everything. The momentum of the negative comments clearly weakened. When top stars like Fei Lezhang, Zhou Qi, and Qin Yuan also shared their support, the situation completely changed. At Fei Lezhang V. In a society governed by law, we support rightful claims fist. / at Jiangwan V. Everything. At Zhou Qi V. Keep it up. / at Jiangwan V. Everything. At Qin Yuan V. Those who have experienced online bullying know how painful it is.
Go, Ning Ning.
/ at Jiangwan V. Everything. The combined fan power of these major figures was enough to silence the negative comments. The funniest part was that a marketing account that had been posting aggressively suddenly deleted all the insulting tweets and changed its name to Rational Onlookers. Netizens quickly called them out, leading to a wave of mockery. Now you're scared, haha, the internet has a memory. I've taken screenshots. If Jiang Wanning needs evidence, she can contact me. When Jiang Wanning returned to the hotel, she saw that the Jiang family basket group had over 99 messages. Everyone was tagging Jiang Wanning, congratulating her on winning the lawsuit. Lin Hai, Xiao Jiang, since everyone is in the city, let's gather sometime. Su Jun, let's meet up. In the evening, we should celebrate together. Jiang Wanning was touched to see their support for her. She had thought their relationship was just that of a typical boss and customer. Once the transaction was complete, their connection would fade. But now it was clearly more than that. Jiang Wanning, sure, I'll treat everyone. It's my way of thanking you all for your support. Hanzhou Zhou, no, we'll treat you tonight. Sister Wanning, if you want to thank us, you can do it another way, fruit, vegetable, fish. Su Jun at Hanzhou Zhou. Smart kid, I agree. Fei Lezhang. Then it's settled. Let's gather tonight at Yuzhuan Hua Yanfang. Those who can come, join us. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the crystal chandelier at Yuzhuang Huayanfang illuminated the hall in a dazzling way. As Jiang Wanning stepped through the revolving door, she was immediately hit by a strong scent of perfume, causing her to frown. Jiang Wanning. A sharp female voice pierced through the soft music in the hall. Huang Haili, wearing red-soled Christian Louboutin heels, hurried over, the sound of her high heels echoing on the marble floor. She grabbed Jiang Wanning's wrist tightly, her manicured fingers almost digging into her skin. Disappearing without a word? Huang Haili's beautifully made-up face twisted in anger. Do you know how much the breach of contract for your show costs? The company lost 3 million for you. Jiang Wanning calmly pried her fingers away. Sister Huang, your memory is really poor. I informed you in writing before my contract expired that I wouldn't renew it. As for the show you mentioned, I've never even seen the contract. What does it have to do with me? She brushed off her wrinkled sleeve. Whoever signed the contract should perform. Do you need me to teach you how to fake a voice? Huang Haili's chest heaved with anger, the camellia brooch on her Chanel outfit trembling. Stop being so sharp-tongued. Come back to the company with me right now. Or what? Yang Vanning Tuklet. Are you going to forge another one of my signatures? Ding, the elevator doors suddenly opened. Shin Nianen stepped out, wrapping an arm around his manager, Hu Zhao's shoulder. His eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Wanning. Hu Zhao quickly took out his phone to start recording, while Shin Nian adjusted his angle for the perfect 45-degree profile. Miss Jiang, Shin Nian flashed his signature gentle smile. What a coincidence. He leaned in closer to Jiang Wanning and lowered his voice. Actually, an apology would be enough. I know you didn't mean it. Hu Zhao shook his phone, showing a close-up photo of the two. Miss Jiang, if you post on Weibo admitting that you intentionally failed to gain attention from our Nian, and I'll delete the photo immediately. Otherwise. He leaned in closer, whispering, tomorrow, the whole internet will know that you tried to attract our Nianen. Smack. Jiang Wanning swatted away the phone that was almost touching her face. Manager, you have quite the presence. She glanced at Shen Yan's carefully styled hair and suggested, Mr. Shen, you might want to use less hair gel, after all. She pointedly looked at his lower body. Some areas are already quite firm. You. Hu Zhao suddenly grabbed her backpack strap. Are you asking for trouble? Do you believe that your Dowda shop will be mysteriously shut down tomorrow? He sneered and pulled out another phone. The executives at Dowdu are fans of our Nianen. The revolving door turned again. Fei Lezhang walked in with one hand in his pocket, his custom suit cuffs glinting under the lights. Hu Zhao's expression changed instantly as he pulled Shen Yan and to greet him. Brother Zhang, what a coincidence. Nian has been wanting to invite you. But Fei Lezhang walked straight past them and stopped in front of Jiang Wanning. Boss Jiang? Yang Wanning noted. You look nothing like your photos online. After saying that, his gaze swept over Huang Haili, who was tugging at Jiang Wanning's backpack strap. Do you need help? Jiang Wanning tilted her head and pointed at Hu Zhao. They said they want to shut down my shop. Is that so? Fei Lezhang finally looked at Hu Zhao, his eyes cold, as if he were looking at trash. Dou Le Group is collaborating with my film fund next quarter. Should I call Chairman Zhang and ask what this new feature of shutting down stores is? Hu Zhao's hand recoiled as if burned. Shen Yan's face turned pale, his carefully styled bangs drooping. It's a misunderstanding. Just a joke. Hu Zhao stammered, backing away. We were just playing around with Miss Jiang. Fei Lezhang had already pressed the elevator button. Jiang, let's go. Director Lin and the others are already here. As they entered the elevator, Jiang Wanning glanced back. Huang Haili had twisted her ankle and was awkwardly leaning against the wall. Shen Yan looked frustrated, visibly venting to Hu Zhao. Just as the elevator doors closed, Fei Lezhang suddenly chuckled. Some areas are already quite firm? Yang Wanning blinked innocently. I was talking about his chin fillers. When Jiang Wanning pushed open the private room door, it was already filled with people. She immediately recognized director Lin Hai, producer Su Jun, singer Han Zhou Zhou, actress Zhou Qi, and singer Su Xiaoyin. These were all well-known figures in the entertainment industry. Although they had never interacted much before, they were familiar faces. In addition, there were two unfamiliar faces. Little Jiang is here. And you even ran into Le Zhang, Lin Hai greeted with a smile. Fei Lezhang saw the two well-dressed men beside Lin Hai. Xiao Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Fei Qingping from Tianqin Law Firm, and he is my brother. This is his apprentice, Su Chuan. Jiang Wanning politely nodded, her gaze lingering on Su Chuan for a moment. I've seen lawyer Su before. He was in the audience during today's trial. Su Chuan looked a bit surprised. Miss Jiang has a good eye. He adjusted his glasses, looking impressed. In all my years of practice, this is the first time I've met a client who refused our firm's representation. He paused. I didn't expect you to handle the case so well on your own. Jiang Wanning seemed puzzled. I don't think I've met you before, have I? Lin Hai explained, I heard you were going to court, so I contacted old Fei, and he sent his best student. I just didn't expect you wouldn't need a lawyer. Fei Qingping added with a smile. After reading the trial records, Xiao Su kept asking if he wanted to take the bar exam. I'll pass on the bar exam, Jiang Wanning replied with a smile. I prefer the life back home. Her knowledge of the law was just a way for her to adapt to this world. Han Zhou Zhou let out a long breath, dramatically patting her chest. You scared me. I thought I wouldn't get to eat Sister Wanning's cooking anymore. Everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, Lin Hai noticed the large bag Jiang Wanning had set aside and asked curiously, Xiao Jiang, what's this? Oh, my brother made some snacks to share with everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, the room was filled with the sound of people swallowing. Even the usually composed Fei Lezhang sat up straight, without realizing it. Only Su Chuan looked confused, watching his master. This powerful lawyer in court was now staring eagerly at the bag like a child waiting for candy. Jiang Wanning took out 3 large containers, 2 boxes of chestnut cake and 1 box of yam cake. As she opened the lids, a rich, Sweet aroma filled the air. Jiang Wanning initially wanted them to serve themselves, but seeing their eager expressions, she decided, everyone gets 4 pieces, no fighting. She began to portion out the snacks into small plates as she spoke. Fei Qingping reluctantly took 2 pieces, saying, I need to save 2 pieces to take home to Xiaorou. Su Chuan couldn't bear to see his master drooling, so he kindly gave 2 of his pieces to his master. Master, have some more, I don't really like sweet food. Fei Qingping touched his apprentice's shoulder with emotion, and then quickly protected his plate in his arms. When Su Chuan casually took his first bite of the chestnut cake, he froze. The soft outer layer wrapped around a dense chestnut filling, sweet but not overwhelming, melting in his mouth with a hint of osmanthus fragrance. This. He widened his eyes, finally understanding why everyone looked so serious. When he looked up again, he saw Fei Qingping had moved his plate to the farthest spot and was watching him cautiously. Xiao Su, respecting teachers is a virtue, but taking food is not right. Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Hai took the opportunity to the remaining half of Su Chuan's cake, shaking it triumphantly. Young man, in front of delicious food, the bond between teacher and student means nothing. Su Chuan was almost in tears, only able to look at Jiang Weining. Miss Jiang. Jiang Weining couldn't help but laugh, and divided her remaining chestnut cake, giving him 2 pieces. Su Chuan accepted it like a treasure and, this time, quickly protected it. Su Jun, seeing this, pretended to be pitiful. Xiao Jiang, I have a 60-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Zhou Qi was dumbfounded. Is everyone playing like this? This is embarrassing. Then she turned to Jiang Weining, looking pitiful. Ning Ning, my mom hasn't had much of an appetite lately. I heard chestnut cake is good for the stomach. This earned her a chorus of boos from the crowd. At that moment, the door to the private room was gently knocked, and a waiter pushed in a cart. Exquisite dishes were served one after another: truffle foie gras, blue lobster sashimi, black gold abalone. Each dish was a delicacy beyond the reach of ordinary people. The Michelin 3-star dishes were indeed exceptional. The golden crispy pigeon was served on a bed of vibrant vegetables, and the truffle soup was topped with edible gold leaf. Each dish was as delicate as a work of art. However, with Jiang Weining's chestnut cake and yam cake setting such a high standard, everyone's taste buds had been elevated to an unprecedented level, making these expensive dishes seem bland in comparison. Strange, last time we came, it was really impressive, Fei Lezhang said, putting down his chopsticks and taking a sip of red wine. The others also moved their chopsticks politely, but did not continue eating. Instead, Jiang Weining tasted each dish, clearly impressed by the chef of this restaurant. They were evidently skilled in handling ingredients and cooking techniques, able to create such pure flavors from ordinary materials. It was indeed top-notch private cuisine. Speaking of which, Fei Lezhang swirled his wine glass and suddenly said seriously, Xiao Jiang, Shen Yan'an's sponsor is Su Shichang. Starting in real estate, I now hold shares in several film companies and have some influence in the industry. He looked at his older brother. If he really gives you trouble, you can talk to my brother. What happened? Fei Qingping, who was secretly trying to take a piece of chestnut cake for his wife, looked up. Did Su Shichang cause you trouble? It's about Shen Yan'an, who he supports, Fei Lezhang explained. Jiang Weining widened her eyes slightly. It's surprising that a man in his 50s would support a popular young star. But the others in the room seemed unfazed, clearly used to such news. No wonder that guy is so arrogant. Su Jun took a sip of red wine. Last month, a newcomer in my crew was replaced just because he didn't give him the makeup room. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes. Last year at the charity night, his fans put my school project on trending, and he didn't donate a single penny. Fei Qingping put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Xiao Jiang, if that Shen Yan'an uses Su Shichang's influence to pressure you, let me know. He patted his chest. One Su Shichang isn't a big deal. Jiang Weining nodded gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Fei. Don't be so polite with me. Fei Qingping waved his hand, then suddenly changed the subject. If you really feel bad, just send me some gifts during the holidays. Lin Hai laughed. You old rascal, asking for holiday gifts is your real goal. Jiang Weining smiled. That's easy. For New Year's, I'll send everyone a gift. Cheers erupted in the room. Everyone raised their glasses, thanking Jiang Weining and Fei Qingping, saying they were lucky to have Fei's support. Ahem. Fei Qingping suddenly sat up straight. Xiao Jiang. Did you mix up the holidays? Isn't the next one Chongyang? Lin Hai immediately chimed in. Old Fei, you're being a bit greedy. But I agree with you. At our age, celebrating Chongyang is just right. Jiang Weining tried not to laugh. If it's for Chongyang, then it'll just be fruits and vegetables. If you want them, I can send them right away, no need to wait. What about the New Year's gifts? Fei Qingping's eyes lit up. There will be chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and some seafood. Jiang Weining replied, and the room erupted in excitement. Lin Hai excitedly slammed the table, making the dishes clatter. Xiao Jiang, you finally started raising chickens and pigs. His eyes sparkled as if he could already see the golden, shiny roast chicken waving at him. God knows, ever since I tasted the fish from your family, I've been dreaming about how delicious your chickens must be. Fei Qingping interjected, looking wronged. I haven't even eaten the fish. Zhou Qi, who also hadn't tried the Jiang family's fish, immediately shot him a resentful glance. Jiang Weining felt uncomfortable under their gaze and quickly explained, the fish pond is being expanded, and by the end of the year, you all will be able to eat some. Comrade Xiao Jiang. Su Jun suddenly raised his hand, adopting a serious tone. You always say plenty for everyone, but in the end, it turns into a scramble. He took out his phone. Just in case, I'll reserve 10 fish first. Lin Hai's eyes lit up, and he quickly joined in. Why didn't I think of that? He started counting on his fingers. As long as it's from your family, I want 50 pounds each of chicken, duck, pig, sheep, and fish. The room erupted in chaos. I want 20 pounds of ribs. I want 10 pigs trotters. Seeing the gathering turning into a market frenzy, Jiang Weining quickly raised her hand to stop them. Stop. You can place orders, but each person is limited to 10 pounds. She helplessly scanned the crowd. Otherwise, the other customers will get upset. Su Jun wore a knowing expression and raised an eyebrow at everyone. See, I knew there would be a limit. Zhou Qi suddenly raised her hand. I have a question. She asked seriously, does 10 pounds mean 10 pounds of each type, or a total of 10 pounds? Of course, it means 10 pounds of each type. Lin Hai immediately responded. The sunlight in the city was particularly bright the next day. As Jiang Weining walked out of the courthouse, Su Chuan was waiting for her at the steps, holding the case acceptance notice with the official stamp. Xiao Jiang, you can leave the follow-up to us. Su Chuan adjusted his glasses. Our law firm has never lost a case involving reputation rights. Jiang Weining smiled and nodded. Thank you, Attorney Su. During the gathering last night, Su Chuan reminded her that there were many defendants involved in the reputation rights case and suggested she could entrust it to the law firm to avoid the hassle of traveling back and forth. Jiang Weining found this very reasonable and immediately entrusted the case to Su Chuan. Don't mention it, Su Chuan joked. For once, you did pay the attorney fee. Although this attorney fee would be deducted from future compensation. Jiang Weining was currently investing every penny she earned into building her house, so she couldn't afford the tens of thousands in legal fees. With Su Chuan's help, she no longer needed to worry about anything else, so she changed her flight ticket for tomorrow to the afternoon. True to his efficient nature, as soon as Jiang Wanning sat in the taxi to the airport, Su Chuan's Weibo post was already live. Tianjin law firm Su Chuan v. Accepting Ms. Jiang Wanning's request, the online defamation case has officially been filed. The accompanying image showed over 20 official acceptance notices stamped with bright red seals, with the defendant's ID clearly visible, brazenly shocking. Thanks to Su Chuan's fame and Jiang Wanning's current popularity, within half an hour, this news shot straight to the trending topics. In a marketing office, a staff member stared at the account ID that was suddenly trending, and his coffee cup fell to the floor with a bang. It's over, it's over. He nervously opened the Tianjin law firm's website, and Su Chuan's impressive resume made his legs weak. Pioneer of Baixing law, special advisor to the Supreme Court, the king of law that countless listed companies fear. Delete. Quickly delete the posts. The editor-in-chief shouted as he rushed in. Get rid of all content related to Jiang Wanning. Meanwhile, a popular influencer was live streaming, confidently discussing, Jiang Wanning is just trying to stir up drama. Suddenly, the comments exploded. Check Weibo. You're in trouble. Tianxin's Su Chuan has taken the case. Be careful. I suggest you turn yourself in right now. Candle the influencer hurriedly clicked on the notification, his face turning pale. 3 seconds later, the live stream abruptly went black, leaving only a message saying, "The host is handling an urgent matter." Viewers were having a great time. Ha ha ha, where were you before? Now you want to delete posts? With Su Chuan involved, these marketing accounts will be in big trouble. LOL, I just checked out a few defendant accounts, and they are all frantically deleting posts. On the trending list, Su Chuan takes Jiang Wanning's case was followed by an explosive emoji. The comments were lively. Wow. Our professor used Su Chuan's case in class. For the first time. I'm glad I have few followers. No one will share my insults. Doghead Eyes suggests the defendants start memorizing Article 246 of the criminal law. The most desperate was a small account that had previously spread rumors about Jiang Wanning, posting a very apologetic Weibo. I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang Wanning. I was wrong. I'm going to turn myself in right now. Kneel. The image showed the entrance of the police station. Some critics were busy trying to contact Jiang Wanning, hoping she would let them off the hook. Unfortunately, without her contact information, they could only flood her Weibo and Douyin accounts with private messages. Jiang Wanning casually clicked on a few messages, a sarcastic smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Jie, I was wrong. I shouldn't have followed the crowd to insult you. Please have mercy and withdraw the lawsuit. I just graduated and have student loans. If I get a record, I won't be able to find a job. I'm begging you. Miss Jiang. I'm the fool with the ID, keyboard warrior repenting. My whole family are ordinary workers, and my parents scolded me harshly when they found out. Can you give me a chance to make amends? I can send apology letters every day for 365 days. Boss Jiang, I'm a hired commenter brought in by Xin Yanan. I can transfer the money he gave me directly to you. I have chat records of his agent buying trending topics. If you let me go this time, I will report his team. They were begging, playing the victim, trying to offer money as compensation. These were the same people who once cursed her family with the harshest words, now acting as if they were completely helpless. Jiang Wanning found it amusing and didn't want to respond to any of them. They weren't truly remorseful. They were just scared. The taxi slowly stopped in front of the terminal. Jiang Wanning opened the door, grabbed her suitcase, and walked toward the entrance. The early autumn breeze was slightly cool, so she pulled her coat tighter and glanced at her watch. There was still plenty of time. However, just as she took a step, a trembling voice called out from the side, "Ning. Nink nink." She paused and turned to look in the direction of the voice. By a pillar, 2 girls stood awkwardly like startled animals. One of them, wearing a lemon-yellow sweatshirt, held a half-unfolded support banner in her hand. Their eyes were red, as if they had mustered all their courage to call out to her. Jiang Wanning tilted her head slightly, finding them somewhat familiar, but unable to recall their names. You are? Nink nink. We are your fans. The girl in the sweatshirt spoke quickly, her voice tight. I'm Yue Wei, and this is Chen Baozhu. Jiang Wanning's eyes flickered, suddenly remembering, you are lemon sweet? The ID that had spent generously in the live stream. Yue Wei's eyes widened in surprise, her whole body freezing as if she had been stunned. In the next moment, she covered her mouth and jumped in place, excitedly stammering, You remember me? You actually remember me. Beside her, Chen Baozhu felt envious, but was also happy for her friend. But soon, Jiang Wanning called out her nickname. Then you must be Lemon Baby. You two are the ones who created the Jiang family's fan club, right? Chen Baozhu paused, her eyes instantly turning red. She could only nod vigorously, afraid that if she spoke, she would choke up. Jiang Wanning looked at them, a bit curious. Are you also here to take a flight? Where are you going? Yue Wei quickly shook her head, her voice softer. No, we are here specifically to see you off. Jiang Wanning was taken aback. How did you know my flight? She had only decided to change her ticket an hour ago and hadn't even had time to inform her family. Yu Weiwei scratched her head shyly. Actually, we didn't know. We just wanted to take a chance. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't expect to actually see you. We came to pick you up a few days ago, but we didn't dare to approach. The morning mist had not yet cleared when Jiang Wanning squatted by the field with her thermos, staring blankly at the pond design plans brought by Li Jianming. This is so complicated. She flipped through the thick stack of drawings, from excavation work to oxygen equipment installation, her eyes nearly spinning. I just want to dig a pond to raise some fish. Li Jianming chuckled, holding a pipe. Girl, do you think this is child's play? You can't just dig a hole and expect to raise fish. The pond in front of my house was dug by my grandfather, one shovel at a time, Jiang Wanning retorted, pouting. That's why it floods when it rains and dries up during droughts. Qian Wenhao chimed in from the side. Such a big pond, and it only raised a few fish. We didn't even get to taste them before they were gone. That's because we never put any fish fry in it, Jiang Wanning argued back, shoving the plans into Li Jianming's hands. All right, you two decide. I just want to know when it will be finished, so I can order the fish fry. What's the rush? Qian Wenhao counted on his rough fingers, dredging, building the foundation, preventing seepage. At least a month. If it rains. A month? Jiang Wanning nearly jumped up from the field. That will be November. She counted the days on her slender fingers. November meant only 2 months until New Year's Day. She had planned to give her employees holiday gifts with fish. What fish could grow in 2 months? Well, if all else fails, she could do like with the fruit trees on the mountain and send some extra energy every night. Li Jianming knocked his pipe against his shoe, sending sparks flying. Girl, if the pond isn't built properly and you rush to raise fish, you'll end up with leaks and collapses. When that happens, you'll be crying without a solution. Exactly. Qian Wenhao pointed at the drainage outlet on the blueprint. If this isn't done right, a heavy rain could send your fish swimming back home through the drain. Jiang Wanning sighed. I'm not in a hurry. I'm just worried you all are. The new year is coming soon, and I was planning to use the chickens and fish as gifts for you. Qian Wenhao's smile froze. We can't rush the fish pond, but you can start raising chickens, right? That's right. Raising pigs won't take much time either. Li Jianming perked up. My old buddy who runs an ecological farm has agreed to help, but he can only come after the new year. Before that, you can set up a simple shelter to raise the livestock. Qian Wenhao seized the opportunity. The land at the foot of the West Hill is perfect. It's sheltered from the wind, sunny, and close to the water source. Building a shelter will only take a couple of days. Seeing the two partners so eager, Jiang Wanning couldn't disagree as the client. Besides, she was also tempted by the thought of meat. 2 days to finish? Should I go order the chicks and piglets now? She made a firm decision. Qian Wenhao patted his chest. Yes, go quickly. I promise to have it ready in 2 days. But remember, I want 10 chickens and 1 pig. Li Jianming added with a smile. I don't need that many. Just the same as him. Jiang Wanning rolled her eyes. Then the shelter better be big enough. Otherwise, there won't be enough for both of you. Sister, is it broken? Jiang Yichen's voice came from behind, filled with a whimper of guilt and self-blame. Jiang Wanning turned to see Qinchin standing by the field, holding a seed planter that was now in 2 pieces, part scattered on the ground. Jiang Yichen hung his head, mumbling, Sister, did I break it because I used too much force? His eyes were filled with tears, on the verge of spilling over. Jiang Wanning smiled helplessly and lifted the small tiller in her hand, giving it a gentle shake. With a clatter, the tiller fell apart just like the seed planter, its parts tumbling to the ground. See, mine is broken too, Jiang Wanning said lightly, trying to comfort her brother. It's not that you used too much force, it's just that they were worn out and needed to be replaced. You get what you pay for. These tools were not of high quality to begin with. It was impressive they lasted long enough to finish planting all the terraced fields. Jiang Wanning looked up at the sky. The sun had not yet reached its highest point, and the sunlight was warm on her skin. She turned to Jang Yi-chun and softly asked, "Chin-chun, are you tired? If you're not too tired, would you like to help me dig up some trees?" These past few days, Jang Yi-chun had been working in the fields with her almost every day to finish planting the terraced fields, and he was quite exhausted. Even during classes on the platform, he struggled to keep his eyes open and almost fell asleep. But as soon as he heard his sister ask him to join her, the little guy perked up, nodded vigorously, and cheerfully replied, "Sure." The trees Jiang Wanning mentioned were fruit trees from their orchard. Their home had too few types of fruit, so they planned to dig up some of the existing trees to make room for loquats, cherries, bayberries, pomelos, and other fruits, ideally ones that ripen in different seasons. This way, their family could enjoy fresh fruit all year round. They could also stagger the harvesting and selling times, avoiding a chaotic rush. In the persimmon grove of golden October, the heavy fruit bent the branches, resembling red lanterns hanging from the trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Jiang Wanning wiped the sweat from her forehead, deeply inserting her shovel into the soil, and with a strong lift, another persimmon tree's roots were exposed. "Sister, I'm so tired," Jiang Yi-chun panted, leaning against the tree trunk. His sneakers were covered in mud, and his pants were rolled up to his knees, revealing a few red scratches from branches. He rubbed his sore arms and asked, "How many more do we have to dig?" Without looking up, Jiang Wanning skillfully plunged her shovel into the ground, saying, "Just 5 more. You kick the left side, and I'll dig on the right. Let's work together." Her tied-up hair had come loose, with a few strands sticking to her sweaty neck. With a loud thud, Jiang Yi-chun kicked the tree trunk with all his might. The tree shook a bit but did not fall. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Why is this tree so sturdy?" "You're supposed to kick the side we've already dug," Jiang Wanning replied, laughing as she demonstrated. A side kick hit Thea in the trunk. With a cracking sound, the over 3-meter-tall persimmon tree slowly tilted and finally fell with a loud crash, raising a cloud of dust. "Tsing tsing, what are you two doing?" A bright voice called from the edge of the grove. Aunt Wanning, carrying a basket, stood in the woods, her eyes wide as she looked at the fallen persimmon tree. Behind her, a dozen villagers who had come to work together curiously gathered around. "Aunt Wang." Jiang Wanning straightened up, brushed off the dirt from her hands, and said, "I want to redesign the orchard area, so I'm planning to remove some of the extra fruit trees first." Chun Ai Ju squatted down, touching the broken part of a tree. "Oh dear, this is such a good persimmon tree, with big and sweet fruit. How can you just dig it up like that?" She looked up and counted the fallen trees. "Haven't you already dug up dozens of them? Are you going to remove more?" "Yes, I plan to keep only 10 acres of each type of fruit tree," Jiang Wanning explained, "and plant some new varieties in the other areas." "Don't you have plenty of empty land on your mountain?" Wanning said anxiously. "Why not keep these trees and plant the new varieties elsewhere? Your persimmons sell really well. Many people want to buy them but can't. Why are you digging them up?" The villagers present all looked concerned and nodded in agreement. 41 pounds of persimmons. One tree can produce 1 or 200 pounds of fruit, which can sell for thousands of dollars. That could equal their income for half a year. Jiang Wanning tucked her loose hair behind her ear and smiled as she explained, "Aunties, I want to grow different fruits that ripen in different seasons. This way, we can supply various fruits all year round and maintain a steady flow of customers in the shop. Plus, the workload will be more balanced. Look at how long you all have been working without a break for the fruits on the mountain." The villagers wanted to say that as long as there was money to be made, they didn't need a break. But then they realized that once all the fruits were picked, they wouldn't have any work left. At least for the first half of the year, they would definitely be out of work. If what Jiang Wanning said was true, they could work for her all year round. Suddenly, everyone felt tempted again. At that moment, Zhang Xiao and I, who had been silent, stepped forward. "Ning Ning, what do you plan to do with the persimmon trees that you dig up?" "I'll pile them here for now. If any are suitable, I'll make some small furniture, and the rest will be dried and used as firewood," Jiang Wanning replied. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a collective gasp. Burn them? Chen Ai-ju nearly jumped up. That's such a waste. These trees can be transplanted and still live. Wang Ying also felt upset and urged, Ning Ning, if you don't have enough land, I have plenty of empty land. It's right next to yours, and if you want, you can use my land for free. If you need help, we can assist with the transplanting without asking for payment. And even if you can't pick the persimmons in time, they won't spoil on the tree. You can pick them later when you have time in winter. Let's make dried persimmons out of them later. Everyone chimed in, truly reluctant to see such good persimmons used as firewood. Jiang Wanning was almost swayed by their words. However, with her current abilities, the over 300 acres of land was just right. Expanding further would be a bit too much for her. She enjoyed farming, but didn't want to turn herself into a farming machine. Seeing they couldn't persuade Jiang Wanning, everyone had to give up. Yet, they couldn't bear to part with the persimmon trees and began asking Jiang Wanning for a few to plant in their own yards. Jiang Wanning had no objections, but, dear uncles and aunts, apart from the 10 acres I want, you can dig up as many as you like from the rest. But we need to clarify one thing first. The persimmons, pears, and other fruit trees in my family are all very common varieties. The reason they taste so good is mainly because I added some special organic fertilizer to the soil. Once these trees are transplanted and no longer receive that special fertilizer, the fruit may not taste as good. She couldn't explain the spiritual energy, so she used the special organic fertilizer as an excuse. How much worse can it be? Zhang Xiao and I asked. About 50% worse in the first year, and it will gradually decrease each year. Jiang Wanning replied honestly. Zhang Xiao and I continued, will they end up tasting worse than the ones sold in the market? Jiang Wanning, they won't be worse than ordinary market persimmons, but they won't be much better either. That's fine. With the taste of these persimmons, even one harvest is a win. Wang Ying clapped, Ning Ning, I want 2 trees. How much? Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Wanning exchanged a glance with her brother and suddenly smiled. No money needed, but you all have to dig them up yourselves and carry them away. Chen Ai-ju said, isn't that too much? Digging up a tree takes a lot of effort. If you give us such big trees, you'll be at a loss. It's not a precious wood, so there's no loss to speak of. Jiang Wanning waved her hand. It's settled then. Everyone who wants trees should register with Aunt Wang. Once I mark the land, you can come dig them up. With the hard work of digging trees taken off their hands, the siblings happily went down the mountain. The villagers gathered around Wang Ying to register their requests. Some wanted 2 or 3 trees, while others wanted 10 or more. By the time half of them had registered, there were already requests for over 200 trees. However, based on the planting density in Jiang Wanning's family, there were at least 30 or 40 trees per acre. They would need to dig up over 10 acres of persimmon trees alone, not to mention the other fruit trees, which would be enough for everyone to share. As everyone finished registering and gradually headed home for dinner, Zhang Xiaoni hesitated and walked over. Wang Ying, by the way, Xiaoni, you haven't registered yet. How many trees do you want for your family? Chen Ai-ju, Xiaoni's house has a big front and backyard, so she should be able to plant about 10. Zhang Xiaoni took a deep breath, as if she had finally made up her mind, and said, I want 100. 100? Wang Ying exclaimed, her eyes wide in surprise. Xiaoni, why do you need so many? Can you even plant that many? Zhang Xiaoni, feeling a bit shy and anxious, replied, I want to plant them on the hill behind my house. My in-laws can help me. Chen Ai-ju suddenly seemed to think of something and said, you're not really agreeing to help your son buy a house in the city, are you? Zhang Xiaoni sighed. What can I do if I don't agree? Xiao Jie's partners said they won't get married without a house. Yingzi, can you ask Ning Ning for me? If it's possible, I'll take 100. If not, then forget it. With that, she quickly left. Watching her hunched figure, Chen Ai-ju couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhang Xiaoni. That boy from Xiaoni's family is really something. He's over 30, bragging about how much he makes outside, and yet he's forcing his own mother to work for him. Speaking of Zhang Xiaoni's son Jiang Yongjie, Zhao Hongmei also looked displeased. Let me tell you, my son-in-law works with Xiaoni's son. I heard that boy spends money lavishly and has borrowed quite a bit online. Is that true? Li Yunyan had joined them, curious. Last month, I saw him driving a new car back to the village to show off. Did he borrow money to buy that car? Zhao Hongmei scoffed, clearly unimpressed, and continued, You might not know, but his partner demands a 120 square meter house in a good school district. The down payment alone is 1.6 million. Us rural folks work hard our whole lives, and the little savings we have can't even buy a toilet in their house. The most infuriating part is that boy, Chun Aiju said, filled with anger. He actually told Xiaoni that if they can't gather the down payment, he won't get married for life. He says he wants to cut off the Jiang family line. Can you believe that? He has no ability of his own, yet he pressures his mother who raised him with so much effort. Not just that, Zhao Hongmei said, gritting her teeth in anger. Recently, that boy even borrowed 20,000 yuan from my son-in-law, claiming it was for some training course. Now that I think about it, it might have been used to buy a designer bag for that partner. Wang Ying sighed heavily and said, Xiaoni's man left early. She worked so hard to raise her son and send him to college, and what did she get in return? A thankless child? It's really heartbreaking. Chun Aiju asked, Will Xiao and I be okay with so many fruit trees? What if Ning Ning doesn't agree? We don't want to lose this job if we can't get the trees. After all, using someone else's fruits and competing for business isn't quite right. I'll ask Ning Ning later. Wang Ying thought this was a bit inappropriate, but remembering how relieved Jiang Wanning looked when they were allowed to dig up the trees, maybe she would be happy about it. The sunset's glow spread across the concrete outside the school gate. Jiang Wanning stood at the kindergarten entrance, watching the twins slowly walk out. Their faces lacked the usual excitement and looked droopy, like wilted vegetables under the sun. Tong Tong, Xian Xian, why aren't you happy today? Jiang Wanning squatted down and gently pinched the soft cheeks of the two children. Jiang Mu Tong pouted, gripping her backpack strap without saying a word. Jiang Mu Xian looked up, his dark, grape-like eyes blinked, and he quietly asked, Mommy, how much money did we make from selling wild fruits? Jiang Wanning was surprised by the sudden question. After thinking for a moment, she replied seriously, Wild fruits are 50 yuan per pound. You and your uncle sold a total of 320 pounds, and some were made into fruit gift boxes, so you earned a total of 16,000 yuan. She didn't try to simplify things just because they were kids. 73,500. Jiang Mu Tong counted on her fingers. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Mommy, can we have that money? Jiang Wanning didn't refuse, but gently asked, Of course, but can you tell me what you want to buy with it? Jiang Mu Xian took out a crumpled piece of paper from his backpack, carefully unfolded it, and handed it to her. We want to buy gifts for the children at the welfare home. Jiang Wanning looked at it and saw it was a notice for a charity event organized by the kindergarten, saying, Caring for children in the welfare home, spreading warmth and joy. The teacher said the children at the welfare home don't have parents, and no one buys them toys or treats. Jiang Mu Tong's voice was soft, her little hands nervously tugging at her clothes. My brother and I want to buy them lots of toys, so they can be happy too. Jiang Wanning felt warmth in her heart and reached out to hug the two children. Their hearts are so pure and kind that it makes her both happy and touched. Okay, Mom supports you. She kissed both children's foreheads and took out her phone to call Grandma Jiang Yui. Grandma, I'm taking the kids to the supermarket and will be back later. The warm lights in the supermarket shone on the shelves as Jiang Mushuan tiptoed, trying to reach a stack of drawing books on the top shelf with his little hands. Jiang Mudong tightly hugged a large box of 24 colored crayons, her eyes sparkling as if she was holding a treasure. Mom, can we get this puzzle? Jiang Mudong held up a box of cartoon animal puzzles featuring a cute little bear. Will the kids at the welfare home like it? Jiang Wanling squatted down and gently ruffled her daughter's soft hair. Of course they will. As she spoke, she placed an entire box of crayons and drawing books into the shopping cart. Looking at the information about the children's welfare home on her phone, Jiang Wanling called over a supermarket staff member. Could you please prepare 10 boxes of baby formula and 20 boxes of diapers? At the checkout, the cashier announced a total that will be 21,800 yuan. Jiang Mudong's little face immediately scrunched up, and she tugged at her mom's shirt, her voice small. Mom, is our money not enough? Just as Jiang Wanling was about to say she would cover the rest, she heard Jiang Mushuan puff out his chest and seriously say, Mom, you can cover the extra for now. When we earn money later, we will pay you back. Yes. Jiang Mudong quickly nodded, her little braids swaying, and we will pay back Uncle's money too. Jiang Wanling was taken aback for a moment. Seeing the determination in the two little ones, she decided not to dampen their spirits. She squatted down to look at them at eye level. Really? Then when we get home, you have to write IOUs for me and Uncle. Sure. The twins said in unison, their faces full of determination. Back home, Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong sat side by side at the dining table, their little faces serious, with torn pages from the drawing books in front of them. After scribbling with pencils for a while, the only recognizable words were Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong, while the rest looked like a mysterious script covering the entire page. Mom. Jiang Mudong stretched her voice. We can't write the IOUs well. As Jiang Wanling walked in, she saw the two little ones looking worried and couldn't help but laugh. The IOUs on the coffee table were filled with circles and lines, resembling two mysterious treasure maps. Come on, let Mom help you write. She took the pencil and neatly wrote the words IOU on a fresh notepad. Jiang Mushuan immediately leaned over, pointing at the paper with his little finger. For Mom, right? Jiang Mushuan owes Mom 5,800 yuan. No. Jiang Mudong said anxiously, stamping her feet. What about me? I owe Mom money too. As if owing money was something to be proud of. All right. I'll write it all down. Jiang Weining kept writing. Borrowers. Jiang Mushuan, Jiang Mudong. Ms. Jiang Weining 5,800 yuan. Jiang Mushuan stared at the unfamiliar words and added, and uncles. Out of the 16,000 we earned, Uncle gets 6,000. He counted carefully on his fingers. Mom, write another one. Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong owe Uncle 6,000 yuan. I must say, Jiang Mushuan is really talented at math. At just 3 years old, he can calculate like an adult. The pencil scratched on the paper as Jiang Weining tried to hold back her laughter, making the two IOUs look quite official. In the end, the two little ones seriously signed their names at the bottom. Jiang Mudong's looked like dancing figures, while Jiang Mushuan's resembled strong soldiers. Purpose of the loan. Jiang Weining read softly, pausing for a moment. To buy gifts for the children at the orphanage. The twins shouted in unison, their eyes shining like stars. As soon as the IOU was finished, Jiang Mudong grabbed the one for Uncle and hurried off to the kitchen with her little legs running. Jiang Weining heard her cheerful voice. Uncle, look, we brought you an IOU. Jiang Yichen's surprised voice came back. What IOU? Jiang Mudong eagerly explained about their kindergarten activity and buying gifts for the children, then stood with her hands behind her back, waiting for praise. I don't want this IOU. Jiang Yichen returned it. I also want to buy gifts for the children at the orphanage. Jiang Mudong blinked. Does Uncle mean? It means Uncle wants to owe money with us. Jiang Mushuan ran over to explain for Jiang Yichen. The three heads huddled together, chattering nonstop. Jiang Weining watched them seriously, her heart melting. In the end, the IOU for Jiang Yichen was marked with a big cross and declared void. On the IOU given to Jiang Wanning, the borrower's name Jiang Yichen was added in a crooked manner. Jiang Yui, who had been watching the excitement, couldn't help but tease. So how will you calculate the interest on the money you owe Mom? The three kids were stunned, looking at each other. After Jiang Wanning explained it clearly, Jiang Mutong suddenly exclaimed and jumped into Jiang Wanning's arms. Mom, can we not pay interest? We're still young. Jiang Wanning finally couldn't help but laugh, hugging the three debtors. All right, no interest. But you have to work hard while paying it back. When she learned that her sister was taking Xian and Tong Tong to the children's welfare home tomorrow, Jiang Yichen eagerly asked, Sister, Can I go with you to the welfare home tomorrow? Jiang Wanning replied without hesitation, of course. We will go together. Even if he hadn't asked, she was already planning to take him along. Going out more would be good for his learning and growth. But, the boy said shyly, looking at his fingers, I haven't prepared any gifts. Jiang Wanning reached out and patted Jiang Yichen's short hair, reassuring him, silly boy. The gifts we bought are also your heartfelt wishes. Don't you remember? You, Xian, and Tong Tong wrote me an IOU together, so these gifts are also from you. At that moment, Jiang Mu Tong, who was doodling on the table, suddenly chimed in, Uncle, your cakes are so delicious. Why don't you make some cakes to give to the kids? They will be so happy to eat your yummy cakes, just like Sister Xine. Her words seemed to flip a magical switch. The kitchen, which should have been quiet after dinner, was now bright as day. White steam rising from the steamer filled the room with a sweet aroma. Jiang Yichen rolled up his sleeves, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he focused on pressing a piece of golden chestnut dough with a mold. Uncle, the little pig's nose needs to be rounder. Jiang Mu Tong stood on her tiptoes, pointing at the work surface with her small hand. Her pink apron was covered in flour, making her look like a little kitten. Jiang Yichen nodded with a smile, gently poking 2 small holes in the dough with a toothpick. Is this okay? Looks perfect. Jiang Mu Xian clapped his hands and shouted. He was helping Grandma lay cloth in the steamer, being very careful with each movement, afraid of damaging the cute pastries. The steamer was bubbling, and the first batch of pastries was finally ready. The white mist cleared, revealing 12 adorable little animals neatly arranged in a bamboo steamer, round rabbits with red goji berries on their ears, a chubby tiger with black sesame stripes, and a coiled snake made from purple sweet potato puree, with even the scales visible. Wow! The twins exclaimed in unison. Jiang Mudong couldn't help but reach out her little finger to gently touch the fluffy wool on the little lamb pastry. That was sweet potato puree piped out like delicate clouds. Jiang Yue walked over, wiping her hands. Chinchin's skills are good enough to open a pastry shop. She picked up a mouse-shaped chestnut cake and broke it open, revealing a sweet date paste filling inside, filling the whole kitchen with a delicious aroma. Just as everyone was admiring the pastries, the kitchen door opened. Xian Wenhao's nose poked in first. I wondered why it smelled so good. Turns out you're making tasty treats. Li Jiaming squeezed in right after, his eyes immediately glued to the golden pastries on the counter. The exquisite pastries were lined up neatly, glistening under the light. Wow, these skills would impress even a national banquet chef. Jiang Yichen smiled shyly and offered 2 small pieces of pastry. Uncle Qian, Uncle Li, would you like to try some? Qian Wenhao swallowed a piece of the sweet potato cake shaped like a character, his eyes widening. This sweet potato is like cream. It melts in your mouth. The cake was delicate and soft, with a hint of milk flavor, and had a sweet and tangy cranberry jam in the middle, making you want to eat more. Can I have another one? Li Jiaming said, eyeing the cute tiger pastry and swallowing hard, his fingers reaching toward the steamer. Jiang Mudong immediately spread her little arms to protect the steamer. No. These are for the children at the welfare home. She looked like a little cat guarding its food, her eyes wide. Grandpa Li, you adults can't steal food from the kids. Qian Wenhao straightened up and firmly supported her. Tong Tong is right. At your age, you shouldn't be stealing food from children. Don't worry, Grandpa Qian is different. Grandpa Qian, I saw you swallow. Jiang Mushuan chimed in without mercy. This made Li Jiaming burst into laughter. Ha, caught you pretending to be a big shot. The 2 little ones were genuinely worried that their foodie grandpas would take their pastries, so they quickly helped their uncle pack the treats into a box. Every movement was gentle, as if handling treasures. They filled a large box to the brim. In addition to the chestnut cakes shaped like the 12 zodiac animals, there are flower-shaped yam cakes and custard buns shaped like little bear heads. Each one is about the size of a ping-pong ball, perfect for little kids to eat in one bite. They carefully placed different flavors of snacks in each box, some with red bean filling and others with fruit filling, ensuring every child could taste something they liked. Uncle Qian, Uncle Li, please don't be upset. If you like them, I will make more for you tomorrow. Jiang Yichen explained seriously. Although Uncle Qian and Uncle Li loved food, they were very kind-hearted food lovers. They helped build houses and dig fish ponds for their family, so he didn't want to make them angry. His words made the two big men blush. Qian Wenhao rubbed his nose and said, "Silly child, I was just joking with you." He rolled up his sleeves to help pack the boxes, moving gently, unlike his usual strong and decisive self. On the way back to the workshed, the moonlight poured down like water, casting a soft glow on the ground. Qian Wenhao slowed his pace and suddenly said to Old Li beside him, "Old Li, let's visit the company tomorrow. We should add the children's welfare home to our list of support projects." The company sets aside a special fund each year for public welfare, but they haven't had any projects related to children in the past. Li Jiaming patted Qian Wenhao's shoulder to show his support. Under the moonlight, the two old men looked especially gentle. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanning had prepared several large baskets of fruits and vegetables. Most of the children in the welfare home had been abandoned due to various congenital conditions. Although the food didn't have the magical properties of the spiritual fruits from the cultivation world to cure all ailments and prolong life, it would still make their bodies feel a bit better. Sunlight streamed through the colorful stained glass windows of the welfare home, casting dappled shadows on the activity room floor. Jiang Wuxuan was sitting on the floor with a few children, playing with puzzles. One boy had only 3 fingers on his right hand, and his puzzle pieces kept slipping. Jiang Wuxuan patiently helped him pick them up over and over, saying, "Look, this edge is blue. It goes here." Jiang Mudong was building blocks with her friends, taking turns in a delightful way. "Kids, it's time for snacks." Jiang Yichen clapped his hands, and the kindergarten children immediately lined up, helping those who had difficulty moving. Jiang Mudong and Jiang Yichen stepped forward to assist him. Everyone held a small paper box and took turns giving pastries to the children at the welfare center and the kindergarten. When a boy in a wheelchair received a snack, he softly said thank you. Jiang Mudong immediately smiled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. "You're welcome. My uncle made this." Jiang Yichen squatted down, carefully opening the snack box, and the pastries shaped like the 12 zodiac animals drew a round of gasps. "A little bunny." A girl with pigtails leaned over with her walker. Jiang Mudong quickly supported her. "Walk slowly, I'll help you." She tiptoed and took out a bunny pastry, gently placing it in the girl's palm. The pastry had bright red goji berry eyes that sparkled, and the girl stared at it for a long time before finally taking a bite. The activity room gradually became lively. Jiang Yichen, surrounded by the children, was patiently teaching them how to knead dough. His movements were slow, and he spoke gently to the kids. "First, roll it into a ball, then press out the ears with your fingers." With his patient guidance, several children with cerebral palsy managed to shape small bears. The teachers and parents outside watched, their hearts melting. Teacher Huang from the kindergarten remarked, Mudong's mom, "You teach the kids so well." It was clear to anyone that Jiang Yichen had some challenges. Yet this person, despite his difficulties, could not only take care of himself, but also help others, which was truly remarkable. The director watched a boy with autism who used to hide in a corner now holding a pastry, sitting beside Jiang Yichen and nibbling on it, with tears in his eyes. "This pastry must be delicious. I'm getting hungry just looking at it." The director's comment was meant as a joke, but the parents nodded seriously in agreement. "Hey, Jiang, after eating your pastries, my little troublemaker will probably cause a scene at home. Let him make a fuss. Every time he does, I'll take away some fruit." "Perfect, more for me." "That's a good idea, I'll try that too." Listening to this silly conversation, the director felt a bit confused. At that moment, Jiang Wanning's phone beeped. It was a message from Jiang Feifei, saying that her delivery had arrived. She told the director, "Director, I had someone bring some supplies to the welfare center, and they are outside now. Let's go and find some people to help unload." The parents chimed in, "Who do you need?" "We're right here, let's go." When everyone went outside and saw a pickup truck full of supplies, they were stunned and looked at Jiang Wanning with admiration. "Jiang, you really went all out." Jiang Wanning said, "Most of these are homegrown, so it didn't cost much." except for the milk powder and diapers. The other parents immediately felt envious. They thought to themselves, "It's exactly because you grew them that they are valuable." The director didn't understand everyone's reaction until he tasted the fruit. After the parents explained, he realized how valuable these baskets of fruits and vegetables were. He felt even more grateful to Jiang Wanning. The Welfare Institute is a non-profit organization, mainly funded by government grants, social donations, and charitable contributions. The children usually have enough to eat, but having good food is difficult. If it weren't for Jiang Wanning, the children might never get to taste such expensive fruits. As Jiang Wanning moved the last basket of fruit into the kitchen, she heard the crisp sound of chopping. Following the sound, she saw 3 young people busy at the stove. "Xiao Yong, pass me the potatoes," the head chef called from the corner.
"Coming,"
replied a boy sitting on a special low stool. He pushed off with his arms, and the wheels of the stool rolled smoothly. He was holding a basket of freshly peeled potatoes. Jiang Wanning noticed that his pants were empty below the knees. Next to the cutting board, a girl with a ponytail was focused on chopping vegetables. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board was crisp and even, and the radish slices were thin enough to see through. By the stove stood a slender boy, listening to the chef. His arms, without hands, skillfully stirred the food with a spatula. "This is..." Jiang Wanning couldn't help but ask. The director's mother walked over and explained, following Jiang Wanning's gaze, "They are all children who grew up here. Xiaoyong lost his legs in an accident, and his parents abandoned him at the hospital. Xiaohong was born deaf, and Xiaojun was born with only part of his hands. He was sent to our welfare institute as a baby." Her voice was gentle. "They are already 18 years old, and according to the rules, they must leave when they come of age, but they..." Before she could finish, Xiaoyong suddenly moved closer, pushing his stool. His stool had wheels, and as he moved, his arm muscles formed a nice curve. "Director, is there a special plan for all these vegetables and fruits delivered today?" Jiang Wanning then noticed a small basket hanging under his stool, neatly filled with peeled potatoes. "This is Sister Jiang," the director's mother gestured while introducing her. "These vegetables and fruits are all gifts from her." Xiao Hong looked up shyly and smiled, then continued chopping vegetables. Xiao Jie stood up straight, a bit shy, and turned off the stove to serve the food from the pot. "They're very capable," Jiang Wanning said softly. The director's mother's eyes lit up. "Xiaoyong can carry 50 pounds of rice and flour. Everyone praises the pickles made by Xiao Hong, and Xiao Jun can tie knots with one hand better than with two." The pride in her voice was clear. But they just can't find a place that will accept them. This thought was unspoken, but Jiang Wanning understood. "Director," she suddenly said, "my family runs a farm in Wangshan Village, Yangshui Town. We need help with weighing and packaging fruit, feeding chickens and pigs, and other tasks. We offer 200 a day, with food and accommodation. If they are willing, they can come and try." She didn't offer this purely out of sympathy for the kids. She thought that if they could do such a good job in the kitchen, then the work at her place would be much easier. As for food and accommodation, she had thought it through. In the future, with chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep to care for, someone would need to watch over them. Moreover, their village had only a few people, and during peak times, they wouldn't have enough help. Eventually, they would still need to hire from outside. She had already planned to find a space to build staff quarters. The director was in disbelief, eyes wide. "Are you serious?" Jiang Wanning smiled. "Of course I am. If you're worried, you can come with them to check it out later." The director trembled with excitement, turning to the 3 kids, speaking and gesturing. In the next moment, Xiao Hong's knife clattered onto the cutting board, Xiao Jun almost spilled the rice while preparing to rinse it, and Xiao Yang's stool slid forward suddenly. "Director, is this really true?" Xiao Yang asked, his voice tense, fingers nervously gripping the edge of the stool. "Can someone like us really do it?" Jiang Wanning squatted down to meet his gaze. "Haven't you done a great job in the kitchen? The work at my place is much simpler than peeling potatoes."
Xiao Yang swallowed hard.
Jiang Wanning then noticed that he was just barely an adult, yet he had an expression that didn't match his age. "People outside." Xiao Jun suddenly spoke, his incomplete arm twitching awkwardly. Last time I went for an interview, they said. They said I would scare away customers. Xiao Hong couldn't hear, but seeing her friend's expression, her eyes were already red. She anxiously gestured, and the director's mother translated. She said she won't cause trouble for the boss and will work hard. The kitchen suddenly fell silent, and you could hear the sound of water splashing as rice was rinsed. Jiang Wanning reached out to take the rice bowl from Xiao Jun's hands, her fingertips brushing against his cold arm. My family's farm has no guests, only chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. They won't turn anyone away. Xiao Yang suddenly let out a laugh, but he choked on it halfway through. He lowered his head and wiped his face with his sleeve, and when he looked up, his eyes were wide with surprise. Wow. As if burned by those words, Xiao Jun's arm trembled. Xiao Hong looked back and forth between them, then suddenly grabbed the director's sleeve and nodded vigorously. Then it settled, Jiang Wanning said as she stood up. I'll come to pick you all up tomorrow. Director, if you have time, you can join them. If it doesn't feel right, you can come back anytime. The director's mother suddenly turned away, her shoulders shaking slightly. Xiao Yang's chair slid to the window, the setting sun outlining his figure in gold. He looked at the children playing outside and softly said, finally, I can support myself. The aroma of rice wafted through the kitchen. Xiao Hong had returned to the stove without anyone noticing, humming a silent tune as she continued chopping vegetables. Xiao Jun kept rinsing the rice, and a drop of water suddenly splashed on his arm, making it hard to tell if it was from the rice or something else. As the sun dipped lower, the laughter of children still echoed in the activity room of the welfare home. Brother, this is for you, a little girl with pigtails handed a crumpled drawing to Jiang Yichen. The drawing showed 3 crooked little figures, which resembled the 3 of them. What was most touching was the little girl using a walker, who tightly hugged Jiang Yichen's leg, looking up with a face covered in crumbs. Will you come back next time to teach me how to make little bunnies? In the sunlight, the expectation in her eyes sparkled. Jiang Yichen squatted down and seriously made a pinky promise with her. Yes, I will definitely come. I'll bring bear-shaped cookies too. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and the sweet scent of pastries seemed to linger in the air. On the way back, the 3 little ones were surprisingly quiet. Suddenly, Jiang Yichen broke the silence. Sister, I want to earn a lot of money. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Jiang Wanning asked, looking at their serious faces in the rearview mirror. I want to buy hearing aids for the sister who can't hear, Jiang Mutong said, counting on her fingers, and I want to buy prosthetics for the brother who can't walk. Jiang Muxian nodded heavily, his eyes shining with determination. Once they got home, the 3 of them rushed inside like a whirlwind, quickly changing into old clothes and grabbing their little backpacks, moving in perfect unison. Sister, we are picking wild fruits at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yichen promised, his little face full of seriousness. Jiang Wanling looked at the sky and nodded in agreement. You must be back by 5:30. Yes, ma'am. The 3 children saluted in a funny way, making Jiang Wanling chuckle. Jiang Wanling then went to the village committee to find Zhu Jingjing. Before she could finish building the staff dormitory, she needed to find a place for the 3 children of Xiaoyang. When Zhu Jingjing heard that Jiang Wanling had recruited 3 people with disabilities from the welfare home, she couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. You are really impressive. It's just a place to stay, right? I don't have anyone to give you, but there are plenty of places to live in the village. We have 2 empty rooms in the village committee office. If you don't mind, you can set up some beds and add a few tables and chairs, and they can live there. If that doesn't work, you can also rent a room from a family in the village. Now, most families had 2 elderly people living in a large courtyard, so there were many vacant rooms. Jiang Wanling went to check the 2 empty rooms. With white walls and plenty of light, she was very satisfied. She decided to use these 2 rooms for Xiaoyang and the others. Next, she needed to start looking for furniture. She could get everything sorted out by visiting the furniture market tomorrow. When work ended, Wang Ying hurriedly came to find Jiang Wanling with a fruit tree statistics sheet. Jiang Wanling took a look and was truly surprised by the data. The demand for those fruit trees was as high as 856, much more than expected. Seeing the names of those who wanted dozens or even hundreds of fruit trees, Jiang Wanling frowned and asked, "Do they understand that the fruit from these trees will taste worse each year?" Clearly, they planned to make money by growing fruit. Jiang Wanling didn't oppose their idea. Using resources wisely is good. She just worried that if they invested a lot of effort into planting, they might not achieve the expected returns due to declining fruit quality. She didn't want to give away seedlings for free and then be blamed later. Wang Ying nodded and explained, "I made it clear to them several times. But these families are quite determined. They are indeed having a tough time and just want to earn as much as they can while the fruit trees can still make money." 856 trees. Jiang Wanling quickly calculated the number of remaining fruit trees on the mountain in her mind and found that the two numbers were quite close. It seemed that Wang Ying had already helped estimate the demand while counting. Jiang Wanling thought for a moment and said, "Let's do this. To avoid any unnecessary disputes later, I will draft a statement. Anyone who wants fruit trees can come to me and sign it, and once they sign, they can go up the mountain to dig up the trees." The first rays of morning sunlight had just broken through the clouds when Jiang Wanning started walking up the mountain with a plastic bucket filled with lime powder. The morning mist in the mountains had not yet cleared, wrapping the entire orchard in a light veil. Dew dampened her pant legs, cool against her skin, bringing a hint of autumn chill. The sound of her footsteps echoed clearly in the quiet mountains. As she walked, Jiang Wanning looked at the persimmon trees on either side. The more than 20 acres of persimmon orchard looked particularly magnificent in the morning light, with unpicked fruits bending the branches, resembling little lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. "Leave this side, dig that side," she murmured softly, her fingers brushing against the rough tree bark. The selected trees were carefully marked by her using lime. Deep in the persimmon orchard, Jiang Wanning stopped and took out a few special stones from her basket. She crouched down and placed the small stones in the area where the fruit trees needed to be preserved. These seemingly randomly placed ordinary stones actually held a secret. They formed a simple alert system. If someone accidentally dug in the wrong place, the stones would emit a slight vibration as a warning. "That should be enough," she said, brushing the dust off her hands and looking at her work with satisfaction. The sunlight gradually grew stronger, filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gust of mountain wind blew by, carrying the unique sweet scent of the fruits. After marking the persimmon orchard, Jiang Wanning moved on to other orchards. The pear orchard, orange orchard, peach orchard, and kiwi orchard all had their trees marked for removal. Occasionally, a few ripe fruits would fall with a thud, attracting some early rising mountain sparrows to peck at them. This was a promise Jiang Wanning made with them using her energy. They could not eat the fruits on the trees, but could eat those that fell to the ground. If she left no fruits for the birds, it would mean driving them away. "That should be enough," she said again, brushing off the dust and admiring her work. The sunlight continued to strengthen, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A breeze swept through, bringing the sweet scent of the fruits. Looking at the scattered orchards, especially the isolated pear orchard, she suddenly had an idea. "If only I could move the pear tree over here," she murmured to herself. She imagined how nice it would be to have her orchard divided by seasons: spring orchard, summer orchard, autumn orchard, winter orchard. Then everyone could take turns blooming, bearing fruit, and harvesting without bothering each other, making it easier to manage. But then she thought about how much work it would take to transplant 10 acres of fruit trees. Just hiring workers would be a significant expense. Right now, she had neither time nor money. "Forget it, I'll think about it later when I have time." She shook her head and set the idea aside for now. The path down the mountain was warm in the sunlight, and wild chrysanthemums along the roadside released a faint, pleasant fragrance. Jiang Wanning walked lightly, thinking about the things she needed to do in town. As she turned the last bend, she saw a few figures sitting in her yard from a distance. When she got closer, she recognized Zhang Xiaoni, Feng Wan, and several village aunties chatting with her grandmother. Seeing Jiang Wanning return, Zhang Yue quickly smiled and said, "Ning Ning, you're back. Your Aunt Zhang and the others have been waiting for you for a while." "Why are the aunties here so early?" It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. Jiang Wanning was a bit surprised and hurried into the yard. The morning dew had dampened her pants, but they were almost dry now, glistening slightly in the sunlight. Feng Wan rubbed her hands together shyly and said, "Ning Ning, we came to sign the fruit tree agreement. We heard you went to mark the land this morning, so once we sign, can we start digging?" Jiang Wanning apologized. "I haven't had a chance to print the notice yet. I plan to print it when I go to town to deliver goods later." "Ning Ning, no rush, no rush." Zhang Xiaoni quickly waved her hand. "We were just eager to transplant and forgot to tell you in advance." Jiang Wanning smiled, not minding. Feng Wan explained, "Now that it's autumn, we want to plant the trees before the first frost." Technician Wang said that the survival rate is highest when transplanting in autumn, as the seedlings have the whole winter to settle in. "Is that so?" Jiang Wanning asked in surprise. In the cultivation world, she grew spirit plants without worrying about the seasons, with spiritual energy to nourish them and techniques to adjust the temperature. It didn't matter what season it was. "Absolutely," Zhang Xiaoni said, counting on her fingers. "The best seasons for transplanting seedlings are spring and autumn. In spring, the temperature warms up and the sap starts to flow. In autumn, the trees enter dormancy, making it easier for the wounds to heal after transplanting." She paused and reminded, "Ning Ning, if you want to change to new fruit tree seedlings, you need to hurry. Planting before the frost will allow it to sprout in spring next year." Yang van ning notte tok chuli. She originally planned to buy large saplings that could bear fruit in the same year. This way, if she planted them before the new year, it wouldn't delay the harvest in spring. Their reminder gave her an unexpected sense of urgency. The deliveries at the courier station were now all handled by Jiang Feifei, so after dropping off the twins, Jiang Wanning went to the market to complete the orders for the Jiang family vegetable basket number 1 group. Driving her black pickup truck, Jiang Wanning slowly entered the market. The truck bed was neatly stacked with orders from Jiang family vegetable basket number 1, and the fresh vegetables still glistened with dew. She efficiently unloaded the baskets of vegetables and distributed them to the waiting customers. "Aunt Wang, here's yours. Uncle Li, this is for you." Jiang Wanning quickly finished the last order. Looking up, she noticed a few customers still chatting happily. She approached them and asked for help. "Excuse me, do you know where I can find secondhand furniture nearby?" After all, it was just a short transitional period of a few months. After thinking it over, she felt that buying secondhand furniture was more suitable. Once the staff dormitory was built, she could hire a professional carpenter to create a whole new set of furniture. This simple question seemed to unlock a treasure trove of conversation for the enthusiastic elderly folks. The seniors who had planned to wander around the market immediately gathered around her like they had heard a rallying call. They eagerly shared their advice, and the atmosphere became lively. I know. There's a second-hand market near number 2 bridge," Aunt Lu with stylish curly hair said eagerly, "but the prices for second-hand furniture can be quite high. You look young, so be careful, or you might get taken advantage of." "Exactly," Grandma Wang, wearing reading glasses, nodded repeatedly, her sharp eyes sparkling behind the lenses. "Last month, my neighbor bought a wardrobe that looked fine, but when she got it home, she found it was infested with bugs." Suddenly, Grandpa Li, leaning on his cane, brightened up. "Ning girl, what kind of furniture do you need? I think I have a few pieces in my storage. If you need them, just come over and take them. Mainly a bed and some tables and chairs." Jiang Wanling explained, "I found a few employees who can stay and eat for free, thinking they could use the dormitory first until we get new ones later." "Beds?" Aunt Zhao suddenly slapped her thigh, causing the buttons on her floral shirt to shake. "I have one in my attic. It's from when my son got married, and it's sturdy." She immediately wanted to take Jiang Wanling to see it. "Wait," Grandpa Zhang stopped them, tapping his cane on the ground. "I have 2 solid wooden chairs and an old dressing table in my storage. You can take those." "Hey, wait a minute, Xiao Jiang." Aunt Lu suddenly ran off, calling back, "I have an old refrigerator at home. I'll check if it still works." Before Jiang Wanling could react, the elderly folks scattered to their homes. She stood there, amused and bewildered, and soon saw Aunt Zhao return, out of breath, holding a key. "Let's go to my house first." Aunt Zhao insisted, pulling Jiang Wanling into her pickup truck and directing the driver toward her home. It's down that alley behind the market. When they arrived at Aunt Zhao's house, the lively elder took Jiang Wanling straight to the attic. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, a faint camphor scent wafted out. Sunlight streamed through a small skylight, illuminating the dancing dust particles. "The bed is over here," Aunt Zhao exclaimed excitedly as she rummaged through the clutter. "Oh, this nightstand is nice too. Look, the drawer slides perfectly." She patted the sturdy bed frame. "This mattress was replaced last year. It hasn't been used much." Jiang Wanling said, "Aunt, these furniture pieces still look new. Are you sure you don't want them?" Aunt Zhao waved her hand dismissively. No. They've been here for years, and I didn't want to throw them away. Since you need them, just take them." Jiang Wanling replied, "Then, Aunt, let me pay you for them. Consider it a purchase." Aunt Zhao repeatedly refused. "No money, no money. You helping me move them is already a big favor. Why would I need your money?" Then, with a twinkle in her eye, she smiled and said, "Xiao Jiang, if you really want to thank me, just bring me some vegetables tomorrow." Jiang Wanling agreed. "Sure. I'll pick 5 pounds of ripe vegetables from the field. Will that be enough?" Aunt Zhao was thrilled. "That's plenty.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Jiang, I must say, I really like your straightforwardness." Jiang Wanning was about to start taking apart the furniture when Aunt Zhao thought of calling someone for help. But then she quickly saw Jiang Wanning skillfully disassembling a solid wood bed into individual parts. Aunt Zhao gave Jiang Wanning a thumbs up and then walked around the attic, pulling out a set of blue curtains from a box. "Xiao Jiang, take these too. The color might not be great, but they block out light really well. I remember there are matching curtain hooks," she said, diving back into her search. By the time Jiang Wanning left Aunt Zhao's house, the back of her pickup truck was already half full. Aunt Zhao stood by the car and suddenly slapped her forehead. "Wait a minute." She rushed back inside and soon came out with 2 fluffy pillows. "Take these too. They're new, just opened and sun-dried." Jiang Wanning couldn't help but laugh. If someone didn't know better, they might think she was running a moving company. Just as she finished loading the car, Grandpa Zhang called, "Ning girl, come to my house quickly. I've got everything ready for you." When she arrived at Grandpa Zhang's house, she saw the yard filled with furniture. Not only were there the solid wood tables and chairs they had discussed, but also a small coffee table, a wardrobe, and even a well-maintained standing fan. "All of this?" Jiang Wanning asked in surprise. "Well, it just collects dust if left here," Grandpa Zhang said with a smile, his white beard twitching with joy. "I had my wife pull out everything we don't use anymore." He pointed to the wardrobe. "This was used by my son when he was little. I had a carpenter make it. It's very sturdy." When Jiang Wanning tried to pay, Grandpa Zhang reacted just like Aunt Zhao. In the end, she decided to thank them with some vegetables. Just as they were loading the furniture into the car, Aunt Lu rushed over, followed by her son-in-law, who was pushing a silver 2-door refrigerator. "Xiao Jiang, this fridge works great for cooling." Aunt Lu wiped her sweat. "Oh, and I found a microwave, too." Her son-in-law immediately lifted a well-packaged microwave from a small cart behind him. It was a gift with an appliance purchased last year. It's never been opened. Grandma Wang also joined in, carrying several large bags. "These are the 4-piece bedding set my daughter's workplace gave her. They've never been used. And this blanket is super warm for winter." Uncle Lee was even more dramatic, pushing a small cart piled high with pots and pans. "You can't live without these." He counted one by one. Rice cooker, frying pan, soup pot. All in good condition, just a bit old-fashioned. In the end, Jiang Wanning's pickup truck was packed to the brim. With each item she loaded, she expressed her gratitude repeatedly, while the elderly folks waved their hands, saying, "It's just sitting here. It's better to give it to someone in need. Take this thermos." Aunt Zhao handed her a brand new thermos. "These towels are new," Grandma Wang added. "This set of dishes is still unopened." Aunt Lu's son-in-law brought out another box from the car. When they reached the 5th house, Jiang Wanning noticed that even the back seat was filled with blankets and pillows. What touched her even more was that the elderly people were trying to provide her with all the daily necessities from their own lives. Aunt Zhang gave her a brand new set of toiletries. Grandpa Li offered slippers he brought back from a hotel during his travels, and even Grandma Chen, who lived at the end of the alley, gifted her a handmade grass mat. "I really can't fit anymore," Jiang Wanning said, looking at the nearly collapsing pickup truck, feeling both moved and helpless. "If I add more, I won't even have space for the driver's seat." Seeing that it was truly full, the elderly folks finally stopped. "Little Jiang, if it doesn't fit, you can come back tomorrow to pick it up. Don't be polite with me. I tell you, my son and daughter-in-law will be so happy to have these things go to good use." That's right. Those young people complain about things taking up space, and often say they want to throw them away. But throwing away such good items would be a shame. You're helping us too. Just as Jiang Wanning drove down the mountain, Grandma Lu arrived with Lu Hehua and her son. At that moment, Jiang Yue and Wu Guixiang had just finished tidying up their home and were about to start working when they saw Grandma Lu leading Lu Hehua and Lu Ping'an coming to the door. "Oh, dear, have you all started already? Am I late?" Grandma Lu exclaimed, slapping her thigh with a hint of urgency, quickly leading Lu Hehua and Lu Ping'an into the yard. Lu Hehua leaned on a cane, and the cast on her right leg stood out in the sunlight. However, her spirit was much better than a few days ago, with a determined look in her eyes. Lu Ping'an had recovered even faster. If it weren't for the bandage still on his head, it would be hard to believe he had suffered such serious injuries, with so many stitches and blood loss. "Hehua is here. Come, sit down, sit down." Jiang Yue smiled warmly and greeted, "How's your leg feeling?" "Much better," Lu Hehua replied, her voice a bit dry and slightly embarrassed. "Auntie, I came today to ask if there's any work that Ping'an and I can do." Used to hard times, even with an injury, she couldn't relax and take care of herself. But she also worried that asking for work would be a burden to others, which made her feel uneasy and a bit guilty. At that moment, Lu Ping'an chimed in cheerfully, "Annie, I'm strong and can help my mom with work." Seeing Lu Ping'an, who was in a similar situation to Chen Chen, Jiang Yue felt her heart soften. What a good child. She turned to the slightly nervous Lu Hehua, smiling gently, and said, "Hehua, let me tell you, we don't lack anything at home except work. Your leg isn't fully healed yet, but you can definitely help me pack the fruit. Manhwa and the others work too fast, and I often can't keep up. Annie, I can do this work." Lu Hehua's eyes lit up instantly. She leaned on her cane and walked eagerly, though a bit unsteadily, toward Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue patiently demonstrated to Lu Hehua, explaining every step in detail, from how to use protective foam to how to neatly arrange the fruit. Lu Hehua focused intently on learning. Although her movements were a bit slow at first, soon she could complete the packing process independently. After a few tries, her packing speed gradually caught up with Jiang Yue. Meanwhile, Lu Ping'an had planned to help his mom Lu Hehua with the fruit, but as he turned, his attention was drawn to Jiang Yichen, who was drying tea oil fruits nearby. The two boys, of similar age, exchanged glances. Jiang Yichen reacted first, smiling brightly as he lifted a full basket of tea oil fruits and handed it to Lu Ping'an, cheerfully saying, "Here you go." "Thank you, brother." Lu Ping'an replied happily, taking the basket carefully, with both hands. He then mimicked Jiang Yichen's actions, carefully spreading the tea oil fruits on a bamboo mat. His innocent words made everyone in the yard burst into laughter. Jiang Yue, smiling broadly, quickly corrected him. "Ping'an, you're older than Chen Chen. You're the big brother." Lu Ping'an's eyes lit up with joy as he straightened his back and proudly shouted, "I'm the big brother." He then imitated the adults and reached out to pat Jiang Yichen's head, saying, "Take care of your little brother." Instead of being upset, Jiang Yichen looked delighted, as if he had found a treasure, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother, Grandma, I have a brother now." He then took Lu Ping'an's hand and began to explain the scattered tea fruits on the ground, saying, "Brother, you have to spread them out like this, not pile them up. Do you know what these are? Sister said they are called tea fruits. When dried, they can be pressed for oil. The oil is very useful for cooking, making delicious dishes, and even snacks. Jiang Yichen spoke earnestly, like a little teacher. Lu Ping'an listened attentively, nodding his head occasionally, filled with admiration for Jiang Yichen, and kept agreeing. Yeah, little brother is amazing. The two children, one teaching enthusiastically and the other learning diligently, got along harmoniously. Jiang Yue watched the scene, feeling a warmth in her eyes. Since the twins started school, Jiang Yichen often played alone. Now he finally had a peer to play with, and it brought her great joy. Just as the yard was filled with warmth and activity, an old van slowly drove down a winding country road. The vehicle came to a steady stop, and a gray-haired elderly lady stepped out from the driver's seat. With a gentle gaze and a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Excuse me, is this Jiang Weining's home?" Before Jiang Yue could respond, sharp-eyed Jiang Yichen recognized her first. His face broke into a bright smile as he quickly ran towards the lady, cheerfully greeting her, "Director Mama." When he reached her, he turned back to Jiang Yue and happily introduced Grandma. "This is Director Mama. She takes care of many little friends. She is like a mother to them all." Hearing this, Jiang Yue quickly set aside her work, skillfully maneuvering her wheelchair to greet the lady warmly, saying, "You are the Director Zhou that Ning Ning talks about. Please come in and sit down. Ning Ning has gone to the town for some errands, but she'll be back soon." The director of the welfare home, Zhou Yuelon, had a warm smile on her face. After greeting Jiang Yue, she turned to the van and called out, "Xiao Yang, Xiao Jun, and Xiao Hong, we have arrived at your sister Zhang's house. Please get out of the car." The van door opened, and the three young people carefully helped each other down from the vehicle. Standing at the entrance, they looked noticeably nervous. Xiao Yang sat on a wheeled board, nervously pushing the wheels with his hands. Xiao Hong anxiously twisted the hem of her shirt, her head slightly bowed. Xiao Jun kept his head down, his empty sleeves gently swaying with his trembling arms. Despite this, they made an effort to lift their heads and politely, though shyly, called out to Jiang Yue, "Hello, Grandma." Actually, before they set off, Xiao Yang and the others were quite scared. If it weren't for their fear of burdening the director, they really didn't want to leave the welfare home. Even though they no longer had their own rooms there and had to squeeze into a small storage area, they worked hard every day without any pay. But in the welfare home, they were free from the disdainful and hateful looks, and they didn't have to endure either intentional or unintentional humiliation. "Don't be nervous," Director Zhou said, adjusting Xiao Hong's collar and patting Xiao Jun's shoulder. "Trust me, Sister Jiang is very nice. Just think of it as an experience. If you really can't adapt, we can come back." Xiao Jun instinctively looked at his empty sleeves and quietly said, "Director, maybe you should let Xiao Yang and Xiao Hong go instead. If I go, I'll only hold them back." His voice grew softer, and the last few words were almost whispered. Once they reach adulthood, they would be assigned to various factories to do tasks they could manage. The government would help connect them with companies that would hire them, as there were subsidies for employing people with disabilities. However, because he had no hands, he was always the one who got turned away. Xiao Yang said, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Jun. It's okay, I will take care of you." Xiao Hong silently tugged at Xiao Jun's sleeve to show her support. When they had prepared themselves mentally and got out of the car, they saw. "Here they come." An elderly lady in a wheelchair was the first to spot them and rolled over with a smile. Her smile was as warm as the winter sun, and her eyes were filled with kindness. Xiao Yang suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. He was used to people looking at his amputated leg first, followed by obvious pity or disdain. But this old lady's gaze met his eyes directly, as if his disability didn't exist at all. You are all good kids," Jiang Yue said softly, like a gentle breeze. "Come on, come inside." The three children stood awkwardly, unsure of where to put their hands and feet. Xiao Hong instinctively lowered her head, while Xiao Jun hid his empty sleeve behind him. "Chen Chen, go cut some fruit for your younger siblings," Jiang Yue said to Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen smiled at his three new friends and replied, "Okay, Grandma. I'll do it right now." He then called out to Lu Ping'an beside him, "Brother Ping'an, come help." Director Zhou Yuelon quickly waved her hand. "No need to trouble yourselves, we just came to visit." But Jiang Yichen had already pulled Lu Ping'an into the house. Wu Guixiang then brought out a few small stools and called out, "Director, kids, sit here. Standing is tiring." The three children carefully followed the director to the front and sat among the elderly ladies. Gradually, he noticed that the ladies' gazes held no familiar disdain or pity, only pure curiosity and kindness. An elderly lady with gray hair even gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Young man, you have a strong build. You must be very strong." "Ha ha ha, that's right. These three kids are very capable," Jiang Yue happily introduced. Ning Ning specially invited them to help. "Welcome, welcome." The elderly people put down their tasks and even started clapping. "We old folks are slow, and we really need some help." The applause sounded like thunder in the ears of the three children. Xiao Jun's eyes suddenly turned red, and he quickly lowered his head, afraid of being seen. When was the last time someone applauded for them? Probably during a performance at the welfare home, when they showcased their talents in front of other children with similar challenges. Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an soon brought out 2 large bowls of fruit platters, colorful fruits cut into neat pieces, giving off a tempting aroma. "Little Meng Meng, you guys should try this. It's all freshly picked this morning and tastes great," Jiang Yichen said, offering the platter to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong hesitated, afraid to reach out. She had only seen such exquisite fruit platters in supermarket displays. In the past, when she went to the city to look for a job, she stood outside a fancy fruit store, watching well-dressed customers pick out expensive imported fruits, while the watchful gaze of the staff made her hesitant to step inside. "Go ahead and eat," Lu Ping'an said with a cheerful smile, handing a plate to Xiao Hong. "It's really sweet." Xiaoyang and Xiaojun also received a plate of fruit each. The three of them carefully picked up a piece with toothpicks and put it in their mouths. The sweet juice burst in their mouths, and Xiao Hong's eyes lit up. This was the best fruit she had ever tasted. "How is it?" Jiang Yichen asked eagerly.
It's
good." For this job, Xiao Hong had brought along a precious hearing aid. It was a gift from the principal on her 18th birthday. Later, some bullies broke it. She fixed the outer plastic casing with tape, but when she wore it, there was a constant crackling noise, making it hard to hear conversations around her. So when Jiang Yichen's clear voice reached her ears, Xiao Hong instinctively replied softly. This was the first thing she said after getting off the bus. Her pronunciation was not very clear, but it was the best she could do. After speaking, she instinctively wanted to cover her mouth, afraid of drawing laughter or disdain from others. However, all she saw was genuine and friendly smiles. Principal Zhou looked at the three kids, who were shy yet satisfied, and felt a huge weight lift from her heart. She then relaxed and began to ask Jiang Yue about their farm. The more she listened, the more surprised she became. Over 300 acres of mountainous land, more than 100 acres of terraced fields, and a fish pond that was being expanded. The scale was far beyond her imagination. "Our Ningning has the kindest heart," Grandma Lu said while packing apples. "She doesn't mind us old folks and gives us work. Yes, the pay is fair and we even get overtime pay," Yen Sanchun added with a smile. "And the vegetables and fruits that Ningning grows are really delicious. People in the city are eager to buy them." Xiaoyang listened to the elders' conversation, but his gaze drifted to the work they were doing. He saw a few elderly people struggling to drag baskets filled with fruit from the corner, their movements noticeably slow. An inexplicable urge drove him to put down his plate of fruit and slide over on the wooden board. "Grandma, let me help you," he said, lifting one basket with one hand and pushing himself along the ground with the other. "Oh, thank you, young man," Grandma Lu exclaimed in surprise. "My old back really isn't what it used to be." Jiang Yichen wanted to help, but Zhou Yuelon stopped him, saying, "Let them take their time. There's no rush." Xiao Jun also went over, using his arm without a hand to help the elderly move the boxes sealed with tape. Xiao Hong quietly walked over to the grandmother applying tape and helped her. Jiang Yue and director Zhou exchanged a pleased glance as they watched. The elderly chatted continuously, but everyone's eyes subtly focused on the three children. They soon realized that, just as Jiang Yue said, the children were very capable. Although Xiaoyang didn't have legs, he used the wheels under his seat and worked without any issues, even being faster than the elderly due to his youth. Xiao Jun, despite not having fingers, was able to lift boxes, pack them, and even apply tape, doing just as well as anyone with normal hands. Xiao Hong often responded slowly due to her hearing issues, but this girl, Xiao Hong, is not only attentive but also caring, praised Grandma Lu, who was in charge of applying tape. When she saw I was falling behind, she came over to help me. When she noticed the packing was behind schedule, she ran to help with that too. Xiao Hong's ears turned slightly red, but this time she didn't shy away from the attention. She felt a long-lost sense of accomplishment swell in her chest. With the addition of Lu Hehua and Xiaoyang, the packaging team's speed increased significantly. When Jiang Guotian and others arrived with large baskets, they were surprised to find that all the previously piled-up fruits were already packed. The boxes were neatly stacked in the shipping area. "Ants, how did you finish so quickly today?" he asked, setting down his load and wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to these three kids," Grandma Lu said, pointing at Xiaoyang and the others. "Young people are just quicker than us old folks." Jiang Guotian looked at the three new faces, his gaze filled with genuine admiration. "Impressive. It seems we need to step up our game in picking fruits on the mountain so we don't fall behind your packaging team." Fei, driving a small pickup truck to deliver goods to the station below, saw that there were noticeably more boxes than usual and gave a thumbs up to Xiao Hong and the others. "Great job. With you all here, our daily shipping volume can really increase." Xiaoyang and the others couldn't help but blush, but the joy in their eyes shone brightly. For the first time, they felt that their imperfect bodies could be recognized, and they realized they could be seen as amazing by others. As noon approached, the sun grew hotter, but Jiang Wanning had not returned yet. Zhou Yulan occasionally glanced towards the village entrance, her eyes showing a hint of worry. Beside her, Xiaoyang, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Jun also began to feel uneasy. Zhou Yulan was considering whether to call Jiang Wanning to ask about the situation when Jiang Yichen's smartwatch suddenly rang, displaying a call from Jiang Wanning. He quickly answered, excitedly saying, "Sister, the director and three younger siblings have arrived." On the other end of the line, Jiang Wanning's voice came through clearly, "Chen Chen, I'm at Sister Jing Jing's place. Bring the director and the three younger siblings to find me." Hearing this, Zhang Yui immediately smiled and explained to Zhou Yulan, "Director Zhou, Jing Jing is a village official. Ning Ning said that until the staff dormitory is ready, the children should stay at the village committee courtyard for now. She probably bought the furniture and went there to set it up." Xiao Yang and the others were momentarily stunned. Furniture? Was it really for them? The happiness came so suddenly that they could hardly believe it. Maybe they were overthinking it. Grandma Zhang's furniture probably meant just a few beds to sleep on. But having a bed to sleep in was already wonderful. Thinking back to the days after leaving the orphanage, sometimes they didn't even have a bed. They had to make do with wooden boards on the cold floor or even sleep directly on the ground. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Xiao Yang and the others followed Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping and towards the village committee courtyard. When they arrived and saw a truck full of various furniture and appliances, everyone was stunned. "Is this all for us?" Xiao Yang's voice trembled with excitement, and his eyes began to well up. Jiang Wanning jumped down from the truck, brushed off the dust, and smiled. "Yes, it just arrived from the town." She pointed to the back of the truck, saying, "There are beds, wardrobes, tables, and chairs, plus a refrigerator, washing machine, and TV. All the basic living supplies are here. But they're all secondhand, so don't be picky. Once you move to the new dormitory, we'll get you new ones." No need to change. This is already great." Xiaoyang shook his head vigorously, his voice choked with emotion, barely able to form complete sentences. Beside him, Xiao Hong and Xiao Jun also had red eyes, excitedly nodding their heads. Tears swirled in their eyes, but they couldn't bear to let them fall, fearing that this beautiful moment would vanish like a bubble. "Come on, let me show you your new home," Jiang Wanning called out, turning to shout, "Chen Chen, Ping'an, come help carry things." Jiang Yichen jumped up and down with excitement, shouting, "Moving to a new house! Moving to a new house!" Lu Ping'an followed suit, puffing out his chest, "Moving to a new house! Moving to a new house!" Once Jiang Wanning untied the ropes on the car, the two boys quickly climbed onto the vehicle, one on top and one below, passing items back and forth. They were strong enough to manage without any help. The two rooms had already been cleaned early that morning. Sunlight streamed through the clean windows, and the floor even glimmered from being washed. "This room is for Xiao Hong," Jiang Wanning said, opening the door to the inner room. "The pink bed, wardrobe, and vanity are all for Xiao Hong." The two strong boys immediately obeyed and carried the furniture into the room. Then came the refrigerator, washing machine, television, and other appliances. Finally, after hanging the curtains, Xiao Hong's room was set up. Jiang Wanning took the little girl's hand and said, "Xiao Hong, you will live here from now on. How do you like it?" Xiao Hong was a bit stunned, her eyes fixed on the room in front of her. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, her eyes turning red. She trembled as she gestured a few times, and Xiao Jun quickly translated. "Xiao Hong says she never thought she could have her own room." Jiang Wanning replied, "This is just temporary. If you all work hard here with your sister, once our dormitory is built, I will give each of you your own single room." Xiao Hong stood in her room, gently running her fingers along the edge of the brand-new desk, her lips trembling slightly. Sunlight poured in through the newly changed curtains, casting warm spots of light on the wooden floor. She took a deep breath, turned to Jiang Wanning, and earnestly said, I will
Work hard."
Each word was spoken with determination, as if she wanted to engrave this resolve in her heart. Jiang Wanning gently patted her shoulder, saying, "What a good girl you are." She pointed upstairs. "Your room is above, where Sister Zhu is. If you need anything, you can ask her for help." Zhu Jingjing stepped forward and placed her hand on the little girl's shoulder. She looked at the little girl's hearing aid, which still had tape on it, and deliberately slowed her speech to make her mouth movements clearer. "Xiao Hong, don't call me Sister Zhu. Call me Sister Jingjing." She playfully winked. Sister Zhu sounds like pig sister, which is not nice at all.
Xiao Luged.
She nodded obediently, trying hard to mimic Zhu Jingjing's mouth movements. Jingjing sister. Although her pronunciation was still a bit awkward, it was much smoother than before. In the next room, after Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an arranged all the furniture, Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun began to tidy up their beds. Even though they shared a room, it exceeded their expectations. The two solid wood beds, each 1.5 meters wide, gave off a faint scent of pine. The matching desk and wardrobe had smooth paint, and there was even a vibrant green pothose plant on the windowsill, its lush leaves swaying gently in the breeze. "Is this really for us to live in?" Xiao Jun said, touching the soft mattress, his voice choked. His fingers carefully traced the fine stitches on the sheets, as if touching a fragile dream. Jiang Weining hung the keys strung on a rope around Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun's necks, joking, "Of course not. This is just a temporary room for you. When our dormitory is built, you will have to move." The two boys looked at the metal keys glinting in the sunlight, unable to stop smiling. Xiao Hong suddenly jumped into Zhou Yuelan's arms, her thin shoulders trembling. Although her cries were silent, the tears rolling down her cheeks said it all. Zhou Yuelan's eyes also turned red as she gently patted her back. "It's okay. It's a happy thing." Her voice was slightly choked as well. "Xiao Jiang, thank you so much," Zhou Yuelan said sincerely, turning around. Her gaze swept over the tidy, bright room and landed on the three children, full of gratitude. Jiang Weining waved her hand, speaking lightly. "Director Zhou, you're too polite. They are here to work, and this is just a benefit for our employees." She paused and smiled. "If we're talking about thanks, I should thank you." "Good. Reliable employees are hard to find. Zhou Yuelon thought of the other children who had left the welfare home. Her lips moved, but she finally just said, Xiao Jiang, I came in a hurry today and didn't help the kids pack. I'll take them back to gather their things, and they can officially start tomorrow, okay? Of course. Jiang Wanning happily agreed, her voice gentle yet firm. There's no rush to start working. Let's settle in first. Or I can send someone to pick them up tomorrow and help move things. Xiao Yang and the others quickly waved their hands in refusal. Sister Jiang, that's not necessary. We don't have much stuff. We can come over ourselves. At that moment, Wu Guixiang hurried over, still wearing an apron. Ning Ning, the food is ready. Everyone should come eat. If we don't eat soon, the dishes will get cold. Her loving gaze swept over the three young people. You kids have been busy all morning. You must be starving. Lunch was a simple meal prepared by Jiang Yu and Wu Guixiang. Although it wasn't as fancy as what Jiang Yichen would make, it was plentiful and satisfying, especially with homegrown ingredients, making it quite tasty. The sweet potato stew with beef was tender and flavorful, rich but not greasy. The stir-fried vegetables were bright green and fresh, carrying the scent of the fields. The golden scrambled eggs were fluffy and delicious, garnished with green onions. There was also a large pot of fragrant yam and pork rib soup, with a few goji berries floating on the creamy broth, making it very appetizing. Good thing I steamed an extra pot of rice, Wu Guixiang said, wiping her sweat and pointing to the steaming bamboo steamer on the stove. I also steamed some yam. Otherwise, we wouldn't have enough to eat. She shook her head with a smile. Chen Chen and Ping eat like they're in a competition. At the dining table, Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping indeed seemed to be competing, each taking bowl after bowl of rice. The two boys were sweating, and their cheeks were puffed up like little hamsters. If Jiang Wanning hadn't intervened, they would have surely overstuffed themselves. If you keep eating like this, I'll make you dig up yams for me this afternoon. Jiang Wanning pretended to be angry. Lu Ping said earnestly, Sister, I'll help you dig up yams. Jiang Yichen added, I'll go too. Jiang Wanning replied, All right, I'll take you to dig them up, but you can't leave until we have at least 2 baskets full. Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping both responded eagerly, Okay. Just as the 2 boys were about to continue eating, Jiang Wanning quickly took their chopsticks away and said, All right, once you're full, you can't eat anymore. Chen Chen, take Ping to feed the pets. With the 2 boys sent off, the dining table became much quieter. At first, Xiao Yang and the others were quite reserved, eating their rice slowly and carefully, even hesitant to take more vegetables. But under the persistent encouragement of the 2 elderly ladies, they gradually relaxed and began to eat more. Eat more. You're still growing. Jiang Yu insisted, adding 2 pieces of braised pork to Xiao Hong's small bowl. Wu Guixiang took the ribs out of the soup and piled them into the bowls of Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun. At the age of 18 or 19, when they can eat a lot, the 3 young people unknowingly finished several bowls. When Xiao Hong reached her second bowl, she suddenly realized something and shyly put down her chopsticks, but Jiang Yue handed her a steamed bun, saying, Why are you eating so little? You need to eat well to have the energy to work. Qian Wenhao and Li Jianming, regulars at the table, were also caught up in the lively atmosphere and ate more than usual. Qian Wenhao patted his round belly and exclaimed, I haven't eaten this full in a long time. Li Jianming slumped in his chair and happily burped, Looks like I can't eat any fruit after this meal. Sister, there's no rice left in the pot. We finished all the 8 treasure rice. Jiang Yichen suddenly ran over, looking frustrated. Xiao Yang and the others immediately became nervous, thinking they had eaten too much, with their chopsticks frozen in midair. Jiang Yue smiled and explained, Silly child, Grandma didn't make the 8 treasure rice for lunch, so you need to cook another pot for them.
Oh.
Jiang Yichen replied and ran off again. After the meal, Zhou Yuelon and Xiao Yang didn't linger and went straight back. The others, feeling full, moved to their lounge chairs to relax. The front and back doors were wide open and a cool mountain breeze flowed through, carrying the scent of grass and trees, making people feel sleepy. Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping lay directly on the bamboo mat, and soon light snores could be heard. Just as Qian Wenhao and Li Jiaming were about to fall asleep, Jiang Weining suddenly asked, "Uncle Li, Uncle Qian, how is the construction of my pig and chicken farm going?" "I was just about to discuss this with you." Li Jiaming sat up straight, rubbing his face to wake himself up. "Originally, we planned to set up a temporary site at the foot of the mountain for raising pigs and chickens, but this morning I consulted a friend who suggested we use that entire piece of land for the pig farm. That land is about 3 to 4 acres. Is that too big for just pigs?" Jiang Weining asked, surprised. "No," Li Jiaming explained slowly. "My friend said that if pigs have enough space to move around, the meat will taste better. The pigsty will only take up a small area, and the rest will be for free-range." Qian Wenhao's eyes lit up, and he interjected, "Free-range pigs. That pork will definitely be delicious." He couldn't imagine how good the pork from the free-range pigs raised by the Jiang family would taste when served at the table. If he didn't know that Jiang Wanning would definitely refuse, he would have wanted to buy the entire pig farm. Jiang Wanning was tempted by the thought of golden, shiny braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. She decisively said, "Then let's raise free-range pigs." "What about the chicken farm? Where should we build it?" "In the bamboo forest," Li Jiaming said without hesitation. "There are many benefits to raising chickens in a bamboo forest." He listed them. Chickens can eat the insects in the bamboo forest, reducing pests. Chicken manure can fertilize the soil and promote bamboo growth. Bamboo leaves have natural antibacterial properties, so the chickens are less likely to get sick. He adjusted his glasses. Most importantly, active chickens have firm meat, and their eggs are nutritious. Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up. She had originally planned to only dig bamboo shoots in winter and harvest tender shoots in spring in the 10 acres of bamboo forest on the back mountain. Now, raising chickens and increasing bamboo shoot production was a win-win situation. She could already envision the scene in spring when tender bamboo shoots broke through the soil and free-range chickens foraged leisurely among the bamboo. "That's settled," Jiang Wanning declared, tapping her fingers lightly on the table in rhythm. "Pigs at the foot of the mountain, chickens in the bamboo forest. Uncle Li, Uncle Qian, give me a timeline so I can order piglets and chicks." Li Jiaming relaxed in his chair and said slowly, "I suggest we start with the chickens. Building the chicken coop in the bamboo forest will be easy, just a day or 2 of work. As for the pig farm, I need to do some research first." Jiang Wanning tilted her head. "Is it very complicated? What do you think?" Li Jiaming shot her a look. "You can't just put up a simple shelter, can you?" He began counting on his fingers. "Do we need a sow house, a delivery room, a nursery, and a fattening house? Should we have an isolation room? Do we need a temperature control system and air quality monitoring system? We definitely need a waste management system, right?" These technical terms buzzed in her head like little bees, leaving Jiang Wanning confused. She instinctively blurted out, "How much will that cost?" Li Jiaming smiled mysteriously and held up a number with his hand. 50,000? Jiang Wanning asked tentatively. "Add another 0, Li Jiaming said calmly. Jiang Wanning gasped, nearly slipping off her chair. Her wide eyes were filled with shock. 500,000? "Don't think it's too expensive," Li Jiaming closed his notebook and said earnestly, "Building this pig farm won't be done in a day or 2. Everything needs to be done properly, so it will be easier to manage later." Right, Uncle Li, you're absolutely right." Jiang Wanning jumped up and then walked towards the door. Qian Wenhao was leisurely picking his teeth when he called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Jiang Weining had already rushed into the yard and turned back to cry out, "To make money." There was a hint of sadness in her voice. Zhou Yuelan returned to the orphanage with 3 children. "Mommy director, can we really stay there forever?" Little Hong suddenly signed with her hands, her eyes sparkling in the sunlight. Zhou Yuelan paused and gently held Little Hong's hand. "Of course you can, as long as you work hard." She turned to the 3 children, her voice gentle yet firm. "The Jiang family is very kind. You should cherish this opportunity." Little June touched his incomplete arms and quietly asked, "They won't dislike us, will they?" "Silly child." Zhou Yuelan ruffled his hair. "You saw how much those grandpas and grandmas liked you today. Sister Jiang even prepared new rooms for you." The three of them were assigned to a room in the far corner on the first floor. When they opened the door, they saw several iron-frame beds neatly arranged, each with a small cabinet beside it. This was the dormitory for the older children at the orphanage. Although simple, it was kept very clean. Little Yang's bed was at the very back. He quickly pulled out an old suitcase from under the bed and began to pack his few clothes. 2 sets of clean clothes, a winter coat, and a new towel given by the orphanage last year. "I'll help you." Little June came over and used his one arm to help Little Yang fold his clothes. Though his movements were a bit clumsy, he was very serious about it. In the next room, Little Hong had already packed her small bundle. She knelt on the floor, carefully reaching under the bed to pull out a small iron box containing her treasured items, a jade pendant on a red string and an old, yellowed photo with her birth date written on it. These were the things she had when she was left at the orphanage. Zhou Yuelon stood at the door, watching the busy figures of the 3 children, her eyes feeling a bit warm. She remembered when Little Yang first arrived, he would hide in the corner and not speak. Little June, because of his disability, was often teased by the other children. Little Hong had even more difficulty because she couldn't hear, making basic communication hard. "Mommy Director, I'm ready." Little Yang's voice interrupted her thoughts. The boy patted his suitcase, his face showing undeniable excitement. Zhou Yuelon walked over to check and found the children's luggage heartbreakingly simple. Each had a blanket, a few pieces of clothing, and some toiletries, which was all they owned. "Are we leaving today? Do you want to stay another day?" she asked softly. The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. Xiaoyang looked up at Zhou Yuelon, a smile on his face. "Mom Director, I heard from Sister Feifei that the work of weighing and packaging is quite busy now. If we go back early, we can help out more." His voice was soft but very serious. They all knew that according to the orphanage's rules, they should have left at their age. It was Mom Director who, under pressure, allowed them to stay a bit longer. If someone reported them, Mom Director would surely face punishment. Xiao Jun packed his bag carefully and added seriously, "Mom Director, when we have a break, we will come back to see you and the younger siblings." Xiao Hong stood beside them, nodding vigorously, her lips moving as she tried to say, "Come back
to see you."
Zhou Yuelon's eyes instantly turned red. She reached out to touch Xiao Hong's hair, her voice trembling a little. "Xiao Hong, if you can, please try to wear your hearing aid and talk more. Not everyone knows sign language, okay?" Xiao Hong bit her lip and nodded earnestly. She then turned to Xiao Jun. "If you are bullied, don't hold it in. You can tell Sister Xiao Jiang or Mom Director, understand?" Xiao Jun quietly replied, his eyes starting to redden. Finally, she crouched down to look Xiao Yang in the eye. "And you need to go to the hospital for your leg checkups every month. Don't skip them just to save money. Mom Director will check." Xiao Yang grinned and patted his thigh. "Got it, I'll remember." A gentle breeze blew, making the hem of Zhou Yuelon's clothes sway lightly. She suddenly turned around, pretending to adjust her collar, took a deep breath, and then turned back, her voice a bit hoarse. "Remember, if you really can't stay anymore, come back. Don't hold it in. This place." Her throat caught. "This place will always be your home." The 3 heads nodded at the same time, the sunlight reflecting on their young faces, showing a mix of reluctance and anticipation. "Take care of each other out there." She couldn't help but remind them again, "If you have any difficulties, speak up in time."
"Got it."
Xiao Yang interrupted her with a smile, his tone cheerful. "Mom Director, you've said it several times already. You little rascal, are you saying Mom Director is nagging?" Zhou Yuelon laughed, but as she laughed, tears began to well up in her eyes. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes and was about to suggest sending them back when Xiao Yang spoke up first. "Director Mom, we can take the bus back ourselves. Don't worry, we can do it." Xiao Jun, carrying his luggage, followed. "Yes, I asked the grandmas, and we can take the bus to the town station and then transfer to the bus up the mountain. It only costs 15 yuan. Xiao Hong stood between them, awkward yet determined, gesturing. "Director Mom, we will be fine." At the gate, Zhou Yuelon stood still, watching the 3 children walk towards the nearby bus station. Xiao Yang's chair wheels squeaked. Xiao Jun helped Xiao Hong carry her bag with his arm, and Xiao Hong occasionally turned back to wave at her. In the end, she did not run after them. The noon sun beat down on the concrete ground at the bus station. After using the restroom, Hu Mingwei was about to return to the bus when he spotted the familiar figure of Husan, who was standing with his hands on his hips, shouting at the 3 children. We asked around, and it only costs 15 yuan to get to Wangshan village. The boy without legs moved his small stool forward, sweat dripping down his face. To Wangshan village, it's 50. If you don't have money, stay aside. Husan rudely pushed the boy with the disabled arm, causing him to stumble back 2 steps. Hu Mingwei squinted and rushed over, catching the boy before he fell. Husan, bullying kids in broad daylight. Do you have no shame? He waved his phone. Do you believe I'll video call your mom right now? Let her see how successful her son is. Husan immediately lost his bravado. He feared his mother, who would chase him down the street with a rolling pin. Mind your own business. Husan spat and walked away, kicking a small stone as he left. Hu Mingwei turned to the 3 children, unconsciously softening his tone. You want to go to Wangshan village? Seeing them nod timidly, he patted the bus door. 15 yuan. Are you going or not? Yes. The children's eyes lit up, as if filled with midday sunshine. The bus had air conditioning, and the cool breeze chased away the heat. Through the rear-view mirror, Hu Mingwei saw the 3 children sitting upright in the back. We're in Wangshan village. Xiao Yang replied, at the end of the village. The bus goes into the village and stops at the end. The end of the village? He asked casually. You're not looking for Boss Jiang, are you? Uncle, is it Boss Jiang? Xiao Yang leaned forward excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Is it Sister Jiang Wanning?
Wow.
Hu Mingwei smiled and turned the steering wheel to drive up the mountain road. Is there another Boss Jiang in Wangshan village? Xiao Yang replied, Uncle, do you know Sister Jiang too? Hu Mingwei said, not just know her. Ever since they had some tomatoes from her family, they had all become loyal fans of Boss Jiang, especially his pregnant wife. He glanced at the 3 children's bulging luggage in the rearview mirror and asked, Are you relatives of Boss Jiang? We're going to work for Sister Jiang, Xiao Jun answered quietly. Hu Mingwei's hand shook on the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve slightly on the country road. The 3 kids, except for the little girl who seemed healthy, didn't look like they could work at all. Working for Boss Jiang is great. He pretended to be envious, raising his voice without realizing it. Not to mention, her fruits and vegetables are plentiful, right? He then expressed some frustration. The fruits and vegetables from Boss Jiang are delicious, but they're so hard to get. Picking them feels like a battle every day. The kids laughed at his exaggerated tone, and the atmosphere in the car became relaxed. Hearing that Sister Jiang's fruits and vegetables were popular, the 3 felt proud. Yes, everything from Sister Jiang is really tasty. Hu Mingwei asked, when you work for Boss Jiang, will there be any employee benefits? If there are, you have to help your uncle out. The little one replied seriously, it's not good to take shortcuts. Other customers might get upset. Hey, you little guy, looks like you've learned about employee ethics. Hu Mingwei joked, and before they knew it, they arrived at Jiang's house. He turned off the engine and, almost without thinking, got out of the car. Let me help you with your luggage. Since they were there, it would be a shame not to take something back. The loud sound of the oil press suddenly stopped. Jiang Wanning looked at the liquid flowing out and smiled. It's done. She looked up and saw Hu Mingwei leading Xiao Yang and the others into the yard, raising an eyebrow. Why did you all come together? Hu Mingwei explained everything about the car situation. When he mentioned that Husan wanted 50 yuan, Jiang Feifei frowned in anger. Was it a black car? She quickly walked over to the 3 children and carefully examined their faces. Were you scared? Remember to take proper transportation next time, either a taxi or a ride-hailing service, so you have a way to complain if something happens. After speaking, she remembered that the 3 kids didn't have phones, so she said, next time, tell your sister where to go, and I'll drive you. Before the 3 could refuse, Jiang Feifei smiled and added, don't be polite. Anyway, our boss will cover the gas. Jiang Wanning nodded with a smile and told the 3 kids, go inside and rest for a bit. It's not time to start working yet. She turned to Hu Mingwei and said, thank you for today. Hu Mingwei rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Boss Jiang, could you sell me some vegetables? My wife is pregnant and really craves what you grow. Chun Chun, Ping'an. Jiang Wanning called into the house, go pick. Jiang's sister. Xiao Hong suddenly stepped forward. Her cheeks flushed. I will go pick. She tried to pronounce each word clearly. I have picked before. Xiao Yang quickly explained. When we were at the welfare home, we grew our own vegetables. So we know how to plant and harvest. Jiang Wanning smiled and gently touched the girl's slightly dry hair. Then it will be hard work for Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong waved her hands and grabbed a basket, running to the backyard with the lightness of a little deer. Hu Mingwei's attention was drawn to the oil press in the center of the yard. Boss Jiang, are you going to press oil yourself? Yes. Jiang Wanning patted the machine. We'll try pressing the tea seeds we collected from the mountain. This oil. Hu Mingwei's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. Will you sell it? Jiang Wanning replied, we'll see if there's any extra. Hu Mingwei calculated in his mind. Tea seed oil in the supermarket costs over 100 per pound, and he feared he couldn't afford the oil from Jiang's family. So he swallowed hard and didn't dare to ask again. Before long, Xiao Hong returned with a basket full of vegetables. Fresh green vegetables and lettuce, round and cute cherry radishes, and the most eye-catching were the bright green cucumber and 2 red tomatoes, glistening enticingly in the sunlight. Can we eat the tomatoes and cucumbers now? Hu Mingwei's voice changed in excitement. Will they be sold in the group too? Just wait a week. Jiang Wanning smiled. The quantity is still small. Hu Mingwei suddenly felt that the basket of vegetables in his hands was a treasure. Thinking about the friends in the group who were eagerly waiting for 7 days to taste the tomatoes and cucumbers, he wished he could fly home immediately to show off to his wife and mother. After sending Hu Mingwei off, Jiang Wanning turned around and found that Xiao Yang and the others had already started working on their own. Xiao Jun was weighing, Xiao Yang was packing, and Xiao Hong was sealing with tape, working together seamlessly. Hey, didn't I say to let you rest? It's not time to start working yet. Jiang Wanning exclaimed with a mix of laughter and frustration. Xiao Yang smiled shyly, continuing his work. Sister Jiang, since we have some free time, why not? He quickly sealed a box and turned to lift another one. Jiang Wanning put on a serious face and said, this is the last time. From now on, you should start working at the right time, understand? Just then, Lu Ape helped Lu Hahua into the yard, both moving slowly. Lu Hahua had sweat on her forehead but kept glancing into the house. Ning Ning, where's Ping'an? He hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Jiang Wanning replied, trouble? Ping'an is very obedient. Lu Hahua hesitated for a moment and said, Ning Ning, my foot is still a bit uncomfortable for walking, but it's mostly healed. So, I want to come to work. Is that okay? Jiang Wanning cheerfully responded, sure. But Aunt Hihua, your leg isn't fully healed yet, so for now you can help the older ladies with weighing and packaging at 150 a day. Ping'an can help Chin Chun with odd jobs at 300 a day. How does that sound? To avoid calling Ping and her uncle, she quickly changed Lu Hua's title to Aunt Hihua. As for Lu Ape, they would just have to keep it separate. 300? Lu Hua sat up straight, nearly slipping off her chair. That's too much. Ping'an doesn't need to earn that much. After all, when she used to take Ping'an to work, he never received any payment for his help. He deserves it, Jiang Wanning interrupted. Ping'an is strong and works hard. I feel like I'm the one getting a good deal at 300. Lu Hua's hands trembled slightly, and her eyes turned red. She opened her mouth but could only choke out a thank you. Jiang Wanning added, but this is just temporary. Once your leg is better, I want you and Ping'an to manage either the pig farm or the fish pond. You can choose. Managing a pig farm or a fish pond is definitely more promising than weighing and packing, but Lu Hua was a bit worried. But I've never raised pigs or fish. Can I really do it? Jiang Wanning encouraged her. If you've never done it, just learn. Why do you think you can't? Lu Hua instantly became determined. Ping'an and I will raise pigs. We can definitely do it. After arranging for Lu Hua and her son, Jiang Wanning turned to Xiao Yang and the others. noticing they were staring at her, their movements slowing down. Jiang Wanning asked, "Have you thought about doing that kind of work?" The three shook their heads nervously. Xiaoyang gathered his courage and said, "Sister Jiang, we don't have much work experience, and we don't know a lot. But we are willing to learn. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do it." Xiao Jun and Xiao Hong nodded in agreement. Jiang Wanning had already thought about their roles, so without hesitation, she said, "Xiao Jun, Xiao Yang, you'll be in charge of raising chickens in the bamboo forest. The internship salary is 6,000 a month. Once you are skilled at chicken raising, I will increase your pay." The two boys widened their eyes and trembled with excitement. "Okay, we will listen to Sister Jiang. 6,000 a month is more than what they earned in 2 months at the factory." Jiang Wanning continued, "Tomorrow, I will take you to the chicken farm to buy chicks and learn about raising chickens. Sister Jiang, we will study hard," Xiao Yang said, his voice shaking, causing the stool to wobble. Xiao Hong felt anxious, as Jiang Wanning had not mentioned her yet. Beside her, Jiang Fei smiled and poked her forehead, saying, "Don't worry, your sister Jiang has already arranged something for you." The young girl stood quietly to the side, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes sparkling as she occasionally glanced at the group deep in discussion. "Xiao Hong," Jiang Wanning turned to her and softened her voice, "Your director's mother said you have self-studied accounting. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong relaxed her tense shoulders, her cheeks turning slightly red as she nodded gently. "Yes. I've studied a little." Her voice was soft, like a feather brushing the water's surface, with a slight tremor. Jiang Wanning smiled even more. "Then you'll follow your sister Fei and be responsible for financial statistics and customer service." She pointed to Jiang Fei, who was busy compiling shipping data for the store. "If you have any questions, just ask your sister Fei. She will help you." Xiao Hong's eyes brightened instantly, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. But then, her movements suddenly froze, as if she had hit a pause button. Her hand instinctively reached for the hearing aid on her ear, and her face turned pale. "What's wrong?" Jiang Wanning asked with concern. Xiao Hong quickly gestured with her hands, her movements frantic and disordered, like a startled bird flapping its wings. Xiao Yang hurriedly translated. She said she can't hear well and doesn't speak much, afraid it will affect her work. Jiang Wanning squatted down to meet Xiao Hong's gaze. The sparse bangs fell across the little girl's forehead, casting dappled shadows on her face. "Xiao Hong," Jiang Wanning's voice was soft but very firm. "Director Zhou told me that you can hear when you wear the hearing aid. If you can't hear clearly now, it must be that the hearing aid isn't good enough. Let's work hard to get a better one." She gently held Xiao Hong's slightly trembling hand. "If you find it hard to speak, then practice more. If one try doesn't work, then try twice. If 2 tries don't work, then try 10 times. Now tell me, do you want to do this job well? Can you do this job well?" She brought them in not only because they truly needed help, but also because she genuinely wanted to assist them in any way she could. They were only 18 or 19 years old. The future is long. They can't just rely on hard work. A tear fell with a plop on the concrete floor, creating a small circle. Xiao Hong took a deep breath, raised her head, and said slowly, "Sister Jiang, I will definitely learn and do this job well." Each word was pronounced with great seriousness, as if making a solemn promise.
Good student.
Jiang Fei suddenly hugged Xiao Hong's shoulders from behind, smiling and shaking her. "Come on, call me master, and let me hear it." Xiao Hong's face turned bright red, but she obediently and softly called out, "Master."
Oh my.
Jiang Wanning couldn't help but laugh. "Now that you've called her master, aren't you going to give her a red envelope?" Xiao Hong quickly waved her hands, anxious, and trying to gesture. But Jiang Fei was already rummaging through her pockets in a fluster. "Wait, Master will." Her movements suddenly froze, and she blinked awkwardly. After turning her 3 pockets inside out, she only found half a pack of tissues and a rubber band. After all, who carries cash these days? And the little girl didn't even have a phone. Jiang Fei pouted and placed her hands on her hips. "Humph. I will make sure to give my student a red envelope tomorrow." Not only that, but she also needed to buy her a new phone. How could her student not even have a phone? Xiao Hong laughed, tears still on her eyelashes, but the corners of her mouth were lifting. The sunlight shone on her face, making her tear-streaked smile shine even brighter. At that moment, the two young men who had been watching bears camping out in the room appeared behind Jiang Wanning, each carrying a large basket. Jiang Wanning was startled, wondering what they were up to. Sister, Jiang Yichen, with his big eyes, asked in confusion, "Didn't you say to punish us by digging for yams?" "We are ready." Lu Ping'an nodded vigorously beside her and stammered, "Help sister dig for yams." Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. She remembered her offhand joke at the dinner table and didn't expect the two silly boys to take it seriously. She shook her head, both amused and exasperated. "Digging for yams is tiring. Are you sure you want to go?" "Not tiring." Lu Ping'an patted his chest, his serious expression evident on his dark face. Lu Hehua, smiling, explained, "Ningning, just let Ping'an go. He's very strong. When he worked at the construction site, he didn't mind digging and filling dirt. He treated it like a game. Digging for yams is hard work, but isn't moving bricks all day at a construction site tough too?" Seeing Lu Ping'an so enthusiastic, Zhang Yichen also chimed in, "I'm not tired either." He didn't want to be outdone. Not wanting to discourage the eager boys, Jiang Wanqing immediately stood up to get the tools for digging yams from the storage room, a shovel, small, and gloves. The shovel was for digging, the for clearing weeds and stones, and the small for cleaning the soil around the yams. The gloves were to protect their hands from thorns or debris in the soil. The autumn sun filtered through the leaves, shining on the hillside as Jiang Wanqing carried the in front, with Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an trailing behind like little tails, each holding a shovel and carrying a large bamboo basket on their backs. "Today I'll teach you how to dig for yams and kudzu." Jiang Wanqing stopped in a dense vine area. "Both of these are great. They can be sold and eaten." She squatted down, clearing away fallen leaves to reveal some long vine stems. "Look, this is the yam vine. Be careful when digging. Follow the vine to find the root, then." She gently swung and as the soil flew, a thick yam gradually appeared.
Wow.
Jiang Yichen's eyes widened, reaching out to grab it. "Don't rush." Jiang Wanqing swatted his hand away. "Yams are fragile and can break easily. Dig slowly and clear the surrounding soil." Wild yams grow deep, and Jiang Wanqing dug over a meter deep before finally pulling out a whole yam. After getting one, she continued to dig with the small in the same hole and quickly unearthed another. Lu Ping'an was particularly focused, watching Jiang Wanqing's movements intently. After she finished demonstrating, he eagerly jumped in to try. He mimicked Jiang Wanqing, first using the shovel to remove the top layer of soil, then carefully using the small to clear the dirt around the yam. The hands that had developed calluses on the construction site were now gentle, as if handling a treasure. "Look, sister." Soon, Lu Ping'an lifted a whole yam, his face speckled with dirt, smiling like a child who had just received a certificate. "Ping'an is amazing." Jiang Wanning's praise made the boys' ears turn red. "You dug this yam better than I did." Chen found one too. Jiang Yichen, not wanting to be outdone, pulled a large yam from the ground, still covered in fresh soil. Jiang Wanning continued her compliments. "Chen is great. Yours is the biggest." Only then did Jiang Yichen smile with satisfaction and keep using his little shovel. The two boys were really strong. Digging was as easy for them as cutting tofu. If Jiang Wanning weren't even more impressive than they were, she would have been amazed by their speed. So, Jiang Wanning squatted above them, praising one and then the other, using different words each time. Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an were like they had been energized, digging away in the pit over a meter deep. Before long, a small pile of yams had formed in the hole, probably around 20 or 30 in total. "Let's go find some kudzu root." She waved her hand. "That's worth even more." Seeing that the two had mastered the yam digging technique, Jiang Wanning led them to find kudzu root. "Kudzu root is easier to recognize," she said, pointing to another patch of vines. "The leaves are bigger, and it has purple flowers. Dig a little deeper. Its roots grow deep. After demonstrating, the two strong boys eagerly got to work. With a friendly competition, they dug for kudzu root just as quickly as they had for yams. Watching the two boys, so full of energy, made Jiang Wanning smile. She took out her phone and received a call from Li Jiaming about discussing the details of the chicken coop construction. Chun Chun, Ping'an, she squatted down to be at their level. I'm going down the mountain to talk about some things. Can you keep digging for yams and kudzu root here? Jiang Yichen immediately straightened up, his little face serious. Sister, don't worry. We can do it. He patted his chest, leaving a muddy handprint on his clothes. Lu Ping'an nodded vigorously, stuttering but serious. We will dig a lot. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but smile, reaching out to ruffle their fluffy heads. Okay, I'm heading down the mountain now. Remember, if you get tired, take a break and call me anytime if you need anything. She took out 2 large thermoses from her backpack and put them into their basket.
Got it.
The 2 strong young men replied in unison, their voices echoing through the forest. Jiang Wanning placed the bundled yam and kudzu into the basket and looked up the mountain. 2 figures appeared and disappeared among the trees, and she could still hear their digging sounds. She smiled and shook her head, then turned to walk down the mountain. Li Jiaming was already waiting in the yard. When he saw Jiang Wanning return, he waved, "Let's go check the bamboo forest." "Wait a moment, I'll bring 2 people." Jiang Wanning called to Xiaoyang and Xiaojun. "Xiaoyang, Xiaojun, let's go to the bamboo forest." Li Jiaming glanced at the 2 but hesitated to speak. Xiaojun was fine. At least he could walk normally. But Xiaoyang's legs. Using a wheeled stool, he could manage on flat ground, but how would he get up in the bamboo forest? Jiang Wanning noticed the concern in Li Jiaming's eyes and smiled at Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, can you do it?" Xiaoyang grinned and demonstrated with his hands on the stool. "Sister Jiang, I can do it." Xiaojun chimed in. "Xiaoyang is amazing. He can even climb mountains, and he's just as fast as us."
Wow.
Li Jiaming exclaimed, his eyes wide. This young man is impressive. In the bamboo forest, the ground was covered with fallen bamboo leaves, making a rustling sound as everyone stepped on them. Xiaoyang's arm muscles tensed as he kept up with the group without any hesitation. "This bamboo forest has of about 15 degrees and good natural drainage," Li Jiaming said, looking at the design plan. He suddenly turned to Xiaoyang. "Young man, where do you think the chicken coop should be built?" Xiaoyang paused, then moved to a slightly open area, supporting himself on the stool. "It's sheltered here, the ground is dry, and the bamboo spacing is good." He pointed to a nearby stream. "It's also close to the water source." "Very good." Qian Wenhao's eyes lit up, genuinely impressed. Xiaoyang shyly nodded. "I worked at a chicken farm for a few months and read some books on this, but I'm not sure if it's right." Jiang Wanning was aware of this too. The director had thoroughly explained the work experience and strengths and weaknesses of the 3 of them to her. This was also why she entrusted the chicken-raising task to them. Absolutely correct. "In my design, the chicken coop will be in that spot." Li Jiaming marked it on the blueprint and then asked, "What ideas do you have for the feeding area?" This time, Xiaoyang didn't speak but looked encouragingly at Xiaojun. Xiaojun felt a bit nervous and swallowed hard, saying, "Can we spread out the feeding troughs and hang them on bamboo at different heights? The chickens will have to jump around to eat, which will make their meat firmer." "Good idea." Li Jiaming clapped his hands in approval. That's the essence of active feeding. Encouraged, Xiaojun raised his arm and pointed to the west, saying, "Over there, the bamboo is sparse. Can we set up a sand bath area? Chickens love to bathe in sand, and it helps get rid of parasites." Jiang Wanning watched the 2 young men talk enthusiastically, and a smile appeared on her face. The 5 of them ventured deeper into the bamboo forest, and Xiaoyang's small stool left shallow marks on the ground covered with bamboo leaves. When they encountered a steep, he pushed off with his hands and easily leaped up using the bamboo pole, moving more smoothly than Li Jiaming, who was using a cane. "Young man, you have great skills," Li Jiaming said, catching up while catching his breath. "I couldn't do what you just did when I was your age." Xiaoyang scratched his head shyly, saying, "I practiced that while trying to grab food at the orphanage." His joke made everyone feel a bit emotional. Looking down from a height, Li Jiaming turned to Jiang Wanning and said, I suggest using a large group, small unit feeding model, dividing the 10 acres of bamboo forest into 5 grazing areas. 2 acres for each unit? Jiang Wanning asked, confused, as it was her first time raising chickens. Exactly. Li Jiaming drew squares on the blueprint and patiently explained, each unit will be surrounded by a 1.8-meter high nylon net with mesh openings no larger than 5 centimeters, preventing the chickens from escaping while allowing for ventilation. The chicken coop should be elevated 60 centimeters off the ground. It will use a lightweight steel structure with a roof made of colored steel plates, sloping at 30 degrees for drainage. He calculated and noted in his notebook, the stocking density should not exceed 8 chickens per square meter, so for 2,000 chickens, we need about 250 square meters of coop space. Divided into 5 units, each unit will be 50 square meters. Inside, we need to set up perches, with at least 25 centimeters of space for each chicken. Jiang Wanning asked curiously, how will we arrange the drinking water? With just one small stream, the grazing areas will vary in distance. If all the water is concentrated in one place, won't that defeat the purpose of the grazing areas? An automatic drinking line combined with a natural water source, Li Jiaming explained. Each unit will have 3 PVC drinking pipes, and we will also keep 2 to 3 shallow water pits in the low areas of the bamboo forest for the chickens to bathe. Uncle Li, should we also plan for a quarantine area? Xiaoyang raised his hand to ask. Jiang Wanning gave him an appreciative look upon hearing his words. Although she had never raised chickens, she had heard of bird flu and similar issues. Li Jiaming nodded. I have thought about this. We should set up disinfection pools at the entrance of each unit and dig a 30-centimeter deep trench around the netting to prevent rodents. Additionally, we should reserve 10% of the area for isolation to observe new chicken flocks. Regarding disease prevention, he adjusted his glasses and continued, I suggest we use a full-in, full-out system. After each batch of chickens is sold, the area should rest for at least 20 days and be fully disinfected with quicklime. Jiang Wanning suddenly thought of a question. How do we handle the waste? This is the clever part of raising chickens in bamboo forests, Li Jiaming smiled. We can directly return the chicken manure to the forest. We only need to lightly till the soil with a rotary tiller during grazing breaks. Furthermore, he pointed to the west side of the planning map, we should build a 50-square-meter compost area to ferment the cleaned bedding into organic fertilizer. The 3 of them walked to the edge of the bamboo forest, and Li Jiaming suddenly clapped his hands. I almost forgot the most important point. He drew several triangles on the blueprint. Each unit should have 3 to 4 shade shelters made with thatch or bamboo leaves to provide shade and resting places for the chickens. The 4 of them inspected the bamboo forest, and the chicken farm planning scheme was taking shape: 5 grazing areas, an automatic watering system, and a disease prevention system. Xiao Jun also contributed a clever idea, tying straw bundles to the bamboo to create aerial perches. This design is fantastic. Li Jiaming patted Xiaoyang and Xiao Jun on the shoulders. I have high hopes for you too. I'll be counting on you for the chickens on my table in the future. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Xiaoyang and Xiao Jun stood in the center of the bamboo forest, sweat dripping from their chins, but their eyes sparkled with excitement. When Jiang Wanning returned from the bamboo forest, she happened to run into Jiang Guitian and others who were helping to load the packaged boxes onto the truck. Xiaoyang and Xiao Jun immediately stepped in to help, without saying a word. Hey, no need. Jiang Guitian quickly waved his hand. There are only a few boxes left, and we can manage it soon. Xiao Jun smiled and said nothing as he lifted a cardboard box and placed it steadily in the truck bed. Xiaoyang supported a stool and efficiently handed the boxes from the ground one by one.
Hey.
Jiang Guitian's eyes lit up. This young man is impressive. This strength is much better than my lazy son. Jiang Qingtian nearby gave a thumbs up. Xiaoyang and Xiao Jun felt their ears heat up from the compliments. By the end of the day, they had received more praise than in the past several years combined. In the past, when working at the factory, the foreman would either complain about their slowness or how they got in the way, unlike now. Time to wrap up. Jiang Wanning walked over, pretending to be serious. Xiao Yang, Xiao Jun, Xiao Hong, hurry back and pack your bags. You officially start work tomorrow. Xiao Yang scratched his head. Sister Jiang, it's still early. Still early? Jiang Wanning interrupted him, smiling. Today doesn't count as pay. If you work more, I'll feel guilty. The three kids couldn't help but smile, knowing that Sister Jiang meant well, and they obediently returned to their place with their luggage. Watching them leave, Jiang Wanning said to Jiang Fei, who was fastening her seatbelt, when you buy a phone, get 2 extra, plus a smartwatch. Jiang Fei glanced at her. How did you know I was going to buy a phone? Oh. Jiang Wanning raised an eyebrow. So are you buying it or not? Buying. Jiang Fei started the car, a smile on her face. What price range? Nothing too expensive, Jiang Wanning replied, looking at the 3 figures walking away so they won't feel burdened. Jiang Fei gave an okay sign. Got it. Uncle! Uncle! The twins shouted as soon as they entered, not even putting down their backpacks. Jiang Wanning looked up from the oil press. Stop shouting. Your uncle went up the mountain with Uncle Ping and to dig for yams. Jiang Mutong pouted, crossing her short arms. Uncle is mean. He didn't wait for us. She stomped her feet in frustration. I decide to be mad at Uncle for 100 seconds. Jiang Wanning wiped her hands and came out, squatting down to tap her daughter's nose. But you don't take Uncle to school either. If Uncle were as petty as you, wouldn't he be mad at you? Jiang Mutong blinked, her little face falling. Mom. She rushed into Jiang Wanning's arms, snuggling. I'm sorry. I won't be mad at Uncle anymore. Mom. Jiang Muxian tugged at Jiang Wanning's shirt, his eyes sparkling. Can we go to the foot of the mountain to pick wild fruits? I promise we won't go up the mountain. Really? Jiang Mutong immediately jumped up from her mom's arms, holding up 3 little fingers. We'll just pick at the edge. Jiang Wanning pretended to think, watching the 2 little ones hold their breath in excitement, and finally relented. All right, take San Bao and Wu Bao with you. San Bao and Wu Bao are 2 mixed-breed dogs, the least injured among the 8 dogs. With her occasional nurturing energy, she can now move freely.
Yay!
Jiang Mudong jumped up 3 feet high. Can San Bao and Wu Bao go out now? Suddenly, she thought of something, her eyes wide open. Does that mean we can take them to pick fruits every day? When she received a nod of approval from her mom, the 2 little ones dashed like little rockets to where the dogs were resting. Before long, Jiang Mushuan came back holding the majestic San Bao, while Jiang Mudong pulled along the adorable Wu Bao, both looking proud and confident. Mom, look. Jiang Mudong proudly raised the dog leash. Wu Bao is so good. It can wear a collar by itself. Jiang Wanning squatted down and patted the fluffy heads of the 2 dogs, San Bao and Wu Bao. Keep an eye on these 2 little troublemakers. Don't let them run off, okay?
Woof.
The 2 dogs responded loudly, wagging their tails like little fans. Be home by 5 o'clock. Jiang Wanning helped her daughter fix her crooked braid. If you're late. We know. Jiang Mushuan interrupted. If we're late, we'll be punished. He thought for a moment. We'll have to eat an extra bowl of vegetables. Jiang Wanning laughed. Dream on. If you're late, you'll be punished by not having snacks for 3 days. Yes, ma'am. The twins saluted in a funny way. San Bao and Wu Bao followed suit, lifting their front paws and barking, making everyone in the yard laugh. This dog really seems smart, like it can understand human language. Jiang Ning takes good care of them. When they first came back, they didn't even look like dogs. Now, they seem more spirited than those pets in the city. As the sun began to set, Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan returned home just in time. San Bao and Wu Bao proudly carried a basket of wild fruits, walking ahead like 2 victorious generals.
Mom.
We're back. Jiang Mudong shouted as soon as she entered, her Bao askew. Jiang Wanning greeted them. Wow, you gathered quite a lot. She took the basket, which was half full of bright red wild strawberries, and they were quite big too. Wu Bao is amazing. Jiang Mushuan squatted down to pat the dog's head. it found a huge patch of strawberries. Jiang Mudong, not to be outdone, hugged Sanbao's big head and said, Sanbao is great too. It can find them as well. At 5 o'clock, work ended on time. Lotus, wait for Ping'an to come back, then we can go together. Aunt Lu quickly helped clean up the yard, gathering the trash from a day of work. She straightened up and said, I'll go back to cook now. Before Lu Hahua could respond, Jiang Wanning spoke up first. Aunt Hahua, why don't you and Aunt Lu go back together? During work hours, let Ping'an eat at my house. That won't do, Lu Hahua said, rubbing the edge of her apron. Ping'an eats a lot. It's too much trouble for you. Chun Chin has a big appetite too. If Ping'an stays, he can keep Chin Chin company, Jiang Wanning said with a smile, pointing to the kitchen. Look, my grandma is almost done cooking. We made extra food. We wouldn't finish it without Ping and Lu Ping, and situation was similar to Jiang Yichen's. Eating more nourishing food would definitely be beneficial. Lu Hahua couldn't argue and had to thank them repeatedly before leaving. Seeing that it was getting late and the two hadn't returned yet, Jiang Wanning was about to call Jiang Yichen to tell them to come home. Just then, two wobbly figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an walked up, carrying a full bamboo basket and lifting a bulging sack together. Sister, Jiang Yichen shouted from afar, we dug up a lot of yam and kudzu. When they dumped their haul in the yard, Jiang Wanning's eyes widened in shock. There was a mountain of yam and kudzu, at least 200 pounds. So much. Jiang Wanning squatted down to check. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were digging for potatoes. Lu Ping'an chuckled, his dark red cheeks still smeared with dirt. And no, it's not much. We can dig more tomorrow. Jiang Wanning took the hands of both boys, pretending to dust them off while actually checking their energy levels. After confirming they weren't exhausted, she sighed in relief. Are you tired? Not tired. Jiang Yichen bounced a couple of times to show his energy. I had so much fun racing with Ping'an. Lu Ping'an's eyes sparkled. Racing fun. At dinner, Lu Ping'an held a bowl bigger than his face, eating so quickly that Jiang Yue exclaimed, Slow down or you'll choke. Jiang Yichen wouldn't back down either. The two boys took turns, cleaning the table of food completely. Here. After dinner, Jiang Wanning took out 2 red envelopes. Lu Ping'an was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hands. Mom said not to take too much money from sister. This is a reward for digging the yam and kudzu. Jiang Wanning shook the red envelope in Jiang Yichen's hand. Chun gets one too. When Lu Ping'an saw his friend holding a red envelope, he shyly accepted it, holding it close to his chest and smiling broadly. The next morning, soft sunlight bathed the village, giving every corner a gentle golden glow. Lu Hahua hurriedly pulled Lu Ping'an toward Jiang Wanning's house, tightly clutching the red envelope with an eager expression. Ning, you really can't take this money. Your salary is already very high. At that moment, Jiang Wanning was bending down, carefully moving the 8 treasures that had dried in the sun to a shady spot for the twins. Hearing Lu Hahua's voice, she sighed and stood up. Aunt Hahua, do you know how much you can earn digging wild yams on the mountain these days? Lu Hahua paused, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and instinctively shook her head. 500. At that moment, Jiang Feifei peeked out from the house and chimed in, even at that high price, we still can't find anyone. They had posted job listings on online platforms, offering 500 yuan a day based on market rates. Yet, despite this, they had made no progress in hiring. Occasionally, they received a few inquiries, but as soon as people learned it involved digging wild yams and kudzu on the mountain, they quickly lost interest and hung up. But Ping'an. Lu Hahua's lips parted slightly, hesitating to speak, her eyes revealing a complex emotion. She wanted to say that Ping'an was different from others. Just having a job made her incredibly happy and grateful. She never dared to hope he could earn the same as a normal person. What's wrong with Ping'an? He's even better than those professionals who dig yams. Jiang Wanning seemed to see through Lu Hahua's thoughts and spoke up first, filled with praise for Lu Ping'an. The amount he digs in half a day is equivalent to what others do in a whole day. Shouldn't he receive this red envelope as a reward? Saying this, Jiang Wanning handed the red envelope back to Lu Ping'an and gently said, "Ping'an, save this money well. Later, let's buy you a tablet so you can take online classes with Chen Chen, okay?" Lu Ping'an's eyes lit up, tightly gripping the red envelope. Buy a tablet.
Class.
Big sister, I also want to save money. Jiang Yichen chimed in like a lively little monkey, suddenly coming over with wide eyes, seriously saying, "I want to help the little brothers and sisters at the orphanage get medical care." At this moment, the two silly boys no longer needed Jiang Wanning's help. They started to pack their tools and water bottles on their own and ran up the mountain. Their backs were bathed in the morning light, full of energy. Lu Hahua watched her son's figure fade into the distance, and her worries seemed to suddenly lift. Yes, although her son was a bit slow-witted, he was strong and hardworking. He was kind and filial, and he was just as good as anyone else. In the early morning, the sun slowly rose from behind the mountains, and the warm sunlight gradually chased away the chill in the valley. The people in the countryside began their new day of work. Jiang Feifei went down the mountain with Xiao Hong to deliver goods to the market. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanning took the twins to school, along with Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun. After dropping off the twins, she planned to drive Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun to a large chicken farm in the suburbs to choose chicks. She had found this farm online, and it was said to have good breeds and quality assurance. As the car slowly drove along the winding mountain road, Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun in the back seat began to show signs of unease, their bodies tensing slightly. Jiang Wanning noticed their discomfort and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling car sick?" Xiao Yang instinctively fiddled with the seam of his pants, hesitating for a while before softly saying, "Sister Jiang, actually, we used to work at this chicken farm." Jiang Wanning turned her head slightly and glanced at Xiao Yang in the rearview mirror, puzzled. "Is there something wrong with that farm?" No, it's not that," Xiao Yang quickly explained. "The chickens there are indeed quite good, and they have a complete variety." Xiao Jun in the back seat seemed hesitant to speak, ultimately just looking down and fiddling with his arm. Jiang Wanning wanted to ask more, but the car had already arrived at the chicken farm. A middle-aged man with a round belly stood at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. When he saw them get out of the car, he squinted his eyes, his gaze unfriendly. "Oh, isn't this the little thief we kicked out of our farm?" Manager Wang said with a mocking tone, blowing out smoke. "You must be Boss Jiang, right? You better be careful. These two boys have sticky fingers." Xiao Yang's fists clenched tightly, and he said, "Manager Wang, we didn't steal anything." Xiao Jun's face turned pale, and he held back his frustration, urgently explaining to Jiang Wanning, "Sister Jiang, you have to believe us. We really didn't steal. They're framing us." Jiang Wanning remained calm and looked at the man steadily. "Manager Wang, do you have any evidence for your claims?" "Well, I don't have evidence, but we have witnesses." Manager Wang tossed aside his cigarette, looking somewhat pleased. These two troublemakers were caught in the act, so they can't deny it. He then shouted towards the chicken coop, "Qiangzi Dugong, come out here." As soon as he finished speaking, two careless young men stumbled out. One of them, a young man with yellow hair, sneered, "Oh, look, it's our egg thieves." "What? Stealing eggs isn't enough. Now you want to steal chicks too? You're talking nonsense. We are not thieves," Xiao Jun argued, his eyes turning red with anger. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning calmly pulled the trembling Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun behind her and sharply questioned the two troublemakers. "Did you see them steal the eggs?" "Of course," said another young man with tattoos, confidently thumping his chest. "When did they steal them? How many did they take?" Jiang Wanning continued to press. Last month. At least 2 baskets." The young man with yellow hair blurted out without thinking. "Do you have any evidence?" Jiang Wanning's gaze was piercing as she stared at them. "We saw it with our own eyes. What more evidence do you need?" The young man shrugged dismissively. "You're lying. We had already finished work that day. We didn't take anything on our way home," Xiao Yang said, shaking with anger and his voice trembling. Jiang Wanning noticed the two troublemakers' eyes flickering, avoiding her gaze, and she quickly made a judgment. She slowly took out her phone and said firmly, "All right, if that's the case, let's call the police." Manager Wang's face instantly darkened, and he hurriedly said, "Boss Jiang, it's just a few eggs. There's no need to involve the police. Can't we just say I was kind and let it go? Your eggs may not be worth much," Jiang Wanning said slowly, "but my employees' reputations are valuable." The police car arrived quickly, and to her surprise, it was Zhang Mingyu and one of his colleagues who got out. After understanding the situation, Zhang Mingyu frowned and asked, "Does the chicken farm not have any surveillance?" Unfortunately, the cameras were broken those days. Manager Wang grumbled under his breath, looking displeased. "That's quite unfortunate," Zhang Mingyu replied. "That's okay," Jiang Wanning said, looking towards the intersection. "Officer Zhang, maybe you can check the surveillance cameras at the intersection. They must pass by there after work. If they really stole 2 large baskets of eggs, they couldn't have eaten them all at the chicken farm, right?" Huang Mao and the tattooed man immediately looked nervous upon hearing this. Zhang Mingyu quickly noticed their reaction and sternly warned, "I suggest you tell the truth. If we find out you are making false accusations, you won't escape the consequences." Huang Mao, feeling confident because Manager Wang was his uncle, tried to act tough. But the tattooed man was already scared and stammered, "Oh, officer, maybe I saw it wrong. The eggs weren't taken by them." After repeated questioning from Zhang Mingyu and his colleague, the two finally confessed. It turned out they were annoyed that Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun worked too diligently, making them look lazy, so they maliciously plotted to drive them away by framing them. With Zhang Mingyu's mediation, Huang Mao and the tattooed man not only apologized to Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun but also paid them 1,000 yuan for emotional distress. However, Jiang Wanning felt this was not enough. She turned to Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun and asked, "How long have you been working here? What is your salary?" Xiao Yang's eyes lit up as he said, "Xiao Jun and I have been working here for a month and 10 days. We were supposed to get paid soon, but Manager Wang said we stole the eggs, so our salary would be used as compensation, and we didn't get a single penny." Xiao Jun added, "Initially, it was agreed that we would be paid 1,500 yuan a month. 1,500 a month for a month and 10 days? That makes it 2,000, Jiang Wanning said with a slight smile, looking at Manager Wang. Manager Wang didn't want to pay, as that withheld salary had already gone into his own pocket. But under the stern warning from the police, he had no choice but to reluctantly transfer 2,000 yuan each to Xiao Jun and Xiao Yang. After the matter was settled, Jiang Wanning followed the police car out of the chicken farm. As for the chicks she originally planned to buy, she naturally didn't end up purchasing them. Not to mention whether Manager Wang would still be willing to sell her chicks after such an unpleasant incident. Jiang Wanning was also worried that they might tamper with the chicks, providing inferior quality. On the way back, Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun took out their new phones they had just received yesterday and prepared to transfer the compensation and salary to Jiang Wanning. Xiao Yang apologetically said, "Sister Jiang, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Plus, this money is what you helped us get, so we can't take it." Jiang Wanning almost laughed in anger and pretended to be upset, saying, "You little rascal, what do you take your sister Jiang for? Just take the money. By the way, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have seen the true nature of that chicken farm." She turned the steering wheel, and sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her beautiful profile. "It's just buying chicks. There are plenty of places to get them." Xiao Yang grinned and said, "Sister Jiang, we've already transferred the money, so just accept it. Consider it our contribution to the phone bill." When they received their phones yesterday, the three of them were overjoyed. Although Sister Fei said that the phone was a necessary tool for work, and as long as they worked there, they could use it for free, they had already decided to pay back the phone costs once they got their salaries. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "All right, but don't include Xiao Hong's. Her phone was bought by her master. Your 2 phones add up to 3,000 yuan. I'll get you the change when you go back." As soon as Jiang Wanning stepped into the yard, Jiang Yui, who was packaging pears, shouted, "Ning girl, how did the chick purchase go? How many did you order?" "Grandma Jiang." Before Jiang Wanning could finish, Xiaoyang stepped forward, looking down in guilt, and said, "It's all our fault for causing Sister Jiang not to buy them." The yard fell silent for a moment, then everyone started asking what happened. Xiao Jun recounted the events at the chicken farm, his voice trembling as he spoke about being wrongly accused of stealing eggs. Those heartless people. Xiao Yang and the others are already pitiful. How can they be so cruel? Jiang Yue slammed her hand on the table, shaking her wheelchair. They're simply inhumane. Exactly. Wu Guixiang agreed angrily. People like that are definitely not honest in business. Luckily, we didn't buy chicks from them. Who knows how much we would have been cheated? Old Lady Lu stomped her feet in anger, saying, "I say, people like that will eventually get their comeuppance." Xiao Yang, Xiao Jun, don't take it to heart. Jiang Fei gently patted Xiao Jun's shoulder to comfort him, saying, "Don't blame yourselves. It's not your fault. Besides, there are plenty of chicken farms in Lin City. We can just switch to another one." Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Ning Ning, why don't we ask the uncles and aunts in the group to say who knows the most about Lin City?" The older folks would say second, but no one would dare say first. Great idea. Jiang Wanning immediately took out her phone and sent a message in the Jiang family vegetable basket group. "Hey everyone, which place nearby has good chick seedlings? Looking for recommendations." Soon messages flooded in. Jiang boss, are you raising chickens? Will we be able to eat Jiang family vegetable baskets farm fresh eggs? Excited, I want to eat chicken. Jiang boss, I want to place an order. Jiang boss, my nephew works at a chicken farm. Their chicks are really strong. You should check it out. Jiang boss, my neighbor's daughter-in-law runs a chicken farm. I'll ask her right away. Messages kept coming in, mostly sharing information about various chicken farms. When Jiang Wanning saw the message from Sunset is Beautiful, her eyes lit up. "Sunset is beautiful. Jiang boss, my friend has a chicken farm in Qingshan Town, Lin City, raising authentic free-range chickens. They're having difficulties and are looking to sell, with plenty of half-grown chickens at great prices. If you're interested, I can ask how many are left."
Wow.
Half-grown chickens, just what she wanted. Jiang Wanning quickly replied, "I'm very interested. Please ask your friend if we can come see the chickens tomorrow morning." Before long, Sunset is Beautiful replied, "My friend said you are welcome anytime. His last name is Zhou, and his phone number is 123XXXX. You can contact him when you arrive."
Got it.
Jiang Wanning shook her phone and flashed a victorious smile at everyone. With the chicken farm situation settled, Jiang Wanning turned back to her work pressing oil from camellia seeds. During this time, Zhang Haifan had been going up the mountain every day, and the camellia fruits she collected had piled up in the corner of the warehouse. If they didn't process them soon, there wouldn't be any space left. She was calculating the oil extraction for the day when she noticed Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun had somehow joined the weighing and packing group, quickly helping a few older ladies pack fruits. Jiang Wanning frowned and quickly walked over, pulling both of them out. "You two, have you forgotten what you need to do in the future?" Xiao Jun shrank his neck. Raise chickens. Then hurry up and learn how to raise chickens." Jiang Wanning pointed at Xiao Hong, who was busy keeping accounts. "Xiao Hong has already found a mentor. You two don't even have a teacher. If you don't start learning now, what will happen to the chicken farm later?" Two young men suddenly perked up. Xiaoyang quickly ran to borrow paper and a pen from Xiao Hong. The two of them huddled in a corner, took out their phones, and seriously searched for chicken-raising tutorial videos, taking notes as they watched. Seeing their focused expressions, Jiang Wanning nodded in satisfaction. She was about to continue working on the oil press when she suddenly heard Jiang Fei teaching Xiao Hong. "This part needs to be listed separately for reporting personal income tax." "Income tax?" Jiang Wanning suddenly slapped her forehead. Fei, please hold on for a moment." Jiang Fei looked up in confusion. "What's wrong?" "There's something important," Jiang Wanning said as she walked over quickly, her tone very serious. "Could you please prepare a labor contract?" At 5:30 in the afternoon, after the last salary payment, all the villagers who worked gathered again in the Jiang family's courtyard. Jiang Wanning stood at the front, holding a stack of labor contracts, looking around at the employees sitting together. "Wanjing,
Chen Ai Zu, Li Zun Zun, Jiang Gui Tian, Jiang Lai Zhu.
Most of them were middle-aged or older villagers, some in their 50s or 60s, and others in their 40s or 50s, all wearing simple expressions of confusion. I called everyone here today mainly to sign labor contracts, Jiang Wanning said with a smile. Labor contracts? What are labor contracts? The workers below immediately began to discuss among themselves, looking at each other with puzzled expressions. It was no surprise. Most of the people present primarily farmed at home and only took on odd jobs during the off-season. They had never encountered labor contracts before. Of course, there were a few in the crowd who understood, like Wang Ying and Chen Ai-ju. Wang Ying frowned slightly and was the first to speak up. Ning Ning, the fruit on the mountain should be ready to pick before winter. Do we really need to sign labor contracts for just a few months?
Ten Ayu Timedin, yes, Ning Ning.
Signing contracts is usually for those long-term workers in the city. We're just temporary workers helping out during busy farming times, right? In their limited understanding, signing a labor contract meant a guaranteed job. For those who worked, it was certainly beneficial. However, farming had its seasonal limits. There were busy times and idle times. It wouldn't make sense to pay them during the off-season, right? That would be unfair. Ning Ning had already taken good care of them. They didn't want to be seen as taking advantage of her kindness. The yard suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked eagerly at Jiang Wanning. She noticed that many people's eyes sparkled with a mix of hope and nervousness. She understood that for these villagers, who had spent most of their lives working hard in the fields, the words contract worker meant stability, a stable job they had always dreamed of. Jiang Wanning smiled and explained, "Who said you are temporary workers?" She looked around and saw the focused expressions on everyone's faces. The fruit on the mountain has been picked, and there are still goods to collect. New fruit tree saplings need to be planted, and there are other planting plans for the empty land. I assure you, there will be plenty of work for you throughout the year. As soon as she said this, the villagers below were instantly overjoyed. Although the work at Zhang's family was not the easiest, the pay was undoubtedly good compared to what they could find elsewhere. They had already decided that whenever there was work at Zhang's, they would rush over immediately. Now, Jiang Wanning's words were undoubtedly a reassurance, making everyone happy. However, Ning Ning, just call us when you need help, and we will come right away. But at our age, we don't need a labor contract. I heard that if you sign a labor contract, even if there's no work, you still have to pay us, which isn't fair to you. Yes, I heard some factory owners say that signing a labor contract puts a lot of pressure on them. Ning Ning, we are fine as we are, no need for any labor contracts. Exactly, when we worked outside before, we never signed contracts and still got paid. Everyone chimed in, considering Jiang Wanning's perspective. Jiang Fei stood aside, watching this scene in disbelief. She recalled her experiences fighting for labor contracts and social security rights when working outside. Yet now, these villagers were trying to refuse a labor contract that would protect their rights, worried about putting their employer at a disadvantage. Especially her mother, who usually believed in taking advantage when possible, made the scene feel surreal. Mom, when did you become so selfless? Jiang Fei couldn't help but whisper to Chen Ai-ju. Chen Ai-ju turned and shot her daughter a glare. What's wrong? Ning Ning is so good to us. Can't we think a little more about her? Jiang Wanning felt gratified, knowing that the employees she found were grateful and considerate people. Of course, under her sharp eye, no one with bad intentions could enter her farm. But the more she felt this way, the more she believed she had a responsibility to provide them with better security. Jiang Wanning raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Fellow villagers, signing a labor contract is required by law. Moreover, she paused and raised her voice a bit. Only by signing the contract can I provide you with social insurance. Social insurance? Those two words exploded in the yard like a bomb. Everyone was stunned, then erupted into even louder exclamations. Jiang Fei couldn't help but shout, Ning Ning, are you going to provide us with social insurance? She had always thought her help to Jiang Wanning in the village was just a temporary job and had never considered social insurance. She was even thinking about whether to go to the Social Insurance Bureau to apply for flexible employment insurance herself. Yes, all 5 insurances will be covered, Jiang Wanning confirmed with a nod. Oh my goodness. Wang Ning suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice trembling. If we have social insurance, will we also receive retirement benefits in the future? Li Yunyun excitedly grabbed the hand of the person next to her. My son said that the reimbursement rate for medical insurance with social insurance is much higher than our new rural cooperative. In an instant, the yard was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was shocked by the news of social insurance. Some were so moved that their eyes turned red, unable to speak. Others held onto their neighbors' hands, shaking them with excitement. Some rubbed their faces, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Jiang Wanning watched the scene with a bittersweet feeling. She knew that for these hardworking farmers, the term social insurance represented a level of security and dignity they had never even dared to dream of.
But
Zhao Hongmei suddenly thought of something, her voice lowering. I'm over 50. Can I still enroll? What if I pay for a few years and end up not receiving anything? Yes, Fengwan said, touching her gray hair, worriedly asking, at my age, will the Social Insurance Bureau still accept me? Other older villagers also looked on with anxious expressions, their eyes filled with unease. Jiang Wanning was prepared for this and patiently explained, anyone below retirement age can enroll. If you don't have enough years when you retire, you can make up the payments and still receive a pension. If someone is too old to enroll, she looked around to ensure everyone could hear. We will convert that portion of social insurance into wages for you. Nink nink. Zhang Xiao and I suddenly choked up, wiping her eyes with her rough hands. You are providing us with retirement support. If she was still unsure about quitting her job to focus on managing her family's orchard, at this moment, all her doubts vanished. She decided to listen to her in-laws and let them take care of the orchard, earning whatever they could. Meanwhile, she would continue her stable job. Jiang Wanning corrected. Aunt Zhang, you're mistaken. It's not me supporting you, it's you supporting yourselves through your own efforts. Jiang Fei stood by, watching the excited villagers who were at a loss for words, feeling a lump in her throat. In the past, she never thought much of social security. But now, she understood better than anyone what this support meant to them. It was the confidence to seek treatment at big hospitals and the dignity of not having to ask their children for money in old age. All right. Jiang Wanning clapped her hands. Now we will hand out the contracts. Please take them home, read the terms carefully, and if everything is okay, sign them. Jiang Fei and Jiang Xiaohong began distributing the contracts. Yen Sanchun took 2 contracts, one for her granddaughter Jiang Haifeng. She trembled as she asked, does Haifeng have one too? Aunt Yen, isn't Haifeng working for Ningning? Of course she is one, Jiang Fei explained. Jiang Wanning reminded loudly, if anyone has questions about the contract terms, feel free to ask me or Fei. Just make sure to sign and return them by 8 p.m. tomorrow night. However, Jiang Wanning was surprised when everyone received the contracts, asked where to sign, and immediately took a pen to write their names without reading the terms at all. Aunties, at least look at the content, Jiang Wanning said, both amused and exasperated as she looked at the contracts being submitted. Wang Ying waved her hand. What's there to look at? Ning, you wouldn't trick us, would you? Exactly. Chen Ai Ju had already signed her name carefully. We old folks can't understand all those complicated words anyway. Why waste time? Jiang Wanning could only smile and let Jiang Fei explain the contract terms one by one. Each time Jiang Fei mentioned a benefit, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? There's paid annual leave, 5 days in the first year, and 1 extra day each year after that. What? If we get sick, we can take sick leave and still receive 60% of our salary. What? If we get fired, we'll receive compensation equal to 1 month's salary for each year worked. Everyone looked at each other, surprised by the generous benefits in the contract. They all expressed their amazement at how good the treatment was after signing the labor contract. Chen Aizhou suddenly stood up and excitedly said, I've made up my mind. I want to work for Ningning for a lifetime. Until I can't anymore. Yes, a lifetime of work. The others agreed. The sunset painted the mountains in golden red, and laughter mixed with sobs filled the yard. The husband's contract and social security were things they had longed for, but never expected. Now they all had them. Tang Posey sat on her doorstep, squinting at the figures moving up and down the hillside in the distance. Those were the villagers working for Jiang Wanning, who left for the mountains before dawn and returned only in the evening. She pouted, her rough fingers unconsciously picking at the peeling paint on the doorframe. "Mom, what are you daydreaming about?" her son Jiang Jianchun said as he shuffled out in slippers, holding a bowl of cold porridge. "Didn't I tell you that girl Jiang Wanning is just fooling everyone?"
Stop thinking about it.
Tang Posey huffed. "I wonder what tricks that girl used to fool everyone in the village?" She had originally planned to take her family to Jiangyue to take advantage of the situation, but her eldest daughter had talked her out of it. Her daughter Jiang Zhaodi and her son-in-law worked in an orchard, and the couple worked hard all year but hardly made any money. They thought Jiang Yue's granddaughter was just pretending to be rich and would surely not be able to pay so many wages in the end. Her daughter-in-law Yang Yanzi poked her head out from the kitchen, her face still dusted with soot. "I just heard on the road that Wang Ying said they signed some contract and even got social security." "Nonsense." Jiang Jianchun slammed his bowl down on the table, "just planting a few fruit trees. How can they make that much money? It must be bragging." Just as Tang Posey was about to agree, her old phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was her grandson Jiang Yaozu calling, she immediately answered with a smile. "Grandma." Jiang Yaozu's voice on the other end was excited. "Do you know what Jiang Wanning is doing now? She's selling fruit online for 40 yuan a pound. People in the city are going crazy trying to buy it." Tang Posey's hand shook, nearly dropping the receiver. "How much?" 40. "At that price, many people want to buy it but can't get it." Jiang Yaozu's voice was eager. "Grandma, you and Jiang Wanning's grandma have a good relationship, right? Can you send a few pounds over? My colleagues all want some." After hanging up the phone, the woman's expression changed rapidly. Jiang Jianchun and Yang Yanzi gathered around, and after she relayed the message, their eyes widened in surprise. 41 pounds? That must cost several thousand. Jiang Jianchun counted on his fingers, breathing more quickly as he calculated. Yang Yanzi slapped her thigh. "Wow, they must be bringing down several loads from the mountain every day. How much money could they make?" The woman's face grew darker, feeling a fire burning inside her. "Mom." Jiang Jianchun suddenly grabbed her arm, his eyes shining. "Didn't you say you helped Grandma Zhang before? You should talk to her, and let us join in." Yes, Yang Yanzi eagerly chimed in. "I heard they make 300 a day. If the three of us go, that's 30,000 in a month." The woman's cloudy eyes shifted, and a calculating smile slowly appeared on her lips. "I'll go find Jiang Yue tomorrow." Early the next morning, she changed into a relatively clean outfit and set out with a basket of rice cakes. The rice cakes were hastily steamed the night before and had already hardened a bit on the surface. As she walked, she calculated her words and made plans in her mind. Her son would manage people on the mountain and earn 400 a day. Her daughter-in-law could replace Wu Guixiang and earn 300 a day. As for herself, she could do some light work, just like Yen Sanchun and the others. The Jiang family's yard was busy and lively. On one side, Jiang Yue and the older women were weighing and packing, while Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an were busy pressing oil. Digging for yam was too tiring, so Jiang Weining only allowed them to go up the mountain every other day. Today, their task was to press tea seed oil. Golden tea seed oil flowed slowly into the iron barrel, releasing a rich aroma.
"Hey."
The woman shouted as she approached, her face breaking into an exaggerated smile. "I made some rice cakes to share with the kids." She hurried over to Jiang Yichen and forced a piece of rice cake into his hand, completely ignoring Lu Ping'an beside him. Jiang Yichen frowned and placed the rice cake back in the basket. "Sister said I shouldn't eat other people's food." The woman's smile faltered. "Oh, I'm not just anyone. Your grandma and I are good friends. You should call me Grandma Tang." Jiang Yichen didn't respond, just pulled Lu Ping'an to continue operating the oil press. The two kids worked well together, one adding materials and the other controlling the machine, completely ignoring the woman. The pot was cold, and she silently cursed the fool, while smiling as she approached Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue glanced at the basket of rice cakes and casually asked, "Tang Posey, what brings you here today?" Tang Posey immediately put on a sorrowful expression. "Yue, you have no idea. Our family. Sigh. We can barely get by." She wiped away non-existent tears. Jianxun found a temporary job in town but got bullied. Not only was he sent back, but he also didn't get paid. We have no harvest at home, and now even Yao Yu is having trouble finding a partner because of this. Jiang Yue listened without showing any emotion, secretly mocking her. Who in the village didn't know that Jiang Jianxun could barely work for 2 months a year and spent his days playing cards at the village entrance? Seeing that Jiang Yue didn't respond, Tang Posey had to continue. "Yue, I was thinking. Your family needs help, right? Could you let us come and assist?" She eagerly shared her planned proposal. Jianxun is clever and can manage the workers on the mountain for 400 a day. Yanzi is hardworking and can take over Gui Xiang's tasks. Gui Xiang is so old now, she can't work as efficiently as Yanzi can. As for me, even though I'm older, I'm still quick and can work just like San Chun and the others. Before she could finish, the yard suddenly fell silent. Yan Sanchun, Lu A Pe, and others stopped their work, looking at Tang Posey in disbelief. "My goodness," Wu Gui Xiang couldn't hold back. "Tang Posey, how dare you say that?" Lu A Pe laughed out loud. "Let your Jianxun manage people? He can't even pull weeds from his own field. And he wants to manage others?" "Exactly," Yan Sanchun scoffed. "Your family's land is the most neglected in the village, with grass taller than people, and you dare to say you're hardworking?" Tang Posey's face turned red and white, ignoring the others and staring directly at Jiang Yue. "Wei, just say yes or no." Jiang Yue didn't even look up and simply replied, "No." "You." Tang Posey didn't expect to be rejected outright and immediately changed her expression. "Jiang Yue, don't forget who helped you through tough times back then. When your family needed money, who lent it to you? When you broke your leg, who brought you food? When no one else was there for Chun Chun, who took care of him? Now that you're doing well, you forget your benefactor?" Everyone in the yard held their breath. Jiang Yue's gaze turned cold. "Lending money? Lending 100 for me to repay 200, is that helping? Bringing food? It was all spoiled leftovers. Taking care of Chun Chun? Your grandson Jiang Yaozu rides Chun Chun like a horse and even steals his lunch." Each word struck like a whip on Tang Posey's face. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't find the words to argue back. Seeing his grandmother angry, Jiang Yichen quickly ran to her side, trying to support her. Jiang Yue patted her grandson's head and continued, "Tang Posey, you must have a conscience. We only hire hardworking people for our family's tasks. If your family truly wants to live well, focus on properly farming your own land first." Tang Posey trembled with anger, grabbing the rice cake basket. "Fine. We'll see about that, Jiang Yue." With that, she stumbled out, almost tripping over the threshold. Once she was far away, laughter erupted in the yard. Wu Guixiang shook her head and sighed. "This family is really obsessed with money." "Exactly," Lu Oppo scoffed. "They're too lazy themselves but still want to take advantage." Meanwhile, Zhang Wanning was heading to Qingshan town with Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun. The car traveled along the winding mountain road, and the scenery outside changed from dense cottages to open hills. "Jiang's sister, look over there." Xiao Jun in the back seat suddenly leaned forward, excitedly pointing out the window. Jiang Wanning looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a cluster of neatly arranged white buildings nestled halfway up the mountain, shining in the morning light. The navigation showed this was the destination, Qingshan Ecological Farm. Ecological Farm. Jiang Wanning's eyes widened slightly. This was much larger than she had imagined. She thought it was just a small chicken farm, but in front of her was a vast comprehensive breeding base. Slowing down, she gently drove into the parking lot. As soon as the car stopped, a middle-aged man in faded work pants and graying hair quickly approached. He had dark skin and eyes marked by time, but his steps were steady and strong.
"Hello, I'm Tsuai."
He extended his calloused hand, his voice deep with a hint of anticipation. You must be the owner of Zhang's vegetable basket? Jiang Wanning shook his rough yet warm hand. Hello, Boss Zhou. I'm Jiang Wanning. She turned to introduce. These two are my colleagues, Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun. Zhou Hai's gaze lingered on them for only a moment before naturally shifting away. He eagerly rubbed his hands together. Welcome. Come, let me show you around. As they entered the breeding area, Jiang Wanning was immediately captivated by the scene before her. Unlike the messy farms one might imagine, this place is surprisingly clean and tidy. On the left are neat chicken coops, in the middle is a modern pig pen, and on the right are well-ventilated barns for cows and sheep, with each area organized perfectly. It's exactly the kind of farm she had envisioned. Boss Zhou, your farm. Xiaoyang looked around and couldn't help but praise. It's so well kept. Zhou Hai smiled proudly, his wrinkles relaxing. In our line of work, hygiene is crucial. I wake up at 4 every morning, and the first thing I do is clean each area. He pointed to the specially designed on the chicken coop floor. Look at this. Waste automatically slides into the collection trough, making it both easy and hygienic. They first went to the chicken area. Thousands of young native chickens were moving around in the spacious shelter, their feathers shiny and their spirits high. How old are these chickens? Xiao Jun asked curiously, his eyes fixed on the lively flock. Almost 4 months, Zhou Hai said, bending down to pick up a chicken with the skill of a parent. He gently opened the chicken's beak to check the color of its throat and felt the thickness of its. At this age, the chickens are healthiest. They've passed the vulnerable chick stage, but aren't yet in the egg-laying phase. Jiang Wanning noticed Zhou Hai's professional actions while inspecting the chickens. Every detail showed decades of experience. Boss Jiang, you should try too. Zhou Hai handed the chicken to Jiang Wanning. A good chicken should feel like this. Jiang Wanning mimicked Zhou Hai's actions, feeling the firm and elastic texture of the chicken meat. Boss Zhou, how long have you been running this farm? Exactly 30 years. Zhou Hai's gaze suddenly became distant, as if he were seeing through time. I started raising chickens with my father when I was 20, growing from just a few to the scale we have now. His voice trailed off. Ah, what a pity. Seemingly unwilling to dwell on it, he pointed to the ventilation system in the chicken coop. Look at this. I designed this airflow system myself, so it stays cool in summer, without air conditioning. And these perches, their heights were tested repeatedly. Xiaoyang took out a notebook and recorded diligently. Boss Zhou, how often do you disinfect the chicken coop? Good question. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, as if he had found a kindred spirit. The standard is once a week, but during the rainy season, it should be increased to every 3 days. I used quicklime, and he began to explain in detail, covering everything from disinfectant ratios to spraying techniques. Jiang Wanning estimated the number of chickens. There must be 3,000 or 4,000, right? Zhou Hai gave a thumbs up. You have a good eye, Boss Jiang. There are a total of 3,500. He hesitated for a moment. If you want them all, I can offer a discount. Jiang Wanning nodded. Since we're here, why don't you also show us the pig and cattle areas, Boss Zhou? Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, and he quickly led the way. This way, please. Accompanied by a series of oinks, they saw hundreds of fat pigs basking in the sun, their coats shiny and their bodies well-proportioned. These pigs. Jiang Wanning unconsciously quickened her pace. They are a crossbreed, each weighing around 200 pounds. Zhou Hai followed up with pride in his voice. They were originally meant to be sold at the end of the year. As they walked further, they saw over 50 goats leisurely grazing in a pen, their coats pure white. 6 yellow cattle were ruminating in the shade, their muscles well-defined. Boss Zhou, you're amazing for raising so many animals, Xiao Jun said, eyes wide with surprise. Zhou Hai smiled wryly. I thought diversifying would spread the risk, but who knew? He shook his head and didn't continue. At noon, Zhou Hai invited them to eat at the small cafeteria on the farm. The meal was simple, vegetables from their own garden, free-range eggs, and freshly prepared chicken, but surprisingly delicious. This chicken. Jiang Wanning took a bite and looked up in surprise. Tastes different, right? Zhou Hai finally showed a genuine smile. The chickens I raise are fed special feed. He lowered his voice mysteriously. In addition to the basic mix of corn, soybean meal, and fish meal, I also added. At the table, Zhou Hai gradually opened up. It turned out that this farm was his lifelong passion. He not only studied at an agricultural university, but also hired professional consultants at a high salary. Under his careful management, the farm had indeed thrived at one point. Jiang Wanning put down her chopsticks and quietly asked, "Then why did you stop?" Zhou Hai paused, his voice becoming somber. 2 years ago, there was a chicken epidemic and over 60% of my 20,000 chickens died. The year before, there was a pig disease, and I had to dispose of over 1,000 pigs. Last year, extreme cold weather caused many cattle and sheep to freeze to death. His fingers unconsciously traced circles on the table. In just these 3 years, all my savings were lost, and I still owe a lot of debt. This year, I originally planned to work hard for another year. Zhou Hai's voice lowered, but my wife is sick and needs surgery. He looked up, his eyes glistening. I sold the house in the city to gather enough money for the surgery. The dining table fell silent. Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun lowered their heads, and Jiang Wanning felt a tightness in her throat. Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask, "Boss Zhou, you take such good care of your chickens. How could they still get sick?" Zhou Hai replied with some frustration, "Well, sometimes the risks in farming are even higher than in planting crops. The market prices fluctuate a lot, the technical requirements are high, but the biggest challenge is disease control. No matter how well you do, there are always some oversights." Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun felt nervous after hearing this. At that moment, a worker rushed in. "Brother Zhou, 2 chickens in the number 3 coop are not feeling well." Zhou Hai instinctively stood up, but suddenly paused, awkwardly looking at Jiang Wanning. "Let's go take a look together," Jiang Wanning said as she got up. In the number 3 coop, they saw 2 lethargic chickens. Zhou Hai's movements immediately became gentle and professional. He carefully examined several chickens and finally diagnosed them with a common cold. "It's not a big deal," he said as he skillfully prepared the medicine, explaining the dosage to Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun. "This kind of situation needs to be detected and treated early. Otherwise, it can easily spread to the whole flock." Watching Zhou Hai's focused profile, Jiang Wanning suddenly said, "Boss Zhou, I want to buy all your chickens." Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. "Boss Jiang, that's very generous of you. I will definitely give you the best price." Also, Jiang Wanning continued, "Are you selling your pigs and sheep? If so, I want those too." Zhou Hai was truly stunned, his mouth agape for a long time. All of them?" Jiang Wanning nodded, "But I have one condition. You'll need to help take care of them for another week. We need time to prepare the space." Zhou Hai's eyes instantly brightened, and he stood up excitedly. "No problem. I promise to take even better care of them this week." He rubbed his hands together, excited like a child. "Should I teach you how to mix the feed now? And how to control the temperature in the pig pen?" Seeing Zhou Hai's renewed enthusiasm, Jiang Wanning suddenly asked, "Boss Zhou, what are your plans after the farm closes?" Zhou Hai paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. "At my age, what plans can I have? I guess it's like an early retirement." Jiang Wanning looked into his eyes and said, "I want to invite you to be a farming consultant at our farm. The monthly salary is 10,000, with food and housing provided, and you can bring your family." Zhou Hai was stunned, his lips trembling slightly. "See consultant? I'm not an agricultural expert. Can I really do it? Why not? Yang Vanning Smilet. What I value is your practical experience." In just those 2 hours, what you taught Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun was more useful than a month of self-study. Xiao Yang immediately agreed. "Yes, Boss Zhou. The skills you shared are so practical." Xiao Jun nodded vigorously, especially that secret for feed mixing. "You can't find it online." Zhou Hai's eyes gradually filled with tears. His voice choked. "You really want to hire me?" Jiang Wanning extended her hand. "So, is it settled?" Zhou Hai nodded firmly, his rough hand tightly grasping Jiang Wanning's hand. "It's settled." "Thank you. Thank you both." On the way back, Jiang Wanning was alone. Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun volunteered to stay and learn farming techniques from Zhou Hai, planning to return with the livestock in a week. After seeing Jiang wandering off, Zhou Hai immediately called his wife, Zhou Shufang. Standing at the entrance of the farm, Zhou Hai took out his phone and dialed his wife's number. "Hello, Shufan." Zhou Hai's voice trembled a bit. "I have good news to share." On the other end, his wife, Zhou Shufan's voice was weak but gentle. "What is it?"
You sound so happy.
"Boss Jiang just came by. Not only did she buy all our chickens and livestock, but she also hired me as a consultant at her farm." Zhou Hai spoke quickly with excitement. "The salary is 10,000, with food and housing, and you can come with me." There was a sudden silence on the line. "Shufan? Shufan? Old Zhou." Zhou Shufan's voice was filled with concern. It can't be a scam, right? There are so many scams these days." Zhou Hai quickly explained, "It's not a scam. It was introduced by Chen Xiong, the owner of Zhang's vegetable basket." "Zhang's vegetable basket?" Zhou Shufan's voice brightened a bit. "Old Zhou, let me tell you, the pair that Chen Xiong brought last night." Zhou Hai heard rustling sounds on the other end and imagined his wife lying on the hospital bed, a thoughtful expression on her pale face. "I didn't have much of an appetite today, so I only ate one of the pears they brought." Zhou Shufan said softly, "That taste. It's been a long time since I've had such a delicious pear, sweet but not too sweet, juicy, and after eating it, I felt a bit better in my chest." "Really?" Zhou Hai's eyes filled with tears. "That pear is from Boss Zhang's place. If you enjoyed it, I'll buy some for you every day." "Old Zhou," Zhou Shufan suddenly interrupted him, her voice choked, "I know you don't want to leave this farm. It's all because of my illness that I'm a burden to you."
Don't say that.
Zhou Hai said anxiously, "It's not a burden at all." On the other end of the phone, there was a muffled sob. "I see you getting up before dawn to work every day, and then going to the hospital to take care of me at night." Zhou Hai's throat tightened. "Shufan, don't think like that. I do care about this farm. But being able to go work with Boss Jiang again is an opportunity from heaven." "Old Zhou." Zhou Shufan took a deep breath. "Wherever you go, I will go too. I may be old, but I can still cook for you and do the laundry. From now on, let's just live well together." After hanging up his wife's call, Zhou Hai wiped his face with force. He understood that her last words meant she no longer wanted to be involved with their children abroad. Clearly, this time, his wife's heart was truly broken. And he felt even worse. It was because he had called them. He told them their mother was ill and asked them to come back to see her. What he heard was his son saying he couldn't take leave from work and his daughter saying she couldn't leave because she had to take care of her child. He told them the medical expenses for his wife's treatment were not enough and asked if they could send some money back. What he heard was his son saying he had just bought a new house and had no money, and his daughter saying she needed to find a skiing instructor for her child and was tight on funds. At that moment, his heart felt dead. Over the years, they had earned a good amount from the farm, but almost all of it went to their children. They paid for their education abroad and helped them buy houses and cars overseas. In return, this was what he got. Zhou Hai took a deep breath and then dialed Chen Xiong's number again. The phone rang once before it was answered, as if the other person had been waiting. "Old Zhou, how's it going? Did Boss Jiang come to see you?" Chen Xiong's loud voice made Zhou Hai hold the phone a bit farther away. He came, Zhou Hai said with a smile. "Not only did he buy all the livestock for my farm, but he also hired me as a consultant." "Really?" Chen Xiong's voice suddenly rose. "That's great. I tell you, going to Boss Zhang's place is definitely the right choice." Zhou Hai laughed at his friend's excitement. "Look at you, you're even more excited than I am." "You don't know," Chen Xiong said in a lowered, mysterious voice. "Ever since I started eating at Boss Zhang's, my blood sugar and blood pressure have stabilized this month, and I've even quit smoking after 30 years. My wife says Boss Zhang's food is not only delicious, but also good for health." Zhou Hai couldn't help but laugh. "Is it really that amazing?" "You'll know when you go," Chen Xiong insisted. "If it weren't for my retirement savings, I would want to work for Boss Jiang, so I wouldn't have to worry about not getting food every day." Zhou Hai joked, "All right, When I go, I'll bring you some fresh stuff. You better remember that. Chen Xiong laughed heartily, then his tone turned serious. Old Joe, Boss Jiang is really a good person. Make sure to work hard when you go. Zhou Hai nodded, even though his friend couldn't see him. By the way, once I receive the payment, I'll pay you back the money I borrowed. He planned to use all the money from selling the house for his wife's medical treatment. The payment from Jiang Weining would just be enough to pay off the debt. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone.
No rush.
Chen Xiong's voice lowered. You should keep it for now. Zhou Hai knew his friend was worried. His wife had lung cancer and had just undergone surgery. The follow-up treatment would cost a lot. And their once-envied children were no longer reliable. I have money, Zhou Hai interrupted with a smile. I still have quite a bit from selling the house, and when I start working for Boss Jiang, I'll have a stable income, so I'm not in need for now.
Chen Xiong sighed. Well, okay.
But remember, if anything comes up, you must tell me. After hanging up, Zhou Hai stood in the farm he had run for 30 years. The chickens in the coop clucked, the pigs in the pen grunted, and the cows and sheep in the distance grazed leisurely. He remembered how his son loved to play in the chicken coop when he was little, and his daughter always enjoyed feeding the newborn lambs. Though the farm was small back then, it was filled with laughter and joy. Later, the children went abroad for studies and then settled down there, coming home less and less. Zhou Hai shook his head, pushing those thoughts away. He took out his notebook and began to carefully record the preparations needed for the coming week. No matter what the future holds, he wanted to ensure these animals were healthy and ready for their new owner. This is his consistent principle for doing things, and also a sign of respect for his work. Tang Posey kicked open her rickety wooden door, which slammed against the dirt wall and bounced back with a loud bang. In the yard, Zhang Jianxun and Yang Yanzi were resting under the jujube tree. Hearing the noise, they immediately jumped up.
Mom.
How did it go? Did Jiang Lap agree? Jiang Jianxun rushed over, his eyes gleaming with greed. He had already planned it out. 400 a day means 12,000 a month, and after 3 months, he could get the latest phone and visit the game room a few times. Yang Yanzi snatched the basket from Tang Posey's hands and looked inside at the untouched rice cakes, pouting. I told you not to bring anything. What a waste of these rice cakes. She broke off a small piece and put it in her mouth, only to frown and spit it out. It's hard and tastes terrible. Tang Posey's face turned pale as she snatched the basket back. All you think about is eating. Jiang Jianxun, still unaware of his mother's distress, rubbed his hands together excitedly and asked, Mom, when can we start working? Can we go tomorrow? Work? Nonsense. Tang Posey suddenly exploded, slamming the basket on the ground, sending rice cakes rolling everywhere. They don't want you at all. The yard fell silent in an instant. Yang Yanzi's mouth dropped open, and a piece of rice cake fell to the ground. Jiang Jianxun's smile froze, slowly twisting into an expression of disbelief.
Impossible.
Jiang Jianxun shouted, Why wouldn't they want us? If it weren't for our family helping her, she would have starved. Shouldn't she repay us? Yang Yanzi looked at Tang Posey suspiciously. Mom, did you upset her again? We're asking for a favor. You need to be polite. Polite? Tang Posey trembled with anger, pointing at her daughter-in-law. If it weren't for you two being lazy, the whole village wouldn't think our family is full of slackers. Would I be embarrassed like this? Jiang Jianxun protested loudly. How are we lazy? We just don't want to work. If we were offered as much as the Jiang family, I would be the hardest worker. Tang Posey grabbed a fire poker from the corner and swung it at her son. Stop talking nonsense. The grass in our own fields is taller than us, and you have the nerve to say that. Yang Yanzi screamed and hid behind Jiang Jianxun as the poker hit his arm with a solid thud.
Ouch.
Jiang Jianxun jumped up in pain. Mom, are you crazy? Am I crazy? You two are driving me crazy. Mrs. Tang waved the tongs, chasing the two around the yard. Yang Yanzi was out of breath from running, having lost one of her shoes and still managed to retort, Isn't that because of you? Jianxun has hardly ever worked a day in his life. You dare talk back. Mrs. Tang swung the tongs, but Yang Yanzi quickly dodged, causing the tongs to hit the clothesline and knock several old garments to the ground. Jiang Jianxun seized the opportunity to grab the tongs and threw them far away, saying, "That's enough. All you do is fight. If you have the ability, make Jiang Laopa change her mind." Mrs. Tang sat down on the ground, pounding her thighs and crying. "What have I done to deserve this? I raised such an unambitious son and married a lazy daughter-in-law." Yang Yanzi rolled her eyes and muttered, "You're not much better yourself." Mrs. Tang suddenly stopped crying and glared at the two. "From today on, you both need to go work in the fields. Get our few acres ready. I don't believe that without her from the Jiang family, we can't survive." Jiang Jianxun and Yang Yanzi exchanged reluctant glances. "Mom, it's so hot out." Jiang Jianxun scratched at the red marks on his arm. "Stop talking back." Mrs. Tang got up and grabbed 2 rusty hose from the corner, shoving them into their hands. "Go now." Meanwhile, Zhang Yaozu was sitting in the security booth with his legs crossed, scrolling on his phone with a smug smile. His WeChat wallet showed an increase of over 800 yuan, all from deposits collected that morning. "See? This is what connections can do." He turned his phone screen towards his 2 colleagues. It displayed a reprinted photo of his elementary school graduation, and he pointed at a girl with a ponytail in the picture. "Look, this is Jiang Wanling. She used to follow me around all the time." Colleague Shaoli leaned in to take a closer look, skeptical. "Is that true? Jiang Wanling was really your deskmate?" "Of course." Jiang Yaozu slapped his thigh, spitting as he spoke. "She was really nice to me back then, even let me copy her homework. If she hadn't been so dark and unattractive, who knows where we could have ended up." Another colleague, Lao Zhang, scoffed. "Come on, with your charm. How could she possibly like you?" Jiang Yaozu's expression stiffened for a moment before he forced a smile. "Hey, don't underestimate it. I talked to my family yesterday, and my grandma has been friends with Jiang Wanling's grandma for decades. I'm sure they've sent pairs to my house by now." He shook his phone and said, "Look, more than 10 people have already asked me to reserve. $50 a pound. Take it or leave it." 50? Xiao Li's eyes widened. "Isn't the online store selling it for 40? What do you know?" Jiang Yaozu proudly shook his leg. "Can you even get it from the online store? I have a VIP channel. What's wrong with adding a $10 service fee?" Just then, a resident from the community walked over, the same person who questioned Jiang Yaozu yesterday. He held a phone and wore a polite smile. "Xiao Jiang, I heard you can really get pears from the Jiang family basket. Can you bring me 5 pounds? My wife is pregnant and really craving them." Jiang Yaozu straightened his back and pretended to take the money seriously. "Mr. Wang, don't worry. I'll deliver it to you tomorrow. $50 a pound, no tricks." As the resident left, the security supervisor appeared at the kiosk with a stern face. "Jiang Yaozu, during work hours, you're not sitting or standing properly. Do you still want to keep this job? What's all the shouting about? I don't care anymore." Jiang Yaozu threw the security hat on the table. "I can make 800 doing purchases for others all day. Isn't that better than putting up with your nonsense?" The supervisor's face turned pale with anger. "Fine. If you have the guts, don't come begging to return." "Beg you?" Jiang Yaozu laughed as he packed his things. "When I get big, I'll hire you as a security guard." Before leaving, he shouted to the onlookers in the community, "Everyone, if you want to buy fruit from the Jiang family basket, come to me. VIP channel, I guarantee your satisfaction." As he walked out of the community gate, Jiang Yaozu immediately called his grandmother, eagerly waiting to hear the good news that the pears were ready. "Grandma, are the pears I wanted ready? Hurry and send them over. I've already taken deposits," he said while walking, already calculating how much he could earn from this business. On the other end of the phone, Grandma hesitated. "Yaozu. The Jiang family is heartless." Jiang Yaozu suddenly stopped. "What happened?" "I went to their house today, trying to get them to find some work for your parents. But they would rather hire disabled people than our family." Grandma began to complain.
"Wait."
Jiang Yaozu's voice suddenly rose. "What about the pears? Did you ask them?" There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and Grandma said nervously, I haven't had the chance yet. What? Jiang Yaozu nearly dropped his phone. Grandma, I've already taken their money. Can you hurry up and ask for it? I know. Don't rush, I'll go find them right now. Grandma was comforting her grandson when she saw Jiang Wanning's car just pulling into the village. Jiang Yaozu heard Grandma's suddenly raised voice on the phone. Hey, it's that girl from the Jiang family. Then there was a lot of noise on the line, followed by Grandma's breathless shout. Ning girl. Wait a moment. Jiang Yaozu tightened his grip on the phone, his heart racing.
Great.
Grandma stopped Jiang Wanning directly. This could work. But the conversation he heard next made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Ning girl, your family grows so much fruit. Why don't you share some with the neighbors? Be generous. It will make people like you. Grandma's assertive voice came through. Are people begging so boldly now? A cold female voice responded, full of sarcasm. Who is begging? Grandma shouted angrily. There was silence on the phone for a few seconds, and Jiang Yaozu could imagine Jiang Wanning looking down at them with that condescending gaze. He quickly shouted into the phone, Grandma, give the phone to Jiang Wanning. I need to talk to her. After some rustling, Grandma reluctantly said, My grandson wants to talk to you. Jiang Yaozu took a deep breath and immediately switched to an enthusiastic tone. Jiang Wanning. It's me, your elementary school classmate Jiang Yaozu, the one who used to copy your homework, remember? The response from the other end was cold. Oh, is that the one who wet his pants in school? Jiang Yaozu felt struck by lightning. The most embarrassing memory from his childhood was brought up. He suppressed his anger and chuckled awkwardly. Haha, that was all in the past. I heard you're growing fruit at home. I can help you sell it to my colleagues. How about you send me 100 pounds of pears first, and I'll help you sell them? Huh. Jiang Wanning's cold laughter came through clearly. You may not be good-looking, but your ideas are quite ambitious. Then there was a loud car horn and Grandma's scream, followed by the sound of an engine fading away.
Grandma?
Grandma. Jiang Yaozu shouted into the phone. That girl ran away. Grandma's frustrated voice came through. What's so great about driving a junk car? Jiang Yaozu stood by the road, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. Passers-by looked at the young man with a pale face curiously. Jiang Yaozu felt dizzy. He had taken several deposits and made big promises. How would he explain this to others now? Images of the leader's disdainful gaze, colleagues' mocking faces, and Jiang Wanning's contemptuous tone flashed through his mind. His expression gradually turned dark. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust, he murmured, scrolling through his contacts. When the call connected, Jiang Yaozu's voice was ominous. Hello, Brother Quan. I have a money-making opportunity. Are you in? 2 days later, the moonlight was completely hidden by clouds. In the backyard of Tang Posey's house, 5 shadows gathered quietly. Is everyone here? Jiang Jianchun asked in a low voice, holding a pole, with his son Jiang Yaozu beside him. Chang Quan, known as Brother Quan, patted 2 empty baskets. Don't worry, we have everything ready. Behind him were 2 carefree young men, one named Lu Ergu and the other Zhao Taizhu, both of whom had been idling around town since finishing middle school. Jiang Jianchun was the last to climb over the wall and nearly twisted his ankle when he landed, hissing, "Keep it down. Don't wake the neighbors." The 5 of them sneaked along a small path behind the village toward the mountain. The night wind rustled through the treetops, startling them into glancing back occasionally. Brother Quan, do you really think that fruit can sell for 41 a pound? Lu Ergu rubbed his hands, his voice trembling with excitement. Of course. Jiang Yaozu replied eagerly. People in the city are going crazy for it. If we each get 200 pounds tonight, that's 8,000 bucks. Zhao Taizhu gasped. 8,000? That's enough for me to hang out at the internet cafe for half a year. Chang Quan, holding a cigarette without lighting it to avoid drawing attention, said, Not just that. I've contacted a few fruit vendors. If we can supply them regularly, we'll be set. Listening to the young men's dreams, Jiang Jianchun felt a warmth in his heart. He could almost see new phones and motorcycles waving at him. As they passed Jiang Wanning's house, Lu Erga suddenly stopped. What if we check her house first? The fruit picked today might still be piled up inside. That way, we won't have to go up the mountain ourselves. Are you silly? Chang Quan slapped him on the back of the head. With so much fruit on the mountain, missing a few 100 pounds won't be noticed. If they find out the little bit at home is gone, won't they call the police? If they investigate, how can we keep coming back? That's thinking ahead, Jiang Jianxun praised, then added, and most importantly, that girl has 7 or 8 big dogs at home. One bark could wake up the whole village. Jiang Yaozu firmly said, listen to my dad. We'll head up the mountain directly. The 5 of them turned towards the mountain path in the dark. Just as they stepped onto the trail, Jiang Wanning, who seemed to be asleep, suddenly opened her eyes and slowly smiled with a knowing expression. As they climbed, Jiang Jianxun shivered. The path that should have felt familiar now seemed strangely unfamiliar. The shadows of the trees looked like countless clawing monsters. Uncle Jianxun, are you sure this is the right way? Chang Quan asked for the 3rd time as he slipped on the wet moss. Jiang Jianxun wiped his sweat. Of course. I've been to the Jiang family orchard countless times. He pointed ahead. We'll be there in half an hour. However, half an hour later, they were still surrounded by dense woods, without a single fruit tree in sight. This isn't right. Jiang Jianxun scratched his head, looking around. We should have arrived by now. Jiang Yaozu sat down on the ground. Dad, do you really know the way? My legs are about to give out. Nonsense. I could find my way with my eyes closed. How could I not know the way? Jiang Jianxun snapped angrily. It's definitely because you all are walking too slowly. Just a few more minutes. 20 minutes later, the 5 of them were completely stunned. The trees around them grew denser, and the path had completely disappeared. Chang Quan suddenly shivered. Wait, this place looks a bit familiar. He pointed to a nearby crooked tree. I think I've seen that tree before. What nonsense, Jiang Jianxun said firmly, but his back was already soaked with sweat. He took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. That crooked tree did look familiar. Let's mark it. Chang Quan took out a small knife and carved a cross on the tree trunk. The 5 continued on, this time deliberately choosing the completely opposite direction. Half an hour later, when they saw the crooked tree with the cross again, they all froze. Is this a ghost wall? Lu Erga's voice trembled. We can't be encountering a ghost wall, right? Zhao Tieju's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. It's over. I've heard my grandma say that mountain spirits love to play tricks on people. Shut up, Chang Quan shouted, though he couldn't hide the tremor in his voice. We must be lost. We'll be fine when it gets light out. After that, they didn't dare to move any further. The 5 of them huddled together back to back, too scared to close their eyes. The night wind blew through the trees, making a sound like many people softly crying. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the treetops, the 5 of them almost cried out in joy. The sun is up. The ghosts must be gone. Lu Erga jumped up and was ready to run. However, 2 hours later, they despairingly found themselves back in front of the crooked tree with a cross carved into it. This can't be happening. Jiang Jianxun frantically grabbed his hair. How can there be ghost walls in broad daylight? Chang Quan took out his phone. Let's call for help. We can't worry about anything else. Even if someone discovered they were trying to steal fruit from the mountain, it would be better than being trapped here. Besides, they hadn't even had the chance to steal anything yet. They could just say they were out for a hike and got lost. But the words "no signal" on the screen made everyone's heart sink. Help! Is anyone there? Jiang Yaozu shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing through the forest, but there was no response. The 5 of them took turns calling for help until their voices were hoarse. Finally, they collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and blank-eyed. Meanwhile, Tang Posey and Yang Yanzi were anxiously waiting at home. It's the 2nd day, and we haven't heard anything. Yang Yanzi paced back and forth. Tang Posey looked out the door. They must have succeeded. They probably went straight to sell it. Jianxun might have taken Yaozu out to eat. On the evening of the 3rd day, Yang Yanzi couldn't sit still anymore. Mom, I've called Yaozu more than a dozen times, and he hasn't answered. Tang Posey's heart began to race, but when she saw Chen Aiju and others returning from the mountain as usual, she said, if something had happened, the Jiang family wouldn't be so calm. Those boys must have sold something and are out enjoying themselves. On the morning of the 5th day, Yang Yanzi rushed into the main room with dark circles under her eyes. Mom. I still can't reach them. Jianchun, Yaozu, and Changquan. None of them are answering. Tang Posey dropped the bowl she was holding, shattering it on the floor. She finally realized something was wrong and grabbed Yang Yanzi, heading to Jiang Wanning's house. In the Jiang family's yard, people were busy packing and pressing oil, just as lively and bustling as ever. When Tang Posey and her daughter rushed in, everyone frowned in confusion.
Jiang.
Tang Posey's voice was sharp. Quick, go check on the mountain. Are Jianchun and Yaozu there? Have any of you seen them in the past few days? Jiang Yue looked puzzled. The mountain? Which mountain? Tang Posey was anxious. Of course, your family's mountain. Jiang Yue rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, You said that is my family's mountain. Why are Jiang Jianchun and the others going there? Well, Yang Yanzi stammered, not daring to tell the truth. Jiang Yue seemed to realize something and angrily asked, Oh, they went to my family's mountain to steal our fruit, right? Wu Guixiang, Yan Sanchun, and others quickly agreed, insisting that Jiang Jianchun and his group were definitely there to steal fruit. That's nonsense. Tang Posey hurriedly denied it, then added through gritted teeth, They went to the mountain 5 days ago to pick mushrooms and haven't come back. Pick mushrooms? At this time of year? Jiang Weining had a faint smile on her lips as she glanced at Tang Posey and Yang Yanzi's panicked faces. The workers in the yard also stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with doubt. Wu Guixiang sneered. Picking mushrooms in October? Tang Posey. Think before you lie. Yan Sanchun mocked. I think they went to steal fruit from Ningming's family. Just a few days ago, I saw your Yaozu sneaking around at the foot of the mountain. Shut up. Everyone shut up. Tang Posey stomped her feet in frustration, her face trembling. If anything happens to my Jianchun and Yaozu, I won't let you off. At that moment, Zhang Guitian and several porters were coming down the mountain with baskets full of fruit, and they quickly approached upon hearing the commotion. What's going on? We heard shouting from far away. Tang Posey rushed over like she had found a lifeline. Guitian. Have you seen my Jianchun and Yaozu up in the mountain these past few days? What about Brother Quan and the others? Zhang Guitian and his companions exchanged glances. No, it's just us working on the mountain. We haven't seen anyone else. Jiang Yichen ran over from the backyard, holding Lu Pingin's hand, his little face covered in dirt. When we were digging for yams on the west, we didn't see anyone else. Lu Pingin nodded seriously. Yes, yes. We picked a lot of strawberries and didn't see anyone else. Tang Posey's face fell, and Yang Yanzi became anxious, wringing her hands. This can't be. They clearly said. Said what? Jiang Weining quickly caught on, said they were going to steal fruit from my family's mountain? Yang Yanzi fell silent, as if her voice had been taken away. Seeing this, Tang Posey sat down on the ground, pounding her thighs and crying out, My poor son. My dear grandson. If anything happens to them, it's the Jiang family's fault. This dramatic scene was the first time Jiang Wanning had seen, and it was quite fresh to her. She crossed her arms and watched for a while, then kindly reminded, If someone is missing, you should call the police. Wailing here won't help. Call the police? Yes, call the police. Tang Posey jumped up, gritting her teeth. If my family Jianchun and Yaozu really got into trouble on your mountain, I will make sure the police arrest all of you. Hearing that 5 people had gone missing for 5 days, the police took it seriously and arrived shortly with 2 vehicles. Coincidentally, it was Zhang Mingyu and his team again. Listening to Tang Posey's confused account, Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but frown. They went up 5 days ago? He glanced at the mountain forest in front of him. Why did you wait so long to report it? Tang Posey stammered, I thought they went to the county for fun. Life is at stake, so Zhang Mingyu didn't ask further and organized a team to search the mountain. However, after searching Jiang Wanning's family mountain, they found no trace of anyone. Zhang Mingyu planned to send for a few police dogs to help, and Jiang Wanning offered her 2 dogs, imposing San Bao and clever Wu Bao. They are very smart and good at finding people, Jiang Wanning said, petting the 2 large dogs and whispering a few words in their ears. San Bao wagged his tail excitedly, while Wu Bao let out a short bark. The search team split into 2 groups and headed up the mountain along different paths. Surprisingly, within 2 hours, the radio reported that they had found the missing persons. Even more unexpectedly, the location was not on Zhang's family mountain, but on the neglected hillside of Tang Posi's home. When everyone arrived, they saw 5 disheveled individuals curled up under an old locust tree, their clothes torn by branches, and their faces pale as paper. Jiang Jianchun had cracked and bleeding lips, Zhang Yaozu looked dazed, and Chang Quan was so weak he couldn't even speak. Jianchun.
Yatsu.
Tang Posi and Yang Yanzi cried out as they rushed over. Upon seeing them, Zhang Yaozu suddenly shrank back in fear. Don't come closer. It's the ghost wall again. We can't get out. Officer Zhang squatted down to check on their condition. Dehydration, mild heatstroke, and severe mental stress. He turned to Tang Posi and said, "We need to get them to the hospital quickly." As the medical staff prepared the stretcher, Chan Quan suddenly grabbed Officer Zhang's sleeve and said hoarsely, "Officer, we've really been walking for 5 days. Just going in circles." Lu Ergo curled up, nervously biting his nails. "Every time we end up back under that tree. It's the same day and night." What was most chilling was when the rescue team checked the terrain and found that the valley was less than 500 meters from the Jiang family's orchard. This meant that these 5 people had been so close to their destination, yet had wandered for 5 days without finding a way out. On the way back to the village, Jiang Guitian couldn't help but mutter, "This is really strange. I could walk out of this mountain with my eyes closed." Yen Sanchun whispered mysteriously, "I heard the elders say that those who have done wrong will be led astray by the mountain spirit." Jiang Weining walked at the back of the group, a faint smile on her lips. She patted Sanbao and Wubao's heads and softly said, "Good kids, you can have chicken legs tonight." The Tang family became the laughingstock of the village. Not only because they failed to steal the chickens, but also because the place they got stuck was their own neglected mountain, a piece of land they hadn't tended to in over a decade. What frustrated Tang Pizzi even more was that Jiang Weining had become a model of returning kindness for harm, as even the police station sent a thank you letter praising her for offering the rescue dogs. After that, the autumn wind in the mountains carried the scent of fruit throughout the village, along with a strange tale that reached everyone's ears. Have you heard? Jiang Jianchun and his group encountered a wall of ghosts on the mountain behind Ning's house, supposedly because they offended the mountain spirit. Really? Is that true? How could it not be? My husband said the place they got stuck was just a few hundred meters from the Jiang family's orchard, and they wandered for 5 days without finding a way out. And when they were found, all 5 were mumbling, "Spare us, mountain spirit." This strange tale spread through the village like wildfire in less than half a day. Some claimed to see golden lights flickering in the Jiang family's forest at night, while others said they heard strange singing from the mountains. Some even insisted that Jiang Yue kneels every morning with her grandchildren to worship the mountain spirit. No wonder the things Ning's family grows taste so good. They must have the mountain spirit's blessing. Jiang Jianchun and his group dared to disturb what the mountain spirit protects. They got what they deserved. Even the usually practical Wang Ying began to have doubts. During a break from work, she couldn't help but lean closer to Jiang Wanning and asked, "Ning, does your family really worship the mountain god on the mountain?" Jiang Wanning was checking the freshly pressed tea seed oil. Hearing the question, she paused and then smiled slightly. "Well, it depends on whether you believe or not." This vague answer made Wang Ying even more convinced. She looked at the distant green mountains with awe, wondering if she should bring some offerings next time she went up the mountain. Just then, Jiang Wanning's phone buzzed repeatedly. She wiped her hands and took out her phone, noticing it was a message from one of her 2 fans, Yue Wei. Iu Wei Wei, Ning Ning, Sorrito Poterio. I wanted to ask if you still have persimmons for sale? As Jiang Wanning was about to reply, more messages came in one after another. Yue Wei. Actually, it's a friend of my dad's who has been asking me about the persimmons for several days. Yue Wei. He insists that your persimmons can help stabilize his dad's blood sugar. Yue Wei. Sweet persimmons for blood sugar control? He must be trying to get some for free. Yue Wei. If you don't have any, that's fine. I was just asking. Jiang Wanning quickly replied, we still have persimmons, and they will be restocked soon. Yue Wei. Yay. That's great. Jiang Wanning, if you need them urgently, I can arrange to send them to you separately. After all, she wanted to treat her loyal fan well. On the other end, Yue Wei nearly fell off the sofa. She screamed while holding her phone, startling her parents who were watching TV. What happened? Her mother asked with a frown. Ning Ning. My idol. She said she can send me persimmons directly. Yue Wei exclaimed excitedly, oh my gosh. I must be the first fan to enjoy VIP treatment from Ning Ning. Yu's dad's eyes lit up. Really? Quickly tell old Han. He's been bothering me about it for days. It was because he recommended the persimmons to Han Qingzhou that the guy kept pestering him since he couldn't reach the seller. While Yue Wei was sending Jiang Wanning countless thank you gifts and other excited emojis, she said without looking up, got it. Then it quickly switched to Uncle Han Qingzhou's chat interface. Yue Wei. Uncle Han, my idol said there are still persimmons, and they will be available soon. Han Qingzhou replied almost instantly, really? Can your idol sell me 50 pounds first? I can pay a high price. Yue Wei switched back to Jiang Wanning's chat interface. Ning Ning. My dad's friend said he urgently wants to buy 50 pounds at a high price. But don't feel pressured. Just do it when it's convenient for you. Nervous hand-rubbing, JPG Jiang Wanning looked at the message and chuckled. Sure. Since it's for you, I'll sell it at the original price of 40. Send me the address, and I'll ship it tomorrow. Yue Wei saw the reply and fell back on the sofa, feeling so happy that she might faint. She trembled as she took a screenshot and sent it to the family group with the caption, Did you see that? Original price. My idol is giving me face. Proud hands on hips, JPG Dad immediately sent a series of thumbs-up emojis. Great job, daughter. It's all thanks to you. Mom rarely agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Our Yue Wei is the most capable. Yue Wei proudly lifted her nose. Humph. Who said chasing stars was useless? It's clearly super useful. After the excitement, Yue Wei suddenly remembered something and sent another message to Jiang Wanning. Ning Ning, by the way. Can persimmons really control blood sugar? Curious baby. JPG after sending it. She regretted it. The question seemed silly, and her idol would surely think she was foolish. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanning replied quickly. Why not try it and see? Yue Wei stared at the message, blinking. Strange. Her idol didn't directly deny it? Could it really lower blood sugar? Was that too far-fetched? Actually, when Jiang Wanning learned that persimmons could lower blood sugar, she was quite surprised too. She originally thought that the slight spiritual energy affecting crops would only enhance taste and nutrition. For example, persimmons can relieve constipation, and those infused with spiritual energy work even better. Similarly, pears can soothe the lungs and relieve coughs, and those with spiritual energy excel at cough relief. Besides that, she never expected it could have other unrelated effects. In a special ward corridor of a hospital in the capital, the sound of leather shoes tapping on the marble floor grew closer. The nurses at the station immediately straightened up. This was the sound of Director Han's footsteps, which they were very familiar with. Han Qingye strode into the hospital room, his lab coat fluttering with each step. An elderly colleague on Jiufeng Mountain had abnormal blood sugar levels, and he had rushed to help him overnight. Before he even got home, he received a call from his wife saying that his father had been hospitalized due to unusual blood sugar fluctuations. That stubborn old man must have been sneaking snacks again, Han Qingye said, adjusting his glasses with a furrowed brow. When he opened the door to the room, His blood pressure shot up at the sight before him. His father was leaning against the headboard, holding a shiny orange persimmon and eating it messily. His younger brother, Han Qingzhou, was sitting by the bed, ready to hand him a tissue.
Dad, how can you eat that?
Han Qingye rushed forward, his voice echoing in the room. Startled, his father nearly dropped the persimmon. He instinctively hid it in his lap, like a child caught sneaking candy.
What are you shouting about?
What's wrong with me eating a persimmon? Han Qingzhou quickly stood up to mediate. Big brother, don't be upset. This isn't just any persimmon.
Han Hensu.
Han Qingye interrupted his brother, veins popping on his forehead. Dad's blood sugar is already hard to control, and you let him eat a persimmon? Do you know how high in sugar they are? He turned to his father, his voice softening. Dad, give me the persimmon. His father clutched the persimmon tighter.
No.
This was specially brought to me by the third one. I ate it for several days, and my blood sugar was fine. Han Qingye took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Dad, you need to be scientific. Diabetics can't eat high-sugar fruits. That's basic knowledge. He reached for the persimmon. Be good and give it to me. Get lost. His father glared, his voice strong and far from that of a patient. You weren't even born when I was fighting. Now you come to tell me what to eat. Seeing this, Han Qingzhou quickly stepped between them. Big brother, this persimmon is really different. You know Fei Qingping? His blood sugar was alarmingly high too. After eating this persimmon, his levels returned to normal, and now he hardly needs medication. Nonsense. Han Qingye pushed his brother aside. What do you, an artist, know about medicine? You dare to give Dad folk remedies? He pointed at the blood sugar meter on the bedside table. Let's check Dad's blood sugar right now. If it's over 11, I won't let this go. Mr. Han let out a cold snort and picked up the blood glucose meter to his finger. Let's measure it. I know what I'm talking about. A drop of blood fell onto the test, and the meter emitted a soft hum. 3 pairs of eyes focused on the display, 5.6. Han Qingye snatched the glucose meter.
Impossible.
The device is broken. He skillfully changed the test and measured again, 5.7. The hospital room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Han Qingye stared at the number, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. As a top endocrinologist in the country, he knew better than anyone that a diabetic patient who had just eaten half a persimmon could not have a blood sugar level within the normal range.
This
can't be, he murmured. Mr. Han proudly snorted and took another bite of the persimmon.
See?
This persimmon is much more effective than your pills. I didn't take any medicine today, just 8 persimmons, and I feel great. Han Qingzhou cautiously looked at his older brother. Brother, why don't you try one too? Han Qingye mechanically took the persimmon his brother offered and took a bite. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, oddly refreshing rather than overwhelming. Strangely, the dull pain in his temples, caused by long-term stress, eased significantly. Where did this persimmon come from? Han Qingye's voice was a bit tense. I bought it from an online store called Jiangjia Vegetable Basket. Han Qingzhou quickly pulled out his phone. The owner is a girl who returned home to start a business, and her produce is really delicious. But it's not listed yet. I had a friend buy these persimmons for me. Han Qingye looked at the simple online store interface on the phone, and then at his father enjoying the fruit. His long-held medical beliefs began to waver. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned and walked toward the door. Brother, where are you going? Han Qingzhou asked. To the lab, Han Qingye said without looking back. I need to test the components of this persimmon myself. After the hospital door closed, Mr. Han winked at his third son. Your brother is so stubborn. Come on, peel another persimmon for me. Han Qingzhou helplessly picked up the fruit knife again. Han Qingye stood in front of the lab table, staring at the freshly printed test report, his brows tightly knitted. He took off his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes, confirming the data on the report once more. This can't be, he murmured. On the table were 7 or 8 test tubes and petri dishes containing various extracts from persimmon samples. Nearby, a machine was buzzing, conducting the final round of component analysis. Han Qingye had been working for 6 hours, performing a complete set of tests on this persimmon, from regular nutritional analysis to molecular structure examination. The results were disappointing. It was just an ordinary persimmon. The sugar content was even higher than that of regular persimmons available in stores, and the levels of vitamins and minerals exceeded those of typical persimmons. Aside from that, no other special active ingredients were found. According to this report, this persimmon not only could not lower blood sugar, but diabetic patients should strictly avoid it. Han Qingye irritably removed his gloves and took out his phone to call Fei Qingping. The Han and Fei families had a long-standing friendship. Fei's grandfather and Han's grandfather were close comrades, and the younger generations maintained a good relationship as well. The call connected quickly, and Fei Qingping's cheerful voice came through. "Hey, Director Han. What made you think of calling me? I have a question for you." Han Qingye got straight to the point, his voice slightly hoarse from fatigue. "Did you tell Lao San that persimmons can lower blood sugar?" There was a noticeable pause on the other end, and then Fei Qingping replied somewhat sheepishly, "Old Han, you might not believe me, but I assure you, that is not an ordinary persimmon. I tested it myself. It really can control blood sugar." Han Qingye rubbed his temples. "I tested it, and it's just a regular persimmon with particularly high sugar content." "Are you sure it really works?" Fei Qingping's laughter came through. "Old Han, you're still the same, needing everything scientifically verified." His tone became serious. "But this time, you might need to change your perspective." Han Qingye instinctively straightened his back. "What do you mean?" "I stopped my medication for a week," Fei Qingping said lightly, "and just relied on eating one persimmon every day. My fasting blood sugar dropped from 9.2 to 6.1. I just measured it this morning." "That's ridiculous." Han Qingye nearly crushed his phone. "Do you know how dangerous it is to stop medication on your own?" "Calm down, old Han," Fei Qingping, knowing he was concerned, replied with a smile. "I have complete records. Since the first day I started eating persimmons, I've monitored my blood sugar 7 times a day and gradually reduced my medication. If you don't believe me, I can send you the data right now." Han Qingye stared at the images Fei Qingping sent. It was an extremely professional blood sugar monitoring chart, clearly detailing the times, diet, and medication records. Data shows that starting from the 5th day of eating persimmons, Fei Qingping completely stopped using glympyride, and his blood sugar levels showed an incredible steady decline. The line graph clearly indicates that after stopping the medication, his blood sugar did not rise but instead stabilized at a better level than when he was taking the medicine. Fei Qingping said, "Look, I started eating 1 persimmon a day from the 15th of last month while gradually reducing my medication. By the 10th of this month, I had completely stopped the medication and continued to eat 1 persimmon daily. Here are my blood sugar records from the past week." "This is impossible." Han Qingye's throat felt dry. "Are you sure you didn't secretly take any medicine?" "Hey, why would I lie to you about this?" "I swear on my great-grandmother's name," Fei Qingping said seriously. "Aside from adding 1 persimmon each day, everything else remained the same." "Oh, and this persimmon has another benefit. What is it?" "It really helps with digestion." Fei Qingping lowered his voice. "Before, I could only go 3 or 4 times a week, and it was always a struggle. But now, every morning, as soon as my body clock wakes up, my stomach reacts like it's on a schedule. I can easily take care of it, and that feeling of relief is hard to describe. I feel so much lighter." Han Dayuan, who also struggled with constipation, felt a bit tempted by this. "But, alright, I get it." Han Qingye interrupted him. "Until we understand the principle, you need to resume your medication immediately. No more experimenting. Fei Qingping is a type 2 diabetes patient, and stopping medication can be dangerous." After hanging up, Han Qingye stared at the seemingly ordinary persimmon, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the lab table. As an endocrine expert, he knew exactly what this could mean. If there really is a fruit that can replace diabetes medication, it would change the entire treatment guidelines for diabetes. Years of experience treating diabetes patients taught him that the hardest part was never writing prescriptions, but getting patients to control their diets. especially at Jiufeng Sanatorium, where the esteemed elderly patients often only half listen to medical advice while indulging in food. During rounds, those white-haired leaders always confidently promised to absolutely follow medical advice, only to pull out hidden snacks from under their pillows, sneak cigarettes in the bathroom, or fill thermoses with alcohol. If this persimmon is truly as Fei Qingping described, satisfying cravings while stabilizing blood sugar, it could be a blessing for diabetes patients, even if just as a supplementary dietary option. Is the pear harvest almost over? Jiang Wanning stood in the pear orchard, looking at the few pears left on the branches, and said to Wang Ying. Wang Ying nodded. We can finish in 3 days at most. Are we going to pick kiwis next? Kiwis are harder to store. We need to pick them before they are fully ripe. Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and organized. Let's divide into 4 groups. Half will pick kiwis, while the others will handle oranges and persimmons. Additionally, we will set aside 6 people specifically for picking peaches. Wang Ying quickly noted, that means 20 people will pick kiwis, 10 will pick oranges, 10 will pick persimmons, and the remaining 6 will pick peaches. Jiang Fei was squatting nearby, checking the freshly picked peaches. She looked up and asked, Ning Ning, will we sell these peaches online too? She picked up a peach that had some spots and several insect holes. The appearance wasn't great, but that was okay. However, many people would likely be concerned about the insect holes. Jiang Wanning shook her head. We won't sell the peaches. I plan to use them for making wine. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but smile. She usually enjoyed fruit wine, especially the kind that was sweet but not too heavy, with a rich fruity aroma. The peaches from the mountain, while not visually appealing, had an excellent taste, were juicy, sweet, and had a unique fragrance. If they were made into wine, it would surely be richer than the fruit wines available in stores. Then I'll ask Jing Jing, Jiang Fei said eagerly, if we want to sell wine. What permits do we need? Jiang Wanning nodded. Selling fruit only requires a business license, which was already obtained when the village committee helped register the family farm. However, selling processed foods like fruit wine requires an additional food business license. For the specific process and paperwork, they would need to consult Zhu Jingjing and her team. Fei, Jiang Wanning turned and said, please post an announcement in the live stream, informing everyone that the pears will be taken down in 3 days, and give a preview of the upcoming oranges and kiwis. Jiang Fei agreed, and took out her phone to log into the live stream backend. As soon as the announcement was posted, the comments exploded. What? The pears are going off the market? I haven't gotten any yet. How can they be gone? Don't do this. My child coughs every winter, and I wanted to use these pears to make soup for them. If your child is coughing, just give them medicine. Pears won't help. To the person above, you must not have tried their pears, or you wouldn't be so clueless. Jiang Fei politely replied on the official account. I'm very sorry, but we have a limited stock of pears, and they will soon be sold out. If you need them, please place your order within these 3 days. However, this announcement did not calm the netizens. Instead, the comments became even more intense. Do I not want to buy them? I've tried 3 times, and still couldn't get any. Your pears are harder to get than train tickets during the spring festival. I'll pay double. Can you save £5 for me? I'll pay triple. Sell them to me first. Does everyone have so much money? Pears priced at 40 yuan a pound can be marked up like this? The live stream quickly turned into a pear auction, with prices rising higher and higher. Jiang Fei found it both amusing and frustrating and turned to Jiang Wanning, saying, everyone's reaction is too intense. They just can't accept that the pears will be taken off the shelf. Jiang Wanning shrugged helplessly. Agricultural products aren't like factory goods. The supply is limited, and there's nothing we can do. At that moment, a VIP user's comment appeared. Haha, I stocked up on over 200 pounds of pears and turned them all into pear paste. Enough for my family to eat all winter. This message caused an explosion of comments. 200 pounds? Are you planning to open a store? Wow, how did you manage to buy so many? Report. This is definitely scalping. I get it. She's the top fan in the live stream, lemon sweet, so she must have privileges. This isn't fair. Please share some with me. I'm willing to pay more. Jiang Feifei quickly clarified. Everyone, don't misunderstand. This person is a regular customer in our live stream and always buys through normal channels with no special privileges. Lemon Sweet also clarified. That's right, I got them through my own efforts, not because of any privileges. I'm a fan of Jiang Wanning. I would never do anything to tarnish my idol's reputation. Then another fan chimed in. Is it really that hard to get? In our fan group, almost everyone orders 5 or 10 pounds every time, and it's not difficult at all. The comments rolled in rapidly, with discussions becoming more heated. Is that true? Haters can't get them, but fans can? That can't be. How is that possible? I used to criticize Jiang Wanning, and I still haven't been able to get her fruits. Wow, that's a bit scary to think about. Some were skeptical, but others were eager to join. Lemon Sweet. How do I join the fan group? Add me. Yeah, please add me to the group. As long as I can get pairs, I'll become a fan immediately. Lemon Sweet replied calmly. Check the group rules. Only those who meet the requirements can join. Jiang Feifei was stunned and turned to Jiang Weining, asking, is that true? Can fans get in while haters can't? Jiang Weining shrugged and casually replied, it's probably just a mental thing. Then she quickly messaged Yu Weiwei. I heard you started a fan group? Yu Weiwei replied instantly. You found out Ningning? It was me and Bao Zhu who set it up. Everyone in the group really likes you. Jiang Weining smiled and replied, add me in. Yu Weiwei was so excited she could hardly speak. Really? But there aren't many people in the group yet. Is that okay? She felt a bit shy since it wasn't an official large group. Jiang Weining replied nonchalantly, it's fine. Yu Weiwei, I'll add you right now. But the chat might get a bit wild, so don't mind it. Jiang Weining looked at the group invitation from Yu Weiwei, clicked to join the fan group named Ningning's Fruit Paradise. There were indeed only 16 members. The group immediately exploded with messages. Wow, is that really who I think it is? Is it really Ningning? At Yu Weiwei, pinch me. I can't be dreaming, right? Ningning, look at me. I'm super obedient. The 16 members were acting like a crowd of hundreds. Jiang Weining sent a greeting emoji. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Weining. I heard fans should have special privileges, so I think you should too. Before the fans could react, a newcomer named Assistant Feifei entered the group and immediately said, Good afternoon, fans. I'm the customer service assistant Feifei from Zhang's Grocery. I have some good news. Starting today, we will be selling other agricultural products in the group besides fruits. As soon as the news broke, the group went wild. Wait, what? Other agricultural products? Are the legendary orange kiwis going to be pre-sold in our group? Lemon Sweet. I know. Besides fruits, Ningning's family has vegetables, chestnuts, and fish. I saw it on Qin Yuan's Weibo. They say it all tastes amazing.
I want to buy some.
I got it. Yue's scream burst from the room, startling her dad in the living room, causing him to drop the newspaper on the floor. Yue's mom almost lost her face mask from the shock. What is that girl up to now? Yue rolled on the sofa with her phone, a silly smile on her face, her fingers quickly tapping on the screen. Yue's parents exchanged a glance and quietly sat down on either side of their daughter. Yue. Her mom pulled her up. What's got you so happy?
Tell mom about it.
Yue quickly composed herself and pretended to be calm, saying it's nothing, just bought some vegetables. Vegetables? Her dad looked incredulous. Is that it? You're acting like you won the lottery. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we were starving you. Yue held back a laugh and said slowly, regular vegetables aren't that exciting, but I bought vegetables from my idol's farm. Idol? Both parents perked up, sitting up straight. The Jiang families produce? Yue proudly nodded, her smile almost reaching her ears. Her mom dashed into the room. Your idol grows vegetables? Not just that, Yue shook her phone. My idol has all kinds of vegetables and even raises fish and chickens. Her dad's eyes lit up. The fish and chickens your idol raises must taste amazing, right? Of course. Yue said proudly. Many celebrities rave about it. Last time, an award-winning actor even posted on Weibo, saying he had never tasted such fresh fish. Her mom quickly took out her phone and opened the store, but the page only showed sold out for pears. Where are the vegetables? Why didn't I see them? Yue beamed even more, her face almost touching the ceiling. Hee, my idol said this is a special treat for fans. Regular people can't buy it. Her dad immediately poured her a glass of water and massaged her shoulders. Yue, keep supporting your idol. Dad is behind you. Her mom leaned in, looking excited. Yue, I want to be a fan of your idol too. How do I join the group? Yue looked at her parents' sudden change in attitude, trying not to laugh. Mom, didn't you say last week that being a fan is a waste of time? That's different. Her mom replied confidently, what other idol is as impressive as yours? Her dad was already looking into her order. Oh, you bought chestnuts too? Your idol's chestnut chicken must smell amazing. Yue snatched her phone back. Dad, this is mine. Come on, share a little with Dad. Dad, you said pitifully, just one bite. Mom, you cleverly opened the photo album. Wei, set a picture of your idol as your wallpaper. That might bring you luck when trying to get merchandise. Wei looked at her parents suddenly acting like fans and couldn't help but laugh on the bed. Who would have thought that her obsession with her idol would pull the whole family into it? But being a fan of her idol was not easy. At that moment, Jiang Feifei was looking at the group entry requirements in the fan club, completely confused. There were 3 rules. 1. Truly like the idol and successfully place an order from Jiang's grocery store 3 times or more. 2. Support the idol's work and respect their personal choices. 3. Do not disturb the idol's privacy and personal space. The last 2 rules were common in fan circles. But the second part of the first rule, successfully place an order from Jiang's grocery store 3 times or more, left her puzzled. What does liking an idol have to do with placing orders? Jiang Feifei couldn't help but mumble. She quickly sent her question to the fan group. Why is successfully placing an order 3 times or more requirement to join the group? Immediately, someone replied in the group, of course, it's to test if they really like Ningning. Yeah, haters can't buy Ningning stuff. Only fans can get it. Jiang Feifei. She silently typed. Do you really believe that? The fans immediately started explaining. Of course we believe it. It's super accurate. Really? A roommate of mine didn't believe it and insisted it was a marketing tactic. She tried to buy it over 10 times and failed, so now she praises Ningning online every day to make up for it. Jiang Feifei felt her mouth twitch and couldn't help but look at Jiang Wanning, who was inspecting the orchard. Ningning, do you know how ridiculous the entry requirements for your fan group are? Jiang Wanning didn't look up. What are the requirements? Jiang Feifei handed her the phone. Successfully place an order 3 times or more to join the group. They believe that haters can't buy your stuff, only fans can. Jiang Wanning glanced at it and calmly said, Oh. Jiang Feifei suspiciously stared at her. Did you secretly give fans any special treatment? Jiang Wanning shrugged. Just a coincidence. But her tone didn't sound like she thought it was a coincidence at all. Jiang Feifei. Oh no, why did she feel that this group of fans' theories might actually be true? Oh, be careful. You too. If you bump it, these pairs won't last long. Grandma Pei was directing Grandpa Pei and Old Chen as they organized the stock in the cold storage. Looking at the boxes of persimmons and pears, she felt very satisfied. With this much, it should be enough for them to last until the new year. Ding dong. The sound of a notification came from the phone. Old Chen took out his phone and immediately smiled widely. Grandpa Pei, curious, leaned over and asked, Old Chen, what's making you so happy? My daughter Baiju got vegetables from the Jiang family's basket. Dad, Chen proudly waved his phone.
What?
Grandma Pei, who was counting the stock, quickly ran over, her eyes wide. When did the Jiang family start selling vegetables? I set a special reminder. She reached for her phone to check the store. Dad Chen quickly showed the message from his daughter to the elderly couple. It says there are fresh vegetables, radishes, and chestnuts, all freshly picked. Grandma Pei stomped her feet in envy. Oh my, The Jiang family's products must taste amazing. Old Chen, hurry and ask your daughter how to buy them. Dad Chen quickly messaged his daughter and soon got a reply. Baiju said this is a special benefit for fans from Boss Jiang and regular customers can't buy it. Fans? Grandma Pei's eyes lit up as she grabbed her husband's arm. Old man, aren't we fans? We watch the live streams every day and bought so many persimmons and pears from her. Grandpa Pei nodded repeatedly. Yes, we've bought over 200 pounds of pears. You still have the nerve to say that. Grandma Pei suddenly changed her tone, pointing at her husband. Several times when the orders were up for grabs, you ran off to play chess. If it weren't for you, we could have bought more. Grandpa Pei's face turned red as he defended himself. I still managed to grab quite a few. Besides, playing chess is serious business. Is playing chess more important than grabbing pears? Grandma Pei glared at him and turned to Dad Chen. Old Chen, you tell us, is this old man a qualified fan? Dad Chen held back his laughter and didn't respond. Grandpa Pei, thinking quickly, lowered his voice and said, Dear, this isn't the time to argue. The more people we have, the better our chances of grabbing orders. We need to stick together. This immediately sparked an idea in Grandma Pei. She smiled and said, You're right, old man. You are indeed a loyal fan. She then affectionately patted her husband's shoulder. Two elderly people exchanged a knowing glance and then turned to Chen Dad in unison, saying, Old Chen, quickly ask your daughter Baoju how we can join the fan group. Chen Dad felt uneasy under their eager gaze and quickly messaged his daughter. Before long, Chen Baoju replied that they needed to apply in the super topic and provide screenshots proving 3 successful orders. That's easy. Grandma Pei exclaimed, I have plenty of orders in my account. What about your account, old man?
Grandpa Pei hesitated. I used your account to buy things. What?
Grandma Pei stomped her foot in frustration. You unreliable old man. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Chen Dad quickly intervened. How about this? You two can apply with one account first. Once you're approved, we can figure it out then. No way. Grandma Pei insisted firmly, I need my own account, so I have a better chance of getting orders. Suddenly, Grandpa Pei had an idea. Wife, how about I take pictures of the pears I bought earlier as proof of orders? Grandma Pei replied, let's try that first. If it doesn't work, I'll use your account for the next few orders. Watching the two elderly people brainstorm for a way to join the fan group, Chen Dad felt a strange urge. Should he apply for one too? Fans were continuously showing off the benefits their idol gave them in the Lemon Fruit Paradise super topic, attracting countless admirers from the Jiang family fruit fans. As a result, many users who either got or missed out on the fruit flocked to the Lemon Fruit Paradise super topic, trying to find a way to join the group. The topic's popularity skyrocketed, landing in the top 10, even surpassing discussions about many popular celebrities. Meanwhile, in Shenyang studio, the atmosphere was tense. Brother Shen, our super topic finally made it to the top 10, but before we could celebrate, that Jiang Wanling pushed us down. The assistant reported cautiously while holding a laptop. Shen Yenin stared at his phone screen, watching Lemon Fruit Paradise sitting high on the list, his expression darkening. He suddenly swept everything off the table in anger, gritting his teeth. It's just a fruit seller. What's there to be so arrogant about? Shen Yenin looked at his reflection in the mirror, once praised by the media as the national first love, now looking haggard from sleepless nights and anxiety. A month ago, he was a rising star with 3 leading roles in top-tier dramas and numerous variety show invitations. From the moment Jiang Wanning won the lawsuit, his resources began to visibly dwindle. First, the officials publicly urged fans to be rational. Then, the variety show team subtly announced a schedule adjustment, replacing him as a regular guest. Next, a film crew that had originally cast him for the lead role claimed image mismatch and gave the part to someone else. The most damaging came when a luxury brand he was set to endorse suddenly changed their mind, saying the brand direction has shifted, and signed with another artist instead. Shingo, from Suzhong. His assistant hesitated as he handed over his phone. Shan Nian glanced at it. It was a message from his backer, Su Shichong. Take a good rest. There's no rush for the new project. He scoffed and smashed the phone against the wall.
Rest?
Is he trying to sideline me? Hu Zhao entered and signaled for everyone else to leave. Once they were alone, he said in a low voice, Su Zong held a gathering last night and brought along that new sign talent. Shen Yan's fingers tightened into a fist. Su Shichong was his biggest supporter, and now he was scouting new talent. He knew exactly what that meant. What about director Lin Hai? He asked hoarsely. Hu Zhao shook his head. The producer said the role is already decided, and they didn't even give you an audition. Is everyone out of their minds, fawning over a fruit seller? Shen Nian and suddenly laughed, his laughter tinged with madness. After laughing, he broke down. Hugo, you need to think of something fast. I can't take this anymore. His manager, Hu Zhao, adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. She's currently very popular, and with that group supporting her, plus Su Chuan from Tianjin law firm personally handling her case, those marketing accounts are too scared to write anything negative. The best strategy for us now is to stay out of the spotlight. Can I really avoid it? Shen Nian said irritably, running his fingers through his hair. Don't you see, every time she trends, I get dragged back into the spotlight. Weren't you supposed to help me break into the top tier this year? What hope is there now? Hu Zhao paused for a moment before slowly saying, It's not entirely hopeless. Shen Yan looked up sharply. What do you mean? Hu Zhao lowered his voice and mentioned a name. Shen Yan's pupils dilated, and his face went pale. That person is notoriously difficult. He knew of 3 young stars who had been ruined by that individual. Hu Zhao remained expressionless. But he has resources and he particularly likes artists like you. Shen Yan tightly gripped the armrest of the sofa, his knuckles turning white. He recalled the rumors about that person in the industry, feeling a churn in his stomach. But when he looked up and saw the rising popularity of Jiang Wanning on the computer screen beside him, the struggle in his eyes was gradually replaced by determination. His voice trembled. Can that person really help me? Hu Zhao nodded. He may be ruthless, but he can provide resources that Su Shichong can't offer. The investor for director Zhang's award-winning art film is him. He paused and continued. The most important thing is, he doesn't get along with Fei Lezhang. Arrange a meeting, he heard himself say. In the mirror, the once clean and handsome face was now twisted beyond recognition. Hu Zhao showed a satisfied smile. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. You won't lose out. Shen Yan said nothing more, just stared intently at the trending search about Jiang Wanning on the computer screen. That person. One day, he would make her regret crossing him. Time to eat. Wu Guixiang's loud voice came from the kitchen, and everyone working in the bamboo grove stopped what they were doing. Qian Wenhao stood at the edge of the bamboo grove, looking at the 10 acres of chicken coop that had been enclosed, nearly dropping the design plans in his hands.
This.
He rubbed his eyes. You 3 just started this morning, right? Jiang Wanning was tightening the last piece of wire and, hearing this, brushed the dust off her hands. Yes, we can finish today. Jiang Yichen was squatting on the ground organizing the leftover wire, quietly adding, Actually, it was done by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sister took us to check it again. Qian Wenhao gasped. The terrain of this 10-acre bamboo grove was complex, with ups and downs, and normally it would take at least 10 workers 2 days to complete. But these 3 managed to finish it all in less than a day. He turned to Lu Ping'an, who was tidying up the leftover wire, and exclaimed, What do you all eat? Your strength is incredible. Jiang Yichen blinked innocently. Uncle Qian, don't we eat the same meals every day? Don't you have strength? Qian Wenhao instinctively clenched his fist. Strangely enough, ever since he started working at the Jiang family, he felt much more energetic. He used to be out of breath after climbing 3 flights of stairs, but now he could carry building materials up the hill without stopping. But compared to these 3 human excavators, he still felt far behind. Jiang Wanning was helping Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an brush off the grass from their clothes, smiling. It's mainly because Qin Chen and Ping'an are capable. I'm just here to lend a hand. That's not true. Jiang Yichen lifted her little face. Sister is the best. She dealt with the toughest wires. Lu Ping'an quietly added, Sister is the strongest. Jiang Wanning gently rubbed their heads. You two talk too much. Come on, wash your hands and let's eat. At the dining table, a large round table was filled to the brim. Jiang Wanning looked at the lively scene before her and couldn't help but smile. When she first returned, this table only seated their family of 5. Later, seeing Grandma Wu alone, she used the excuse of helping cook to invite her to join their meals. Then, after Qian Wenhao and Li Jianming tried Zhang's cooking once, they never went back to the small restaurant down the hill. Next came Xiao Hong, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Jun, who were specially invited. Recently, Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun were on a business trip at the Qingshan farm, or there would have been 2 more at the table. Finally, even Jiang Fei couldn't resist the temptation and, ignoring her mom Chen Ai Ju's nagging, came over every day for meals. A total of 11 people crowded around the table.
Time to eat.
Wu Gui Xiang brought out the last big pot of fresh vegetable soup from the kitchen. Before she could set it down, dozens of chopsticks were ready to go.
Slow down, slow down.
Jiang Yui reminded with a smile. We made plenty of each dish. There's enough for everyone. But no one was listening. As soon as the soup pot was placed, everyone quickly reached for the nearest vegetables, sweet and crunchy lettuce, juicy cucumbers, and crisp radishes. Each one was irresistible. This vegetable heart is so delicious. Qian Wenhao exclaimed, grabbing a big scoop. It's sweet and better than fruit. Li Jianming, unusually quiet, focused on the cold cucumber salad in front of him. This cucumber is amazing. It's fragrant and crunchy. I could eat a whole plate. Leave some for me. Jiang Fei quickly grabbed the last piece of tomato and put it in Xiao Hong's bowl. Eat more. You're too thin. Xiao Hong nodded obediently and then focused on eating. In fact, she had already eaten a lot, more than ever before. But Jiang Jia and her master were still worried she wouldn't be full. In contrast, the braised pork and sweet and sour ribs on the table were being neglected. After a satisfying meal, Qian Wenhao, with a full belly, looked at the untouched meat dishes and suddenly suggested, Xiao Jiang, let's not buy meat from down the mountain anymore. It's a waste of money. We can just eat vegetables. That won't do. Jiang Yui immediately disagreed. The kids are still growing. As she spoke, she served pieces of braised pork and ribs to Jiang Yichen, Lu Ping'an, Xiao Hong, and the twins, saying, even if it doesn't taste good, you have to eat it, okay? If you don't eat meat, you won't grow tall. Exactly, Jiang Fei, with her mouth full of vegetables, chimed in, Chen and Ping'an work so hard. Just eating vegetables isn't enough. Jiang Weining couldn't help but laugh. That's right, we still need to buy meat. But once we raise our own chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, we won't need to buy from down the mountain anymore. This statement instantly sparked excitement at the table. When can we harvest them? Qian Wenhao's eyes lit up. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. Jiang Weining replied, we haven't even brought them back yet, and you're already thinking about eating them. Is that really necessary? Qian Wenhao asked. Why don't you ask them if they're in a hurry? The younger ones looked like they were about to drool. When it gets colder, we should have a lamb hot pot. That would be so enjoyable. Li Jianming was already planning the winter menu. Jiang Yui looked at this group of hungry wolves, each with a full belly, yet still craving the elusive pork and lamb, and couldn't help but laugh. After the meal, Li Jianming, rubbing his belly, asked Jiang Weining, Xiao Jiang, have you chosen a temporary place for the pigs, cows, and sheep? How about the land next to the fish pond? Jiang Weining placed a rib in Jiang Yichen's bowl. I just rented 5 acres of barren land. I originally planned to turn it into an ecological garden. Qian Wenhao's eyes brightened. That land is flat and close to the water source. It's perfect for building temporary shelters. Li Jianming, however, seemed thoughtful. Xiao Jiang, should we plan the use of that land first? It would save us from having to tear it down and rebuild later. Just as Jiang Weining was about to respond, Jiang Yichen suddenly interjected, Sister, can we raise ducklings? I saw some on TV, and they looked so fun, they even walk in a line. Raising ducks sounds great. Qian Wenhao perked up immediately. A treasure duck, beer duck, saltwater duck. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Look at you, Li Jiaming teased, but then seriously added. However, we can indeed consider raising some ducks and geese. They would go well with the fish pond. Lu Ping'an quietly asked, can we raise large white geese? My mom said they guard the house better than dogs. That's a good idea. Wu Guixiang came over with some fruit. Large geese can also help with weeding, and their eggs are big and delicious. Li Jiaming's eyes sparkled. Winter is the best time to eat big goose stew. Uffed. Qian Wenhao, who was sipping soup, almost spit it out. Old Li, aren't you worried about scaring the kids with that? Li Jiaming turned around and saw several kids looking at him disapprovingly. Jiang Mudong pouted. Big geese are cute, I won't eat them. Jiang Yichen said. Uncle Li, didn't you just say winter is best for eating lamb? Why big goose too? Li Jiaming wanted to say that winter is long, and it would be nice to have a variety of dishes. But fearing a group attack from the kids, he chose to stay silent. Everyone left. Jiang Wanling couldn't help but chuckle. Then it settled. We'll raise ducks and geese on that piece of land. For now, let's build temporary shelters for the pigs, cows, and sheep. Thus, the fate of the 5 acres of wasteland was clearly decided by a few food lovers, raising ducks and geese. While designing the temporary shelters for the pigs, cows, and sheep, Li Jiaming automatically considered the future designs for duck and goose farming. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he immediately video-called his farming expert friend. Qian Wenhao watched his old friend skillfully discuss drainage for goose houses and leak-proofing for duck ponds, and couldn't help but tease. Old Li, at this rate, you'll soon be a farm planner. Li Jiaming laughed. And your construction team will have a new skill in farm building. They exchanged smiles. Indeed, during this time, they had unlocked many new skills, from designing chicken coop ventilation to automatic feeding systems for pig pens, from non-slip surfaces in cow barns to oxygenation devices for fish ponds. Xiao Jiang, the chicken farm is all finished. Qian Wenhao, with dark circles under his eyes but full of energy, announced this good news to Jiang Wanling. What was expected to take a week was completed in just 3 days, which was definitely something to brag about. After 3 days on the construction site, his work pants were covered in mud, but his eyes shone brightly. What are you planning to use to transport the chicks? Jiang Wanling looked at the neat chicken coops and nodded in satisfaction. Thanks for your hard work, Uncle Qian. I'll go tomorrow. Considering they needed to transport 3,500 chicks, Jiang Wanling specially invited Jiang Feifei. The two drove their pickups, which should be enough to carry them all in one trip. They also brought along Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an. These 2 strong guys were great helpers for moving things. At the Qingshan farm, when Zhou Hai received Jiang Wanling's call, he quickly got to work with Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun. By the time Jiang Wanling and her group arrived, the chicks were already packed in special transport cages. Be careful of the bumps on the road, Zhou Hai said while helping to load the truck. When we arrive in the new environment, the chicks might not adapt well and could lose their appetite. Never mind, I'll go with you personally. Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, Thank you for your help, Uncle Zhou. However, to everyone's surprise, when the 3,500 chicks were released into the bamboo forest, they did not show any signs of weakness. Instead, they were lively and energetic. The fluffy chicks flapped their wings and happily ran around the bamboo forest, pecking at the ground and making cheerful chirp-chirp sounds. Zhou Hai stood at the edge of the bamboo forest, speechless with amazement. What shocked him even more was that as soon as he stepped into the bamboo forest, he felt completely relaxed, and even the back pain from years of hard work had eased significantly. Uncle Zhou, don't the chicks look very happy? Jiang Yichen squatted down, watching a chick skillfully peck at a bug under the bamboo leaves. Zhou Hai came back to his senses and smiled wryly. It seems I worried too much. The environment here is so good that the chicks don't need an adjustment period at all. Since he was there, he wanted to help with something. He carefully checked the various facilities at the chicken farm, automatic feeders, drinking systems, ventilation equipment, each designed perfectly. Suddenly, a sense of urgency filled Zhou Hai. With such professional facilities, did they still need him as a consultant? Just then, Li Jianming walked over with a design plan. Master Zhou, I heard from Xiaozhang that you are an expert in farming. Could you take a look at the temporary pig pen and sheepfold design? Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved closer. He pointed out a few areas on the blueprint and made suggestions for improvement. Here, we can add a slanted roof for easier cleaning. The spacing of the railings here needs to be adjusted to prevent the lambs from getting stuck. Great idea. Li Jianming clapped his legs in praise. You truly are a professional. Zhou Hai finally smiled, feeling much more at ease. He spent the entire morning following Li Jianming around, unknowingly touring most of the Jiang family farm. The farm was much larger than he had imagined. There were not only various livestock farms but also vast fields and orchards, along with the beginnings of storage buildings and staff dormitories. As noon approached, they returned to the main house. There, he saw many older people weighing and packing fruits, while a young girl with a hearing aid was filling out forms. He had thought that the special situations of Xiaoyang, Xiaojun, Chen, and Ping'an were exceptions, but it turned out to be the norm here. Is it possible that hiring these special groups is relatively inexpensive, which is why so many were hired? Otherwise, he really can't understand why most of the farm workers are elderly, weak, or disabled. While Zhou Hai was lost in thought, Lu Hehua approached him and said, Master Zhou, I heard from Ning Ning that you will be the technical advisor for livestock farming. You'll have to teach us more about pig farming in the future. Zhou Hai was surprised. Are you in charge of the pig farm now? Lu Hehua smiled and nodded. Yes, Ning Ning said that once my leg injury heals, my son and I will be in charge of the pig farm. Zhou Hai looked at her leg in a cast and asked with concern, with your leg injury like this, why don't you go home and recover before coming to work? It's no problem. Lu Hehua smiled with her eyes squinting. Staying at home is just being idle. It's 4,000 a month for just some light work. It won't delay my recovery. For 4,000? Zhou Hai's eyes widened. You mean you get 4,000 a month just for weighing and packing? Lu Hehua proudly nodded. Yes. And we also have Social Security. Zhou Hai's eyes grew even wider. And Social Security? Lu Hehua laughed. Surprised? We were shocked when we found out too. Zhou Hai felt a storm of emotions inside him. He and his wife had run a farm for many years, and the few helpers they hired had never received Social Security, not even themselves. Last year, his wife had surgery, and without health insurance, their medical expenses took away most of their savings. Will I have Social Security too? Zhou Hai's voice trembled a bit. Nearby, Jiang Feifei heard this and replied with a smile, of course. Unless you reach retirement age and can't get Social Security. If that happens, we'll convert the Social Security amount into your salary. Zhou Hai was so excited that his hands shook, but he couldn't help but worry. With such a high salary, won't Xiaozhang lose money? The farm's costs were too high, and the market prices were unstable. Is it even possible to profit while hiring so many people? He had run the farm for so many years, and at his busiest, he only hired 3 people. Jiang Feifei smiled mysteriously. Master Zhou, do you know how much the fruits and vegetables grown here sell for per pound? Seeing Zhou Hai shake his head, she held up 3 fingers. Vegetables 30, fruits 40. This is just a round number our boss chose to make it easier. Otherwise, it could be even more expensive.
So, expensive?
Zhou Hai gasped. Do people actually buy them? There's more demand than supply. Jiang Feifei proudly said, you have to set an alarm to grab the deals online. During lunch, Zhou Hai tasted the legendary expensive vegetables. As he took a bite of the stir-fried lettuce, he was stunned. This wasn't just any vegetable. It was fresh, sweet, and crunchy, with an indescribable fragrance. After finishing, he felt completely refreshed.
This.
Zhou Hai was so excited, he couldn't find the words. Jiang Feifei smiled and asked, Master Zhou, is it delicious? It's so delicious. Zhou Hai's eyes were red. Now I understand why it's so expensive and still in high demand. At that moment, he couldn't wait to bring his wife here to start working. Staying in such a great place might help her health improve faster. 3 days later, The temporary shelter for pigs, cows, and sheep was finally completed. Compared to the last time he drove chickens himself, Jiang Wanning directly hired a specialized livestock transport truck this time. After all, pigs, cows, and sheep are much larger than little chicks, and regular vehicles just can't handle them. Early in the morning, the roar of the transport truck broke the tranquility of the mountain village. Villagers who were supposed to be resting at home on the weekend rushed out to see what was happening and offered to help unload the cargo. Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an, two young men, were among the main helpers, eagerly waiting by the site with bright eyes as the truck doors slowly opened. "Everyone, be careful and take your time," Zhou Hai directed the crowd. "Pigs come down this way, and cows go through that passage." Surprisingly, the animals that had seemed a bit sluggish on the truck immediately sprang to life once they were in their new spaces. The big piglets ran around the pen joyfully, making cheerful grunting sounds. The little lambs bounced around, munching on fresh grass. Even the usually calm calves were excitedly wagging their tails, turning in circles in the enclosure. "Oh my goodness!" The driver took off his hat and wiped his sweat, looking astonished. "I've transported livestock for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such lively ones." "You really take good care of these pigs, cows, and sheep. They still have so much energy after the journey." "With so much energy, the meat will surely be delicious when it's time to sell." Zhou Hai chuckled and explained, "Well, you might be mistaken. Their energy comes from the good environment here." When it comes to the environment, the villagers of Wangshan village perked up. "Master Zhou, you really hit the nail on the head. We have the mountain god watching over us. Any living creature that comes here has great spirit." "That's right. When we go down the mountain to work, we come back feeling sore and tired. But working here, carrying a load of 100 or 200 pounds and making 10 or 20 trips a day, after a good night's sleep, I feel just fine the next day." "Exactly. My partner says that since I started working here, my back doesn't hurt, my legs feel great, and I've even got less gray hair." The driver was surprised, thinking, are people who do farming and raising animals starting to talk about strange beliefs now? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his own tiredness from driving all day vanish, and he felt refreshed, with no back pain at all.
Wow.
He was amazed as he moved his shoulders. "It really is this place." At that moment, cheerful footsteps approached. Jiang Mudong was pulling Xiaoyu, and they were running over with Jiang Mushuan, their little legs moving quickly. The three little ones had rosy cheeks, and their eyes sparkled like stars. Behind them were Jiang Yichen and Lu Ping'an, each carrying a large basket of fruit. Jiang Mudong stood on her tiptoes, took a kiwi from the basket, and eagerly asked, "Mommy, can we feed the pigs, sheep, and cows now?" Zhang Xiaoni looked at the fresh fruit in the basket and said with concern, "Such good fruit, and you're giving it to the animals? How about I go up the mountain and get some grass for you to feed them?" Jiang Yichen quickly explained, "Auntie, you see, these fruits have been bumped around. Grandma and Grandma picked them out, and they can only last a day. If they stay longer, they'll spoil. Fruits that have been bumped can only last a day. After that, they can't be eaten. Usually, they save some for themselves and give the leftovers to the dogs. Today, since the little pigs, sheep, and cows just arrived, they let them enjoy the fruit first." Jiang Wanling smiled and patted the little ones' heads. "Go ahead and feed them."
Yay!
The children cheered and immediately ran toward the nearest cowshed. As soon as they smelled the sweet fruit, the calves became excited, all trying to squeeze to the front of the fence. "One at a time, no pushing," Jiang Mushuan said with a serious face, like a little adult giving orders. "You've eaten already, you can't have more." Xiuyu pointed at the greediest calf. Jiang Mudong gently called to the sheep, "Bobass, don't rush. Wait until the cows finish, then it's your turn." The little ones were very serious about feeding, strictly following the order of cows, sheep, pigs, ensuring every animal got to eat without anyone missing out. Their innocent chatter made the adults around them chuckle. Crunch, crunch, as the fruit entered the cows' mouths. Juice splattered everywhere. The sweet aroma filled the air, making Sanbao, Wu Bao, and even Debao, who had just been allowed out, drool with desire. Even the driver couldn't help but swallow hard. I must be crazy to be tempted watching a cow eat fruit. Everyone around burst into laughter. Wang Ying picked a pear from the basket and handed it to him. You're not crazy. It's just that our fruit tastes so good. Why don't you try it? The driver thought to himself that he must be out of his mind to be competing with animals for food. Yet his hand seemed to have a mind of its own as he took the pear. He wiped it on his clothes and eagerly took a bite. With a crisp sound, sweet juice filled his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise as he quickly finished the pear, leaving only the core.
This
Is so delicious, he exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the core in his hand. I didn't expect such an ugly pear to taste so good. You really should pick the ugly fruits. When the driver left, he took 4 boxes of fruit and a basket of vegetables with him. Almost all his pay for the day went into this. But he felt it was worth it. Just thinking about his wife and kids enjoying such tasty fruits and vegetables made him very happy. There was still over a month until the dormitory was finished. During this time, Zhou Hai could only temporarily rent a room in a villager's home, with Jiang Weining covering the rent. Wang Ying, upon learning this, enthusiastically volunteered to invite Zhou Hai and his wife to stay at her home for free. Our house was just renovated at the beginning of the year, and it's bright and spacious. My son works away and only comes back during holidays, so that empty room is perfect for you. Auntie, then I won't be polite. Jiang Weining replied with a smile. Wang Ying waved her hand. No need to be polite. Just stay here. It's empty anyway. Just then her phone rang. Wang Ying took it out and saw Sun displayed on the screen. As soon as she answered, Jiang Ziqing's excited voice came through. Mom, I don't have to work this weekend. I'm coming home to see you and Dad. Aren't you happy? Happy, my foot. What do you want to come home for when it's not a holiday? Wang Ying replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. On the other end, Jiang Ziqing was taken aback. Was this still the mom who often urged him to come home? Jiang Ziqing said, Mom, weren't you always complaining that I didn't come home? Now that I want to go back, why are you still unhappy? Wang Ying wasn't buying it. Stop it. When someone suddenly acts nice, they usually have an agenda. So, what do you really want? Seeing he couldn't keep pretending, Jiang Ziqing confessed, I really want to eat the fruit from Grandma Zhang's place. Wang Ying rolled her eyes, then don't come back. Just send me the money, and I'll buy it for you and send it over. Jiang Ziqing felt overjoyed. He wouldn't have to do hard work at home, and he could still enjoy the fruit he craved. It felt like a of luck. But he still pretended to be upset and said, Mom, do you really dislike me that much? It hurts my feelings. Enough talking, just tell me what you want. Wang Ying interrupted impatiently. Jiang Ziqing quickly listed persimmons, pears, kiwis, 5 pounds of each. Before he could finish, a loud noise came from the other end of the phone, with voices shouting, Get me 5 pounds too. And I want 10 pounds. Wang Ying frowned. What's going on? Why is it so noisy over there? Jiang Ziqing looked at a group of colleagues who had gathered around and explained helplessly, Mom, it's my colleagues. They heard I could buy Grandma Zhang's fruit and want me to bring some for them. Wang Ying turned to Jiang Wanning and briefly explained the situation. Jiang Wanning smiled. Let them tally up their orders, and we can send everything together. In a tech company office, people were buzzing around Jiang Ziqing. Quick, I want 5 pounds of pears. 5 pounds of persimmons. I just heard you say there are kiwis. Can you get those too? I want 5 pounds of each. A crowd surrounded Jiang Ziqing, all shouting their requests. Feeling overwhelmed, Jiang Ziqing raised his hand and said, Stop. I'll make a shared document, and you can fill it out. Everyone replied, Okay. During lunch in the cafeteria, Jiang Ziqing noticed many people greeting him. Even some he didn't know were smiling and nodding at him. Strange. When did I become so popular? He wondered. His lunch buddy, Xiao Wang, looked guilty. When he returned to his desk and opened the share document, he finally understood why. There were already over 100 names on the list, including colleagues from their department, the design team, marketing, HR, finance. Even people from the general manager's office had signed up. The entire company has just over 300 people, and now a third of them are placing orders, with each person ordering at least 10 to 20 pounds. That's a lot? Jiang Zicheng widened his eyes. Will we need a truck to deliver this? He suddenly stood up and shouted into the office, who shared the form. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the office lowered their heads, too nervous to look at him. Jiang Zicheng. Wow, it seems like everyone in the company is involved. Just as he was about to say something else, he noticed General Manager Chen Jie walking toward him. Jiang Zicheng's heart raced. Why is Chen looking for me? I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Then Chen Jie approached him with a slight smile. Xiao Jiang, I heard you can get items from the Jiang family's vegetable basket. Can you get me some too? 10 pounds of each type of fruit and vegetable, please. Little Wang from the next desk widened his eyes. Chen, the Jiang family's basket has vegetables too? Chen Jie nodded. Yes, my daughter mentioned it. She said many celebrities have shared it on Weibo. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Zicheng. Jiang Zicheng, feeling pressured, said, There are, but I need to ask if I can sell them. Chen Jie and the others chimed in. Quickly ask. Jiang Zicheng had no choice but to call Wang Ying again. After confirming that vegetables could be purchased, the office erupted in cheers. Those who had already placed fruit orders immediately opened the form and began to modify their orders. As the end of the workday approached, Jiang Zicheng looked at the final tally of orders and was stunned. Over 3,000 pounds. He trembled as he sent the order to Jiang Wanning's phone. Jiang Wanning looked at the order on her phone and raised an eyebrow. Over 3,000 pounds? Jiang Feifei leaned over to take a look and calmly said, That's normal. You don't know how popular our items are outside. Even at my small company, many people were eager to buy from me. That's true, even at home. Our items are in high demand. She added, in those groups, if it weren't for the limited orders, they would start at several thousand pounds. For example, in the new fan group she just joined, everyone was reporting their orders, especially the newer members with old avatars, who were asking for hundreds of pounds, almost wanting to buy out the entire farm. After receiving Jiang Wanning's message about the delivery in 2 days, Jiang Zicheng finally relaxed and slumped in his chair. But seeing the long list of orders, he couldn't help but sit up straight. Wow, am I going to become your exclusive buyer now? Xiao Wang patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Brother, you're about to make it big. With this connection, a promotion and raise are just around the corner. Jiang Zicheng. Amid the busy days, another week passed. The morning sun shone on the newly built warehouse, its white exterior glowing softly in the sunlight. The warehouse and drying area, originally planned to be completed in 20 days, finally finished a week later. Early in the morning, all the employees and village committee members rushed over, gathering in front of the brand-new 2-story building, amazed. Li Jiaming held the design plans and guided everyone like a tour guide, saying, It was originally planned to be 100 square meters, but we expanded it to over 300 square meters based on actual needs. He opened the heavy insulated door and led Jiang Wanning and the others into the basement. This is the cold storage area, divided into 3 different storage rooms. The first cold storage room had a green indicator light. This is the constant temperature room, maintaining a temperature between 5 to 15 degrees, specifically for storing fruit wine, seeds, and other items that need to be kept at a stable temperature. The second cold storage room had a yellow indicator light. This room maintains a temperature between -5 degrees and 5 degrees, suitable for short-term storage of fruits and vegetables. The last cold storage room had a red indicator light, and Li Jiaming only allowed everyone to look from the doorway. This room stays at -18 to 25 degrees year-round, perfect for storing meat in the future. The villagers were amazed. Wow, isn't this just a giant refrigerator? It's so big, it must be worth several refrigerators. With such a large refrigerator, we won't have to worry about the fruit going bad anymore. Come on, let's go upstairs and take a look. Li Jiaming led everyone back to the first floor using the freight elevator and pointed to a wall. This will be your temporary residence, with each room separated by movable soundproof walls. Once you move in, we can start tearing down the old house. The over 300 square meter warehouse had 3 roll-up doors on the outside. When they opened the eastern roll-up door, a spacious and bright living room appeared before them. The solid wood tables and chairs were freshly made by carpenters, giving off a light scent of wood. The most eye-catching feature was a large round table that could seat 15 or 16 people. Zhang Yue smiled and said, "Wow, with this table, we won't have to squeeze together for meals anymore."
Wow.
"It's Paw Patrol!" Jiang Mudong suddenly shouted as she dashed into a room, excitedly waving her hands. "Mom, my brother and I have Paw Patrol in our room." Jiang Mushuan's eyes sparkled, and her little face turned red with excitement. In this room, there were 2 small beds and 2 sets of desks and chairs, with the walls covered in cartoon images of the Paw Patrol. Jiang Mushuan's eyes also shone brightly, clearly very pleased with her room. The next room had only 1 bed, and the walls were decorated with pictures from Bears Can't Be Stopped. Jiang Yichen stood at the door, shyly smiling with his lips pressed together. Jiang Wanling and Jiang Yue's room was much simpler, but a careful craftsman had installed handrails by Jiang Yue's bed. "Uncle Li, Uncle Qian, you are very thoughtful," Jiang Wanling said gratefully. Their contract did not require furniture or soft furnishings. But they not only provided them, but also thoughtfully considered everyone's needs. Qian Wenhao waved his hand, saying, "The workers just made these as a thank you for the fruits and vegetables you bring every day." I feel bad for the expense," Jiang Yue said, shyly touching the new wardrobe. Li Jiaming smiled. "This is nothing. Auntie, you still cook for us every day." Jiang Yichen walked around the rooms and suddenly asked anxiously, "Sister, where's the kitchen? I can't find a place to cook." Hearing this, Li Jiaming led everyone outside the storage room and around to a simple shed on the east side. "Since you will only stay here for 3 months and it will still be used as a storage room later, we moved the kitchen outside." Although it was a temporary simple kitchen, it was not inferior to the old house's kitchen at all. There was a large stove with 3 pots, a cooking counter covered in white tiles, and cabinets for storage underneath. The newly built stove still had the scent of pine wood. Jiang Yichen couldn't hide his smile. "Sister, I like it here." Jiang Wanling replied, "That's all thanks to Uncle Qian and Uncle Li." Jiang Yichen sincerely thanked them. "Thank you, Uncle Qian. Thank you, Uncle Li." Qian Wenhao smiled. "No need to thank us. Just make some delicious food when you have time, and that will make me happy." The twins followed their uncle's example and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, Grandpa Qian. Thank you, Grandpa Li. We will bring you wild fruits to eat." Happy, Qian Wenhao picked up the 2 little ones, delighted. "Xian, Tong Tong, I have 2 grandsons about your age. Would you like to play with them when they come over?" Jiang Mushuan promised, "Don't worry, Grandpa Qian, I will take care of your grandsons." Qian Wenhao laughed heartily. "My grandson is a year older than you, should call him brother or sister, okay?" Behind is the public restroom. After leaving the kitchen, Li Jiaming pointed towards the back of the storage room. Hearing this, everyone turned and walked over. Soon, they were greeted with cheers of excitement. Yan Sanchun was curiously pressing the flush button, and the sound of rushing water made her laugh widely, saying, "This is much better than our old toilet." Wu Guixiang touched the smooth ceramic toilet and turned to smile. "Who says otherwise? I've only seen such a clean restroom in big shopping malls." Old Lu said, "So many tiles, it looks really clean." Wu Guixiang replied seriously, "This was built by Ning Ning for our convenience. When we use it, let's all be responsible and clean up after ourselves, or we won't be allowed in." Everyone agreed. "I agree." Although many places already have flush toilets or squat toilets, in a slowly forgotten village like Wangshan, most families still use pit toilets, which are smelly and unclean. Even Jiang Waning's family is no exception. This was one of the reasons she was eager to build the new house. Li Jiaming pointed to a water pipe in the corner and said to Jiang Waning, "The water supply and drainage for your bathroom come from here. When you move out, you can just remove it." The remaining 2 roll-up doors led to an empty space with white walls and a cement floor. Jiang Wanning looked around and said, "This area is perfect for weighing and packing. This place is bright." Wu Guixiang exclaimed, We can wait. This was one of the reasons she was eager to build the new house. Li Jiaming pointed to a water pipe in the corner and said to Jiang Wanning, "The water supply and drainage for your bathroom come from here. We old vegetable farmers don't mind, but we can't let the fruits get sunburned or soaked." Jiang Yue teased, "What's wrong with old vegetable farmers? We can't let them get sunburned or soaked either. Our fruits are just as precious." As they joked, everyone went up to the second floor. In the spacious area, several brand new pieces of equipment stood out. "This is the temperature and humidity monitoring system." Li Jiaming pointed to the display screen on the wall, "and there are ventilation and dehumidifying devices, specially prepared for storing grain." Finally, they reached the rooftop, where the flat cement floor gleamed in the sunlight. Jiang Yue, maneuvering her wheelchair, led the way. "This place is great," she said, squinting her eyes and looking around, her voice filled with joy. "It's perfect for drying vegetables and bamboo shoots. Just look at the ventilation and lighting." Everyone followed her to the railing, taking in the entire drying area. The several hundred square meters of drying area is divided into neat squares, with boundaries marked by broken tiles. Near the storage room, a retractable carport opens up like a giant umbrella. Jiang Yue, maneuvering her wheelchair, led the way. "This place is great," she said, squinting her eyes and looking around, her voice filled with joy. "It's perfect." Jiang Feifei squinted and counted. 1, 2, 3, 6. It looks like 6 dog houses. Jiang Yichen's little face immediately fell, and he tugged at Jiang Wanning's shirt. "Sister, can't the dogs live with us in the new house?" His voice was filled with disappointment. These houses looked so small. A dog as big as Xiaoba would definitely be uncomfortable living there. Jiang Muxuan and Jiang Muxiang also came over, their big, watery eyes all looking at Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning reached out and ruffled Jiang Yichen's hair, the soft short hair tickling her palm. "Don't worry, these little houses are specially made for the dogs by Uncle Li and the others, so they won't be uncomfortable," she patiently explained. "Didn't I tell you that this is just a temporary place for us while we build the new house? Once the old house is torn down and the new one is built, we will move back." She pointed to the old house next door, which looked especially worn compared to the new storage room. "The dogs will be the same. These are just temporary little houses." Jiang Yichen blinked. "The dog's new house will be like the one Dabao and Sanbao live in now." "Exactly." Jiang Wanning nodded. "Dabao and Sanbao, didn't I tell you that this is just a temporary place for us while we build the new house? Once the old house is torn down and the new one is built, we will move back." With green bricks and red tiles, they are both beautiful and sturdy, and the inside is lined with straw mats, making it very comfortable. The 3 little ones finally smiled. Jiang Muxiang even started planning. "Grandpa Qian, can you make a pink house for Xiaoba?" Thinking of Xiaoba, the large Tibetan Mastiff, paired with a pink house, made everyone laugh. After the tour, Jiang Wanning lit the prepared firecrackers. Red paper scraps fell like petals, covering the open space in front of the new storage room. Without anyone directing them, the villagers spontaneously formed a long line. Wu Guixiang led the way, carrying a large pot towards the kitchen. Yan Sanchun followed closely, one hand full of tape and the other holding an electronic scale, moving into the new workspace. Behind them were people carrying refrigerators and washing machines. Lu Ping'an helped Jiang Yichen move his luggage from his room. It wasn't much, just 2 wooden boxes. Inside were his clothes, his tablet, his notebook for practicing writing, and various treasures he collected, pretty stones, dried leaves, and a few glass marbles. Jiang Muxuan and Jiang Mudong flitted back and forth like 2 cheerful little sparrows between the old house and the new one. Jiang Mudong's braid had already come undone, with stray hairs sticking to her rosy cheeks. Jiang Muxuan's fair face was also sweaty, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Bao followed closely behind them, diligently carrying the little owner's belongings on its back, constantly moving back and forth. The old house was quickly emptied. In the end, only 5 unwell dogs were left behind. The dogs seemed to know they were moving to a new home, wagging their tails excitedly like little motors. Xiao Qi kept licking Jiang Yichen.
Stop it, stop it.
Jiang Yichen tried to lift Xiao Qi onto the stretcher to carry him over with Lu Ping'an, but Xiao Qi licked his face with slobber. The sunset's glow slanted through the wooden windows of the old house, casting tiny golden spots on the mottled floor. Jiang Yue stood at the threshold, her wrinkled hand gently brushing over the uneven marks on the doorframe. Each mark was like a diary entry, recording the children's growth. The highest one was carved when Jiang Lei got married, and the crooked ones at the bottom were made by the twins when they were in kindergarten, reaching up on tiptoes to mark their height. "Grandma, we're all done moving," Jiang Wanling said softly as she approached, gently placing her hands on the elderly woman's thin shoulders. She caught a faint scent of mugwort from her grandmother, the smell of sachets kept in the wardrobe for years. Jiang Yue didn't turn around, just nodded slightly. The sunlight gilded her silver hair. "When do we start taking it apart?" "Tomorrow morning at 7, Jiang Wanling replied quietly. Uncle Qian calculated the date, saying it's an auspicious time. The elderly woman's fingers lingered on a mark on the doorframe, where Jiang Wanling had measured her height as a child. She suddenly chuckled softly. "Back then, you were even more mischievous than Yichen, insisting on carving it yourself. You ended up cutting your finger, and your dad was so worried." Jiang Wanling felt a lump in her throat. "Grandma." "It's nothing." Jiang Yue finally turned her head, her cloudy eyes glistening with tears. "Lingling, you've worked hard." "Grandma, what are you saying?" Jiang Wanling held her grandmother's rough hand. "It was much harder for you raising Yichen and the others all by yourself." All right. Jiang Yue waved her hand, smiling as deep wrinkles formed at the corners of her eyes.
"Let's not talk about the past."
"Come on." Gui Xiang and the others must be waiting anxiously. In the sun-drying area, Wu Gui Xiang was quickly packing vegetables and fruits into plastic bags with her old friends Yan Sanchun and Liu Apu. Each bag was stuffed with fresh produce: bright green lettuce, shiny purple eggplants, vibrant red tomatoes, and a mix of colorful fruits. "Ning Ning, you finally made it." Wu Gui Xiang looked up, wiped her sweat, and smiled. "If you hadn't come, these people would have left." Jiang Wanning stepped forward and sincerely thanked everyone. "Thank you all for your help today." She looked around with a hint of regret. "I should have treated everyone to a meal, but since the conditions are limited right now, I can only offer these as a token of appreciation. Please don't mind. Once the new house is built, I'll host a moving party for everyone." Wang took a bag and smiled widely. "Oh, with such good stuff, if we complained, we'd be asking for trouble." Chun Aijio hugged her bag tightly, as if holding a treasure. "Exactly. If this were sold in the city, people would be fighting over it." Zhu Jingjing pretended to be in distress. "You guys should be moving by the end of the year, right?" "No way, even if it's a holiday, I have to finish eating before going home." Li Yunyan suddenly got excited. "The year-end feast. Isn't that what the workplace calls the New Year's Eve dinner?" "Oh my, we're going to be those people who get to enjoy the company dinner." Jiang Wanning laughed. "No way, the moving party is one thing, and the New Year's Eve dinner is another. We can't mix them up, or we'll miss out on one meal." Everyone burst into laughter. As the sun began to set, the helpers left in small groups, each carrying heavy plastic bags, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Jiang Yichen also started preparing the first dinner for the family in their new home. Jiang Wanning's family of 5, along with Wu Gui Xiang, Zhang Feifei, Lu Ping'an, Qian Wenhao, Li Jianming, Xiao Yang, Xiao Jun, Xiao Hong, the Zhou Hai couple, and helpers Zhu Jingjing and Feng Tao, gathered around a large round table that could originally seat 16 but now squeezed in 17. Jiang Yichen, wearing an apron, stood at the stove, pouring hot oil over the last dish, squirrel fish. With a sizzling sound, golden fish released bursts of oil, and the sweet and sour aroma filled the entire dining area. "My goodness." Qian Wenhao's eyes widened as he stared at the array of dishes on the table. Crystal shrimp glistening, tofu as fine as hair, and even the simplest stir-fried greens looked so fresh they seemed ready to drip with water. He rubbed his hands together but hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. "This isn't home cooking. It's more like a state banquet, right?" Jiang Mudong stood on her tiptoes, sniffing the aroma with her little nose. "Uncle, you're amazing." She looked so proud, as if she had made the dishes herself. Each fish, meat, and shrimp on the table had been soaked in wild onions and from the mountains. After Jiang Yichen's exquisite cooking, although it wasn't quite as good as using the Jiang family's local ingredients, the taste was still exceptional. Jiang Wanling smiled as she poured fresh orange juice for everyone. The bright orange juice swirled in the glass, reflecting the light like a pool of sunshine. She looked around the table. Wu Guixiang was helping Xiaohong with her food, and this once timid girl was now able to thank her graciously. Zhou Hai's wife looked healthy, showing no signs of illness. Even the shyest Xiaojun was actively discussing aquaculture techniques with Feng Tao. "Come on, let's raise a glass on this wonderful day." Qian Wenhao lifted his cup. "Let's wish our little boss Zhang's Jiang family vegetable basket continues to thrive."
Cheers.
16 cups clinked together, producing a clear sound. Qian Wenhao tilted his head back and took a big sip of juice but suddenly sighed. It would be even better if we had some wine." Li Jiaming's eyes lit up. He leaned closer to Jiang Wanling, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the wine glass. "Xiao Jiang, didn't you say a while ago that you wanted to brew peach wine?" His tone was filled with unhidden anticipation. Yeah. Qian Wenhao immediately chimed in. "The temperature-controlled storage is ready. Perfect for aging wine. Isn't it time to start brewing?" The implication in his words was clear. He was urging Jiang Wanling to start making the wine quickly. Ever since they heard about her brewing peach wine, he and Li Jiaming had been thinking about it constantly, even dreaming of the wine's aroma. Jiang Wanling shot him a glance, half smiling. "Uncle Qian, are you craving wine? I remember Aunt Wang strictly forbade you from drinking, right?" At their age, who didn't have a few minor ailments. Qian Wenhao, in particular, suffered from gout and couldn't drink. "Hey, Xiao Jiang, who do you think you're looking down on?" Qian Wenhao waved his hands in a hurry. "I had a checkup a couple of days ago, and all my results were normal. Aunt Wang has personally lifted the ban on me." He took out his phone and said, "Don't believe me? I'll call her right now. If she finds out it's your family's wine, she might be even more excited than I am." Everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Feifei teased, "Ning, Uncle Qian must be really craving wine. I think you should hurry up and start brewing." "That's right." Li Jiaming chimed in. "Ever since he heard you were making peach wine, old Qian has been dreaming about it. One night, he even shook me awake, insisting he smelled the wine." The laughter at the table grew louder. Jiang Wanning looked at Qian Wenhao's flushed face and finally spoke up. "Actually, I have the peaches ready, but I just need a skilled winemaker." Before she finished, Li Jiaming jumped up. "I know a retired winemaker from a winery. He won awards for his fruit wines in the province." "Really?" Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up. "Absolutely," Li Jiaming replied, then hesitated, "but he lives with his son now, so I'm not sure if he'll want to come. I'll call him tomorrow." Qian Wenhao rubbed his hands together excitedly. "If we have a winemaker, can we start brewing right away? Let's wait until we get the master here. And even if we start brewing tomorrow, it won't be ready right away." Jiang Mushuan suddenly raised his hand. "Mom, Uncle said he made some persimmon wine." Everyone's gaze turned to Jiang Yichen, who was serving soup. Jiang Yichen felt embarrassed under their stares and quietly explained, "Well, I soaked some persimmons in wine, following a video tutorial. I just made a little bit to use in cooking." Finally, under the eager gazes of everyone at the table, Jiang Yichen went to get a small bottle. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the bottle in his hand like magnets. It was a leftover jar from canned peaches, and inside were 2 large persimmons. Before Jiang Yichen could fully set the bottle down, Qian Wenhao eagerly reached out to grab it, looking as if it contained a precious drink. Qian Wenhao opened the cap, and a unique fragrance instantly filled the air. It was the sweet scent of persimmons mixed with the rich aroma of wine, making everyone take a deep breath. He poured himself a small cup, the liquid shimmering with a light amber color under the lights. Qian Wenhao took a small sip, and in an instant, his eyes widened in surprise. The expression on his face changed from anticipation to delight, and then he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Wow, this is amazing." As he spoke, he eagerly took a big sip, making a satisfied sound in his throat. Seeing this, the others couldn't hold back, each one urging to have a taste. Jiang Feifei and Zhu Jingjing quickly handed over their cups, anxiously saying, "Chen Chen, please pour some for us too. We want to try." Wu Guixiang smiled and praised, "It smells so good. It must taste amazing. I can't wait to try it." Jiang Yichen shyly smiled and began pouring drinks for everyone. After tasting the drink, everyone reacted similarly, first showing surprise, then giving generous compliments. Qian Wenhao raised his thumb while drinking, saying, "Chen Chen, you did an amazing job. This drink is even better than what you buy outside." Li Jiaming also smiled and said, "This flavor is sweet and fragrant. It feels really nice to drink." Facing everyone's praise, Jiang Yichen felt shy and scratched his head, saying, "Actually,
I didn't do much.
I just washed the persimmons, dried them, and soaked them in white liquor." Qian Wenhao's eyes lit up as if he had thought of a brilliant idea. He excitedly said, "Xiao Jiang, how about making some fruit-infused liquor first? I know a distillery owner whose liquor is made with quality ingredients and is reasonably priced. If you need help, I can reach out. This persimmon liquor tastes so good. It must have a market." Li Jiaming nodded in agreement. "I think that's a great idea. Plus, we can make the persimmon liquor while waiting for the distiller's news. If the distiller comes, we can also make peach liquor and develop multiple products together." Jiang Wanning felt excited upon hearing this. Indeed, it was uncertain if the distiller would come, and they couldn't keep waiting for the peaches on the mountain. The persimmon liquor had already gained everyone's approval, so the peach liquor should taste good too. She decisively nodded and said, "Uncle Qian, that's a good idea. Shall we start with the peach liquor?" Everyone nodded in agreement. The morning sunlight filtered through the worn sign, casting a patchy glow on the faded red letters of Little Drunken Fairy Distillery. Jiang Wanning and Qian Wenhao pushed open the creaky iron door and saw a spacious factory where a middle-aged man in faded work clothes was hunched over, talking on the phone with a pleading tone. "Miss Li, could you please lower the commission a bit? Our wine is really good, but we just lack an opportunity." On the other end of the phone, someone seemed to say something, and the man's shoulders visibly slumped. 50%? That's really not acceptable. He hung up the phone dejectedly and looked up to see Qian Wenhao's smiling face. "Old Wang." Qian Wenhao strode forward. "What's wrong? You look so worried." Wang Quan was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly stood up. "Old Qian?" He excitedly shook Qian Wenhao's hand, his eyes instantly reddening. "What brings you here?" Qian Wenhao patted his shoulder and introduced, "This is Jiang Wanning, the owner of Zhang's Vegetable Basket. She wants to buy some white wine for fruit wine, so I brought her to take a look." Wang Quan glanced at Jiang Wanning, noticing she was young, and thought she must be a business partner of the Qian family, looking to buy white wine for homemade fruit wine. "Oh, hello. You want to make fruit wine? It's best to use fragrant white wine. How much do you need? I can get it for you." Jiang Wanning looked around the empty factory, where dusty wine boxes were piled up and a few unopened live streaming equipment were in the corner, clearly prepared for sales. "Director Wang," she said gently, "could you show us the wine cellar?" Wang Quan smiled wryly. "Sure, it's just me and these wines left in the factory. Feel free to look around." He led them through the quiet workshop and pushed open a heavy wooden door. In an instant, a rich aroma of wine rushed out. In the dim wine cellar, over 200 clay jars were neatly arranged, each labeled with red paper indicating the year of storage. "Take whatever you like," Wang Quan waved his hand. "It's free." After all, he lacked everything except wine. Wang Quan approached one of the clay jars, lifted the lid, and the crisp scent of wine filled the air. He gently scooped 2 small cups and handed them to Qian Wenhao and Jiang Wanning. Qian Wenhao took a sip, his eyes lighting up. "Delicious." Wang Quan smiled bitterly. "The wine is good, but I just can't sell it." Qian Wenhao patted his shoulder. Old Wang, if you had brought this wine out a few years ago, it wouldn't have come to this. In fact, Qian Wenhao thought Wang Quan's personality was not suited for business. He was too stubborn, strictly adhering to traditional methods, unwilling to make any changes. This made his wine of high quality, but he also lost a lot of market opportunities. Jiang Wanning put down her cup and suddenly asked, "Director Wang, how much of this fragrant white wine do you have?" Wang Quan was taken aback.
This.
There are more than 200 jars, each with 50 pounds. Jiang Wanning calculated in her mind and then said, "I want them all."
Ah?
Wang Quan's eyes widened, and the wine scoop in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. "What did you say?" Jiang Wanning smiled. "I said, I want all of these more than 200 jars of wine." Wang Quan's lips trembled, and his eyes turned red instantly. He suddenly grabbed Jiang Wanning's hand, his voice choked with emotion. "Boss Jiang, you have saved my life. The workers at the factory haven't been paid for 3 months. He couldn't continue and turned away to wipe his face. Qian Wenhao laughed heartily. "Old Wang, you have finally met a benefactor." When signing the contract, Jiang Wanning wanted to establish a long-term agreement to buy their white wine and fruit wine every year. Unexpectedly, Wang Quan shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. "Boss Jiang, to be honest, I've been focused solely on brewing, but the market competition has been too fierce in recent years. I really know nothing about management, which has led to the factory's current state. Once I sell all the wine in the cellar, I plan to close the factory and stop worrying." Qian Wenhao listened, looking regretful, and patted Wang Quan's shoulder heavily. "Old Wang, it would be such a shame to give up your excellent brewing skills. If you're in trouble, just let me know. We can find a way to revive the factory together." Wang Quan looked at Qian Wenhao gratefully, but still shook his head firmly. "Old Qian, I appreciate your kindness. I am tired after all these years and don't want to struggle anymore. I just want to live a stable life." At that moment, Jiang Wanning, who had been quietly thinking, spoke up. "Director Wang, if I buy all the wine in your cellar, could you come to my farm as our master brewer? We are preparing to develop the fruit wine industry, and we need someone experienced and skilled like you. At the farm, you can focus solely on brewing without worrying about management." Wang Quan's body shook slightly at her words, his eyes showing a mix of surprise, hesitation, and a hint of hope. He looked at Jiang Wanning, remained silent for a while, and then slowly said, "Boss Jiang, your offer is indeed very tempting.
But
I fear I might let you down. I haven't brewed fruit wine in so many years, and I'm worried my skills have become rusty." Jiang Wanning smiled and looked firmly at Wang Quan. "Director Wang, your brewing skills are well known, and fruit wine and white wine share similar brewing principles. I believe that once you start, you will quickly regain your touch. Besides, we are willing to give you the time and space to experiment and adjust." Qian Wenhao chimed in, "Old Wang, don't hesitate. Boss John's farm has great potential. Brewing wine there might elevate your skills even further and spread your reputation." Wang Quan lowered his head, nervously tugging at his clothes, struggling internally. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head, determination in his eyes. "Boss Jiang, since you trust me so much, I will give it a try. I will do my best to brew the fruit wine and not let you down." Jiang Wanning smiled with relief and shook hands with Wang Quan. "Great. It's settled then. From now on, we are partners. The white wine needed for the fruit wine has been purchased, and the master brewer has been found. Now it's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work." "Auntie." Jiang Wanning found Wang Ying and instructed, "Keep 10 people to pick kiwis to ensure the shop has a daily supply, and the rest should pick peaches. We aim to finish all the picking within a week. If we can't, everyone might need to work overtime." Wang Ying rolled up her sleeves and smiled. "Not a problem. Overtime comes with extra pay. Everyone is eager to work extra hours." With that, she hurried off to organize, her loud voice startling the sparrows in the trees. After arranging the picking work, Jiang Wanning approached Wu Guixiang. "Grandma Wu, keep 2 people to pack the fruit, and everyone else can work with Chen Chun on the fruit wine." "Sure." Wu Guixiang agreed readily and turned to the group of elderly people behind her. Let's all follow Chen Chen's instructions. Jiang Yichen puffed out his chest, trying to imitate his sister's work style, and raised the tablet. Grandma Wu, this is the teaching video for making fruit wine. Let's watch it together first. Once the peaches are picked, we will follow the steps shown. His serious demeanor made everyone smile, but they all cooperated and gathered around, using reading glasses and magnifying glasses to focus on the screen and learn. At that moment, Zhou Hai's wife, Zhou Shufun, approached, fidgeting with her hands. Xiao Jiang, can I join Aunt Wu's logistics team? Jiang Wanning asked with concern. Aunt Zhou, are you feeling well enough to help? It's okay. I'm feeling much better, Zhou Shufun quickly said. I discussed it with old Zhou. I might not be as quick as Aunt Wu and the others, but if you agree, just give me half a day's pay. Jiang Wanning thought for a moment. How about this? Let's set a 1-month internship period with a salary of 3,000. After a month, we can see how you perform and decide on a permanent position. Does that sound good? Zhou Shufin's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. 3,000 is already great. I don't mind not getting a permanent position, as long as I don't have to stay at home doing nothing. She paused and added shyly, Xiao Jiang, once I'm better, I would still like to work with old Zhou in the breeding tasks, since I have experience in that area. Of course. Jiang Wanning smiled. I'm actually short on help in breeding, so if you can come and assist, I would be very happy. Xiao Yang and Xiao Jun have officially taken over the chicken farm, and to take care of the chicks, those two even take turns sleeping there. Jiang Wanning couldn't do much about it, so she had Qian Wenhao find workers to help expand the tool room and create a break room for them. The fish pond hasn't been built yet, so there's no need to arrange for staff there for now. However, the hundreds of pigs, cows, and sheep need people. Just feeding them and cleaning up after them is hard work. Lu Hahua's leg injury hasn't healed, so now Zhou Hai and Lu Pingan are responsible for them. But according to Zhou Hai, these pigs, cows, and sheep are quite easy to manage. Besides feeding and cleaning, there really isn't much else to do. Although it's tiring, they can manage for now. After arranging the various tasks, Jiang Wanning called out to Jiang Feifei, let's go. I found a glass factory in the city online. Let's see if we can order a batch of jars for the fruit wine. The equipment for brewing fruit wine is more specialized, and Wang Quan has taken full responsibility for it. The glass jars will be used for soaking the fruit wine. Just as Jiang Feifei was about to get in the car, she suddenly remembered something. Oh right, the supply of fruit has decreased this week. We should issue a notice about it in advance, and maybe set a purchase limit. Yes, Jiang Wanning nodded. Chen Chen and Pingan probably won't have time to go up the mountain this week, so let's pause the yam collection for now. Jiang Feifei called Xiao Hong and carefully instructed her post the announcement in the live stream and the customer group, explaining the reason. Xiao Hong has been following Jiang Feifei to learn and is already familiar with the customer assistant duties. She noted it down seriously. Got it, Master. I'll take care of it right away. She hesitated for a moment and then asked, should we mention that the decrease is because we're brewing fruit wine? Jiang Feifei smiled slyly. Of course we should promote it. This is the best advertisement. Xiao Hong was very motivated. Once Jiang Wanning and Jiang Feifei left in the car, she started editing the announcement. She carefully checked the content twice to ensure there were no typos before decisively clicking the send button. Announcement. This week, due to a concentrated effort to brew peach wine, we won't have enough staff to pick other fruits. Therefore, each person is limited to purchasing 5 pounds per day. Normal supply will resume once the brewing is completed. Thank you for your understanding and support. As soon as the announcement was posted in the live stream, the previously sparse comments exploded. Limited purchase? What does that have to do with me? I can never get any anyway, crying at JPG. Oh no. I can barely manage to grab 1 or 2 orders a week. Now it's completely hopeless.
Wait.
The Jiang family actually has peaches? How come I've never seen them before?
What?
I don't drink. Can I just buy some fresh peaches instead? If they don't drink, I will. Dear assistant sister, when will the peach wine be available? Can I reserve it now? I can pay a deposit.
Full payment is fine too.
Using fruits from the Jiang family's basket to brew wine?
Wow, why didn't I think of that?
This idea is amazing. I'm going to look for brewing tutorials right now. Hey, how much fruit did you manage to grab that you can also use for brewing? Can you share some for us to taste? Xiaohong watched the amusing comments and smiled to herself. After confirming there were no inappropriate remarks, she switched to the Jiang Family Basket Local Group. The Jiang Family Basket Local Group is where members can order vegetables and fruits directly, with delivery the next day. Therefore, they might not see the announcement on the Douyin account and needed a separate message. The response in the group was equally enthusiastic. As soon as the announcement was sent, the notification sound kept ringing. Peach wine. Must reserve. Xiaohong, quickly tell us the price. I'll transfer money right now. When can we drink the first batch? Will we be able to drink it in 3 months? Xiaohong replied, Everyone, don't worry. We haven't decided if we can sell the peach wine or its price yet. We will notify you as soon as it's confirmed. But this didn't stop the excitement in the group. It would be such a waste not to sell such good wine. Do we need a food production license? I remember that processed foods require this. This shouldn't be a problem for Boss Jiang. She's always reliable. If you need help with the paperwork, just let me know. I have connections. Looking at the flood of messages, Xiaohong wiped the sweat from her forehead. She was about to reply when she suddenly saw a special message. I run a bar, and if we can cooperate, we can buy the first batch. Xiaohong knew she couldn't make decisions on her own, so she took a screenshot of the message and sent it to Jiang Feifei. Meanwhile, on her way to the glass factory, Jiang Feifei's phone was buzzing nonstop. It seems our fruit wine is already popular before it's even brewed, Jiang Feifei said with a smile as she handed her phone to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning glanced at it and smiled slightly. Tell them that once the first batch of samples is ready, we will hold a small tasting event. Just then, Xiaohong called, Master. A bar owner wants to discuss cooperation, and someone claiming to be a food blogger wants to interview us about the brewing process. Jiang Feifei looked at Jiang Wanning, who shook her head. We won't cooperate for now, and we won't accept visits from social media influencers. After informing Group 1, Xiaohong took a deep breath and switched to Group 3. This group, which connects with clients from the provincial hospital, was always the hardest to handle. Her fingers flew over the keyboard. Dear group members, this week, due to our team focusing on brewing peach wine, we won't have enough manpower to supply yam. Therefore, yam will be temporarily unavailable this week. We will resume normal supply as soon as the brewing work is completed. Thank you for your understanding and support. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted. Are you kidding? My child relies on this yam for recovery, and you say it's unavailable? Someone with the ID Xian's mom immediately responded. Exactly. Is brewing wine more important than patience? Don't you have any social responsibility? Health first chimed in. My daughter has been on a restricted diet and needs yam porridge to recover. How can we help now that you say it's not available? Wishing you peace sent an angry emoji. Xiaohong bit her lip, ready to reply, but others in the group began to counter. Isn't this a bit much? Boss Xiao Jiang is not a charity. I love fruits sent a confused emoji. Right, you complain about prices when buying, and now you're trying to guilt-trip them. Love eating radishes added. LOL, by your logic, should we blame the drug manufacturers if the hospital runs out of medicine? Passerby, A pointed out sharply. Xian's mom quickly retorted. Is it the same? They clearly have the goods, but they're not digging them up just to make wine. They can handle their own things however they want. It's none of your business. I love eating fruits, replied defiantly. Xiaohong watched the rapid-fire arguments on the screen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. At that moment, a private message popped up from Wishing You Peace. Can I offer more money? Double the price for a separate portion. Meanwhile, Jiang Feifei's phone kept vibrating as she headed to the glass factory. She opened the group message and got furious. These people are unbelievable. If it weren't for my concern for those truly suffering from anorexia, I would want to disband this group immediately. Jiang Wanning glanced at the rear-view mirror. What's wrong? It's those people from Group 3 again. Jiang Feifei gritted her teeth. They caused the most trouble in all 3 groups. Last week, someone falsely claimed their delivery was stolen and demanded a replacement. The week before, they all asked for discounts, saying their medical expenses were high. Jiang Wanning chuckled lightly. If you don't want to deal with them, just ignore them. By the way, the provincial hospital contacted me a few days ago about a long-term partnership. Do you want to go on a business trip? Like our partnership with the city hospital? Jiang Feifei's eyes lit up. Yes, but the demand might be larger. Jiang Wanning nodded. We need to discuss it in person. Jiang Feifei perked up immediately. I'll go tomorrow. She quickly took out her phone to check high-speed train tickets, mumbling, finally, I can get away from these troublesome people. On Xiaohong's side, the situation was getting out of control. The group had split into two factions. One insisted that stopping the supply of yam was irresponsible, while the other accused them of moral coercion. The most outrageous part was that someone started tagging Jiang Wanning, demanding she come out and explain. At Jiang Wanning, come out and clarify. Yes, don't pretend you don't see this. Xiaohong took a deep breath and sent a pin message. Everyone, please stay calm. The suspension of yam supply is temporary. We understand your anxiety, but please respect each other. For families with special needs, please send a private message with medical proof, and we will do our best to coordinate a small supply. After this message was sent, the group finally quieted down a bit. But Xiaohong knew this was just the calm before the storm. She rubbed her temples and sent a message to Jiang Feifei. Master, the group chat 3 is buzzing again. Some people want the boss to explain in person. Jiang Feifei quickly replied, ignore them. I'm going to the provincial capital tomorrow to discuss cooperation. Let them make noise if they want. Since her master said so, Xiaohong naturally wouldn't bother them anymore. Just as she was thinking about whether to send a notice in group chat 2, someone in that group had already seen the announcement on the Daodu account and was frantically tagging Jiang Wanling, asking about the peaches and peach wine. Suddenly, her phone started vibrating wildly. She switched to group chat 2 and saw that it was buzzing with activity.
Ning Ning.
Is the peach posted on Daodu real? Is it for sale? Qin Yuan sent 3 drooling emojis. Zhou Qi. Same question. It looks ugly, but it must be delicious. Lin Hai, Xiao Jiang, can we reserve the peach wine? Fei Lezhang, is the peach wine steeped or brewed? Su Jun, I want to drink it no matter how it's made. Jiang Feifei couldn't help but laugh. These adorable food lovers were like a different world compared to group chat 3. She quickly typed a reply. Assistant Feifei, the peaches are not sold separately because they have blemishes on the skin, so we decided to use them all for peach wine. Assistant Feifei, we have both steeped and brewed peach wine. We are not accepting reservations for now. But don't worry, our boss said there will definitely be some reserved for our loyal customers. As soon as the message was sent, the group was filled with cheerful emojis. At that moment, Qin Yuan suddenly sent a surprising message. Ning Ning, I have a foreign friend who loves your fruits and wants to know if you have considered exporting. Jiang Feifei was taken aback and turned to Jiang Wanling, who was driving. Ning Ning, someone is asking if we want to do export business. Jiang Wanling replied without looking back. Just tell them no. We can't keep up with domestic orders. Jiang Feifei quickly typed on her phone to reply in the group. Thanks to Wenwen for the enthusiastic recommendation. However, we currently have limited production, and the boss said we will focus on the domestic market for now, Omega. The group responded in agreement. Zhou Qi, Xiaowen, let's not worry about foreign friends for now. We can't even get enough for our own people. Han Zhou, if anyone wants to eat, let them buy a plane ticket to come here. It will boost the GDP, a win-win situation. Su Jun, support domestic products. Good things should first satisfy our own people. Lin Hai, Xiao Wenzi, are you talking about that Malthus? Qin Yuan, yes. Director Lin, do you know him too? Last time at the event, I brought homemade pear syrup canned, and Malthus took a bite and kept asking where to buy it. Lin Hai, the filming location for the movie he is preparing has changed from Japan to here.
Qin Yuan, what?
Just because of my canned pears? Lin Hai, you can wait until he arrives and ask him yourself. Qin Yuan, Director Lin, are you serious? Malthus is really coming? Lin Hai, Absolutely, I just got the notice. He will be here next week.
Suyun, haha.
Xiao Rizi might be so upset they'll faint. Zhou Qi, haha. Xiao Wenzi, you moved International Film Resources with just one kin? Han Zhou, did Xiao Rizi really change the filming location after half a year of preparation? This is a huge win. Qin Yuan, it's all thanks to Ning Ning. At that time, Xiao Rizi was so arrogant, boasting about their fancy fruits. I couldn't help but show them what real fruit is with my syrup pears. Su Sharin, well done. That's how to handle them. Han Zhou, I give this a perfect score. The group chat was suddenly flooded with thumbs-up emojis. Lin Hai, I think everyone wants to bring glory to our country. So when international friends come, you all need to step up. Let's start by contributing some of your supplies. Xiao Wenzi, I've already turned all my supplies into cans for the country. I really can't contribute anything else. Zhou Qi, I don't have any supplies. If I have to give something, I can only offer a pound of pears. Really can't give more. Su Jun, then I'll contribute a pound of persimmons. Even the landlord has no extra food. Just moments ago, the group was full of enthusiasm, but as soon as it came to contributing, everyone suddenly pretended to be poor, making the scene quite amusing. Watching the stars on the screen, all elegant and poised, while in the group chat everyone was jokingly pretending to be broke, Jiang Feifei laughed heartily. This was the atmosphere she was familiar with. Compared to the clients in Group 3, who often impose moral pressure, the lovely food lovers in Group 2 seem like angels. Putting down her phone, Jiang Feifei looked out the window at the passing scenery and couldn't help but reflect. Why is there such a big difference among clients? People in Groups 1 and 2 can be as happy as if it's a holiday over a simple promise, while those in Group 3 always feel like others owe them something.
What are you thinking about?
Jiang Weining's voice interrupted her thoughts. I was thinking. Jiang Feifei shook her phone. Why is it that some clients become friends while others feel like enemies? Jiang Weining chuckled, because the people in Group 2 are buying happiness, while those in Group 3 are buying a lifeline. Their needs are different, so their expectations are too. The car slowly left the city and turned onto a country road. The white poplar trees along the road rustled in the gentle breeze, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the windshield that changed with the car's speed. Before long, the car stopped in front of a small but tidy glass factory. The sign for Minghui Glass Products Factory shone brightly in the sun. A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a dark blue work uniform stood at the entrance, looking around. When he saw them get out of the car, he quickly jogged over. Are you Boss Jiang? I'm Li Minghui, the head of the factory, he said warmly, extending his hand, his eyes crinkling with a smile, and a marker was sticking out of his work uniform pocket. Jiang Weining smiled and shook his hand. Hello, Director Li, I'm Jiang Weining, and this is my assistant, Jiang Feifei. Oh, finally meeting you in person, Li Minghui said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Boss Jiang, you have no idea, my whole family are your loyal fans. Jiang Feifei blinked in surprise. Really? While she knew there were many clients of Jiang's vegetable basket, it felt like quite a coincidence to meet a fan while discussing business. Plus, she hadn't seen Director Li at the market when she delivered goods every day. How could it be fake? Li Minghui exclaimed, slapping his thigh and grinning widely. Especially my mom. She's a die-hard fan of Jiang's vegetable basket. She makes sure to get the vegetables every day without fail. She even gave our whole family a strict order. If there's nothing urgent at 3 p.m., we must drop everything and get the vegetables together. If we succeed, there's a reward. If not, we get scolded. As he spoke, he instinctively touched the back of his head, looking a bit nervous, which made Jiang Weining chuckle. Clearly, he had faced quite a bit of scolding. Jiang Wanning suddenly stared at Li Minghui and asked thoughtfully, Director Li, is your mother's last name Zhao? Li Minghui adjusted his glasses in surprise. How did Boss Jiang know? Just as I thought. Jiang Wanning smiled. You look just like Aunt Zhao. She helped us a lot by giving us some unused furniture. The characteristic squinty eyes and big nose, along with the deep dimples when smiling, made them look very similar. Now I understand. Li Minghui slapped his forehead, feeling even more enthusiastic. We really have a connection. Come on, let's go inside the factory and talk. Once in the office, Jiang Fei got straight to the point. Director Li, we are here to order a batch of 10 L-glass jars, designed like ancient wine jars, with Jiang family vegetable basket printed on them. Jiang Wanning added, the jars will be used for fruit wine, so the material must meet food-grade standards. Li Minghui took out his notebook and recorded the details carefully. You can rest assured. Our factory may be small, but the quality is definitely reliable. He turned around and took out a stack of certificates from the filing cabinet. Look, these are our qualifications. Many well-known canned food brands and sauce factories are our longtime clients, and some products are even exported to Europe and America. Jiang Wanning nodded in satisfaction. Let's first order 1,000 samples. If the quality is up to standard, we will order an additional 10,000. Li Minghui's eyes lit up at this. This order was significant for their small factory. He immediately patted his chest and promised, Boss Jiang, don't worry, we will do our best. Our products will definitely not disappoint you. Jiang Fei added, by the way, the bottle caps must be well sealed. The fruit wine will produce gas during fermentation, so it must not leak.
You can count on that.
Li Minghui confidently opened the glass display case behind him and took out a sample bottle. Look, this is a bottle we made for a plum wine factory. The seal has been rigorously tested. It won't leak a drop even when turned upside down. After finalizing the details, Li Minghui warmly invited, Boss Jiang, would you like to tour our production line? It would be a great opportunity to see how the glass jars are made. Sure, that would be great. Thank you, Director Li. Jiang Wanning happily agreed. Walking through the bright and tidy workshop, Li Minghui proudly introduced each process. This is our high-temperature furnace, which can reach 1,500 degrees. This is the blowing workshop. This is the quality inspection area. Jiang Wanning's attention was suddenly drawn to a batch of canned jars on the assembly line. Director Li, these jars. Li Minghui immediately understood. These are 300 milliliters standard jars made for the local canning factory, and they have excellent sealing. Jiang Wanning nodded thoughtfully. Then let's order a batch of these jars. Are you making canned products? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Yes, Jiang Wanning explained. Once the seasonal fruits from the mountain are harvested, we can make some fruit cans. When there are no fresh fruits, we can still enjoy the canned ones. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Yes. I need to eat a few fruits every day. If they run out, I'll be craving them. She slapped her forehead in frustration. I've been thinking about fruit wine these past few days and completely forgot about this. Li Minghui, who had been listening, couldn't help but interject. Boss Jiang, will your fruit wine and canned products be sold to the public? If so, can I pre-order some? Jiang Wanning smiled and explained. Director Li, we haven't even made the finished products yet. If the quality is good, then we will sell them. Oh, using your fruits, how could the quality be a problem? Li Minghui said eagerly. You don't know how popular your products are. Jiang Wanning replied with a smile. Let's skip the pre-order. But since you and Aunt Zhao are our loyal customers, we'll reserve some for you when the products are released. Li Minghui was delighted. Really? Thank you so much. If my mom hears this news, she will be overjoyed. After sending off Jiang Wanning, Li Minghui immediately took out his phone to call his mom. As soon as the call connected, a loud crash was heard on the other end. Mom, what are you doing? Li Minghui was startled. It's your dad. Aunt Zhao's loud voice came through the receiver. He saw that young boss Jiang is making peach wine in the group chat and can't resist making it himself. Now the kitchen is a mess. Li Minghui quickly said, I was just about to tell you. Boss Jiang just came to our factory to order wine bottles, and I asked if we could pre-order fruit wine and canned products. Can we order? Aunt Zhao's voice instantly rose in excitement.
Li Minghui replied, No.
Then why are you telling me this? Aunt Zhao's voice immediately dropped. What a disappointment.
But
Li Minghui quickly added, Boss Jiang promised to reserve for our loyal customers. We won't have to worry about missing out. Really? Aunt Zhao's voice rose again. Oh my goodness. I'll tell your dad right away. Wait, Mom. Li Minghui hurriedly called out. Please don't tell anyone. This is a benefit for loyal customers, and if everyone finds out, it might disappear. I know. I'm the best at keeping secrets. Aunt Zhao replied casually, all right, I'm hanging up. Before her son could respond, the call ended with a click. Li Minghui smiled wryly at his phone. So eager to hang up, she must be off to brag. No one knows a child like a mother, and no one knows a mother like a child. Sure enough, the first thing Aunt Zhao did after hanging up was rush into the Sunset Red Sisters WeChat group, typing quickly on her screen. Big news. My son said. Meanwhile, Jiang Weining hadn't even driven 2 kilometers when the Jiang family basket group chat exploded. Boss Jiang. Is it true that loyal customers can reserve canned fruits and fruit wine?
Me.
I'm definitely a loyal customer. I can show you my transaction history. I want both the canned goods and fruit wine. Me too. My records can be checked. Please reserve canned goods and fruit wine. Jiang Feifei looked at the rapidly jumping message notifications and couldn't help but laugh. Ningning, Director Li's speed of spreading news is faster than 5G. Jiang Weining chuckled. Looks like we need to prepare our canned goods production line ahead of time. Are we going to set up our own production line? Jiang Feifei blinked. Wouldn't it be easier to collaborate with a professional canning factory? Jiang Weining shook her head, her gaze firm. Though it's a bit more trouble, I prefer to handle the processing myself. It gives me peace of mind. She lightly tapped the steering wheel and added, I don't want the things I grow to be ruined by uncertain factors. This was her determination and her commitment to her products. The group messages kept coming in, quickly reaching 99 plus. Jiang Feifei quickly sent out an announcement. Dear friends, our boss said that everyone in the group is a loyal customer of the Jiang family basket. All of you have priority purchasing rights for our new products. As soon as the message was sent, the group fell silent for a few seconds before erupting with cheering emojis. The car slowly drove into the drying area and parked in the shed. The sight before them left both of them stunned. The once empty drying area had been transformed with a neatly organized temporary winemaking section. Dozens of fresh, juicy peaches were being brought down from the mountain, shining enticingly in the sunlight. Jiang Yichen was busy with a group of lively elderly ladies. They had clear roles. Some were washing, some were drying, some were pitting the peaches, and others were stringing them together, moving swiftly like an efficient production line. This, Jiang Weining said in surprise as she got out of the car. Chinchern, you all are working so fast.